Chapter 1353. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Because he had been turned back in time, he didn't know anything about the past. What past and present life? It was as if he hadn't experienced anything before. Then, she asked him to go to her room. Lin Xian panicked. He didn't know what to do until he saw the pink light. To be honest, there was no other color that could make a man daydream more than this faint pink light. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Damn! What is this for? Pink light, this can't be. Lin Xian then tried knocking on the door that was already open. That. Senior, I'm here. Can I come in? Lin Xian asked with a bit of fear and uncertainty. Come in. Huang Xi's indifferent and slightly lazy voice came from inside. Lin Xian then slowly closed the door and walked in. It was so big. This room was so big that it could be the first floor of the hotel, and he could see so many things. In any case, any luxurious things that one could imagine in a room were placed neatly here. The most exaggerated thing was that Lin Xian saw a wardrobe so big that it made his mouth drop. God! This wardrobe, are you trying to open a clothing store? This wardrobe could hold all the clothes in a small clothing store, right? This was a demon god. This woman seemed to know how to enjoy life even more than Yirenbing. What? Where are you? Lin Xian asked. The most exaggerated thing was that he couldn't see anyone after entering this room. How big was this damn room? Moreover, this was just a room. There was no need to open the door. He just had to turn left and right. Behind the screen. Huang Xi's voice came again. Lin Xian looked at the fiery red screen in front of him. There was a phoenix pattern on the screen and it was especially beautiful. Lin Xian walked over helplessly. When Lin Xian went around the screen, he was stunned. Whoosh! Lin Xian abruptly turned around, his back facing Huang Xi. Wow! He was convinced. Behind the screen was a round bathtub of about 50 square meters. Lin Xian couldn't see anything else clearly because the bathtub was filled with mist. He could only vaguely see Huang Xi's figure leaning against the edge of the bathtub. It seemed like she wasn't wearing anything. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Why did he have to turn around? Because he was afraid. Although there were signs that this woman might be lusting after his body, Lin Xian was really scared. Tell me, a heavenly Dao realm existence captured you and did not say much after capturing you. Then, she invited you over for dinner, but before the meal was over, she left. She did not even say much before asking him to come to her room. Now, she is bathing. Yes, Lin Xian felt the same. As for the reason, he did not know. However, although he felt that it was the case, he found it baffling. He had goddess-like existences by his side. Linglong Shui, the Void Fox, Yirenbing, the Demon God, Bing Lingyue, and Empress. Apart from Bing Lingyue, Lin Xian might have obtained them in a baffling manner. But for Linglong Shui and Yirenbing, which one of them wasn't obtained by Lin Xian after risking his life and crawling back from the brink of death again and again? He never imagined that there would come a day when an existence at the level of Linglong Shui would seduce him. That's right. She took the initiative to seduce him. That was abnormal. Therefore, Lin Xian was afraid. Huang Xi looked through the mist at Lin Xian who had his back facing her. Hypocrite. She said faintly. Sis. I'm not being hypocritical. I'm just afraid. Lin Xian said helplessly. He was afraid that he would see something he shouldn't see and then Huang Xi would kill him or gouge out his eyes. What? She could obviously kill him and torture him as she pleased. Why would she do this? Who would understand? How could Lin Xian know the thoughts of an expert? What are you afraid of? If I really wanted to kill you, do you think you would still be alive? Huang Shi said faintly. Splash. Then, the sound of water flowed into Lin Xian's ears. He couldn't stand it. As a man, he really couldn't stand this kind of sound. Especially when the tip of his nose was filled with that kind of fragrance. However, Huang Shi's words made Lin Xian's relaxed brows loosen. She said that if she really wanted to kill him, she would have already done so. This sentence actually meant that she wouldn't kill him. Then did that mean she was really seducing him? Wah! What did he do to deserve this? Come and help me wipe it. Huang Shi said lightly. Lin Xian, gulp. Are you sure you won't hurt me if I wipe it? Stop talking nonsense. All right. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and walked over. Through the mist, Lin Xian saw Huang Shi, who was sitting in the water and leaning against the edge with her hair draped over her shoulders. Damn it! Lin Xian was dumbfounded. What was the point? She might be wearing something else, but she really wasn't wearing anything. However, Lin Xian couldn't see anything. Why? She was only leaking up to her shoulders. The water was very clear, but there were colorful petals floating on the surface of the water. The petals gathered in that area and blocked Lin Xian's view. Lin Xian couldn't see what was going on under the water. Lin Xian walked behind her. Wipe, where? Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked. Where do you want to wipe? Ah. I can wipe it up to your shoulders. Lin Xian looked at that fair skin and his nose was about to bleed. Up to you. Huang Shi closed her eyes and leaned against the wall and said lightly. Lin Xian, this woman was seducing him and now she was hinting at him. Wipe where? Up to you. Wasn't this a blatant declaration? But this was also Lin Xian's guess. This was the heavenly Tao. Lin Xian didn't dare to do it. Although he had triggered the mission, but who the fuck could withstand this? Then I'll wipe it. Then, Lin Xian stood behind her and used a towel to wipe her shoulders, neck, and other areas. Don't go to the God's awakening door. Huang Shi closed her eyes and leaned against the wall and said lazily. Why? Lin Xian frowned. It's very dangerous. There was no problem going to the God's awakening door, but Huang Shi only knew that Lin Xian died in the God's awakening door and Lin Xian was his reincarnation. Now that Lin Xian wanted to go to the God's awakening door, she didn't have a good feeling. She had a feeling that history might repeat itself. After all, she had experienced it before, so she was afraid. There's no reason. Huang Shi said. There must be a reason. Do you know what's inside the God's awakening door? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. I don't know, but you better not go. I have to go. It's not a place where death is certain. Moreover, that place is too important for a martial artist, so I have to go. So, can you let me go? I have to participate in the Tianwu conference. Lin Xian asked. Huang Shi's slender hands swam on the water surface, brushing the petals one by one. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she stopped. Then are you going to leave now or take me? Walala, Huang Shi stood up and slowly turned to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Chapter 1354. Wah! Lin Xian was dumbfounded. This woman, she really wasn't wearing anything. She was standing right in front of him. What the fuck? Huang Shi's eyes flashed red. Lin Xian didn't understand what her eyes meant. Under normal circumstances, she had normal eyes, but sometimes, her pupils would turn red. It was very strange. But now, it didn't matter. Gulp, this wasn't a fucking seduction anymore. She wanted to fuck him. Choose. Huang Shi looked at Lin Xian. Then, can I choose the second one before choosing the first one? Lin Xian coughed dryly. His eyes didn't move away. One was the mission, the other was Little Ying and the God's Awakening door. It was so difficult. What was the key? The key was that Lin Xian felt that she was the kind of person who wouldn't be able to complete the first one if she chose the second one. Since she chose to possess you, she couldn't leave. Lin Xian really felt that she was such a person. No. Lin Xian looked up at her. Then I'd better go back. Lin Xian said. Huang Shi was stunned. Crack, 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 she gradually clenched her fists and the fiery red in her eyes became even more intense. Why? Why did he still choose to leave when she was already standing right in front of him? Were those human girls prettier than her? Nobler than her? More powerful than her? Why? Why did she have the same feeling as back then? She felt as if she was worthless in front of him. Back then, he could leave without caring about their old relationship. Now, she was standing right in front of him and he still chose to leave. Wasn't the meaning the same? Lin Xian gulped and looked at her. What was she trying to do? At this moment, Huang Shi's wet hair fluttered and her body was surrounded by a strong aura. Really, Lin Xian was scared to death. Hey, don't be like this. Don't be angry. It's very scary. Lin Xian took 2 steps back. Whoa. What the hell was this? He didn't do anything to her and she was angry. How could she be like this? Huang Shi raised her hand, and then her figure flickered and vanished on the spot. After that, she grabbed Lin Xian's neck. In the next instant, both of them appeared by the side of the wall, and Lin Xian was leaning against it. However, she didn't use much strength in her grip on Lin Xian's neck. She merely restrained him. I'll give you one more chance. Lin Xian really hated the feeling of being threatened by others. But, this woman's naked. Aren't you embarrassed? Even if she wasn't shy, Lin Xian would already have feelings for her. But, choose again. I'll choose the first one. I want to leave. I want to become stronger. I can make you stronger. Huang Shi said coldly. That's different. Huang Shi then let go of Lin Xian. Then you can leave. She turned around. Lin Xian touched his neck. Then. I'm really leaving. Lin Xian then walked to the door. When you take a step out of here, they will all die. Huang Shi said indifferently. Lin Xian, ah. I say, big sister, what are you doing? Don't make it so difficult for me, okay? Lin Xian went crazy. Huang Shi frowned. You won't be able to find a boyfriend like this. Even if you find a boyfriend, you will definitely force him away. Lin Xian said. Huang Shi's delicate body suddenly trembled. Why? Am I not beautiful enough or what? Huang Shi slowly turned around and looked at Lin Xian. You're beautiful enough, too beautiful, but... But what? But you will make men very tired. Huang Shi was stunned. I can understand that you want my body. But we haven't done anything yet and you're making it so difficult for me. I can't imagine what will happen in the future. So, I want to leave. Huang Shi's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she looked at Lin Xian. She understands me better. This was what Lin Mo said. At first, she didn't understand what he meant. Understand him better. Understand him better. She also understood him very well. She even dared to say that Bing Lingyue might not understand him as well as she did, so she didn't understand what he meant. Or was it just an excuse from Lin Mo? It was just a lie that he had used to deceive her. But at this moment, the moment Lin Xian said this, she seemed to understand. So this was what he meant when he said understand. It was simple. When he was tired, she would massage his shoulders, pour him a glass of water, make him a meal, comfort him when he was depressed, talk to him when he was lonely, but it wasn't. From the beginning to the end, she would only be unruly and follow him around. She didn't want to leave, regardless of the occasion or time. She didn't even ask if he was willing, she understood. Huang Shi laughed. Sure enough, you taught me a lesson. Huang Shi muttered. Lin Xian frowned. What do I mean? That. I'm not saying that you're not good. With your appearance and status, what kind of man can't you get? I'm saying that it's not right for you to say that. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said. Okay, I understand. Huang Shi then slowly walked towards Lin Xian. Then I'll give you another chance to choose. The first or the second? Lin Xian, what the fuck, if you choose the second, you can also choose the first. Huang Shi stood in front of Lin Xian and said faintly. Lin Xian, really? Yes. Then choose the second. Huang Shi's eyes returned to normal. Then you can do it. Ah. How? How did you do it before? Lin Xian scratched his head and then swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Are you sure? Yes, ding. Prince Charming points plus 300 million. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission. All attributes unlocked. You've obtained Dark Fire. Damn. How could he let go of something that was sent to his mouth? But what made Lin Xian feel that it was inconceivable was that this woman was actually her first time. That's right, it was her first time. She had accompanied him for a long time. Actually, it wasn't that long. It was only 2 or 3 years. In these 2 or 3 years, she was very happy. But the last step between them didn't happen. She still didn't understand why. Because there were many times when she took the initiative and he was the one who rejected her. Or, actually, from the beginning, she had been hiding the fact that she was a devil. Did he already know that she was a devil? Then why did he want to be with her? In those 3 years, she really didn't release her power even once. The devil didn't release their power. Plus, her realm wasn't weaker than Lin Mo's at that time, so he didn't know that she was a devil. One night passed just like that. Chapter 1355. The next morning, in the afternoon, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He didn't care about the reward because last night was too fucking exciting. Ouch! My waist hurts, my waist hurts. Lin Xian supported his waist and sat up. Really, he didn't stop last night. It wasn't that he didn't stop, but that woman didn't stop either. What could Lin Xian do? He was a man. If the woman didn't stop, how could he stop? Then, his waist hurt. Do you think it was easy for his waist? Most importantly, this woman was simply too invincible. She was too perfect. Lin Xian couldn't take it anymore. Fuck, if there's a next time, I'm not human. Lin Xian massaged his waist and put on his clothes. That Huang Shi had already disappeared, and even the bedsheet had been taken away by her at an unknown time. But this woman's first time, is it true? Lin Xian, on the other hand, was completely stunned. He felt that it was unbelievable. It wasn't that she couldn't be a virgin. Look at Linglong Shui and Yi Renbing. They had lived for so long. But they had never had a boyfriend before. But this Huang Shi, although Lin Xian didn't know, Lin Xian felt that she had a boyfriend before. Even if she didn't have a boyfriend, such a noble woman would take the initiative to do other men after her first time. Would you believe it? So at that time, Lin Xian felt that she might be a prostitute. But this was the first time she broke Lin Xian's guess. But until now, Lin Xian still didn't understand. Why would she fall for him? He really didn't know her. If Huang Shi didn't use time reversal, Lin Xian would know everything. But now, Lin Xian really didn't know. Lin Xian yawned and jumped off the bed while rubbing his waist. Initially, Lin Xian thought that Huang Shi had gone somewhere. Then, Lin Xian glanced around and saw that she was actually on the balcony at the side. No, it should be the rooftop. She was wearing loose fiery red pajamas and sat there with her legs crossed. The wind blew her hair and she sat there drinking tea. Lin Xian walked over. Are you hungry? Huang Shi didn't turn her head and just asked. Ah. I'm okay. The noodles have been made. They'll send it up later. Thank you. Lin Xian nodded and sat beside her. He wanted to take advantage of her, but Lin Xian's hand inexplicably retracted. This woman was so flirtatious last night. Why was she so cold? She wanted to make sure Lin Xian dare not touch her. Huang Shi saw Lin Xian's actions from the corner of her eye, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Touch me if you want to, she said indifferently. Lin Xian, forget it. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. He wanted to, but her attitude made him afraid. What's wrong? Huang Shi turned her head and glanced at Lin Xian. Nothing. My waist hurts. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. That's right. I don't understand. Why did you choose me? Did something happen between us? Lin Xian asked. No need to ask, no need to guess. That's it. Oh. Lin Xian nodded. Damn it. The more she said this, the more curious he was. There are some things that Bing Lingyue didn't tell you. Huang Shi asked. She only knew that Bing Lingyue sealed herself in ice to wait for Lin Mo to come back. She didn't know anything else. She didn't even know that Bing Lingyue was born. She had been with Lin Xian for a long time, but she still didn't know. Until 2 days ago, when she saw Lin Xian, she knew that he was back. Lin Xian looked at her. You know Bing Lingyue? Lin Xian showed a surprised expression. Wait, if it was inexplicable, then Bing Lingyue was similar to her. Bing Lingyue had become his woman out of nowhere. She was the empress of a generation. Huang Shi was the same. They were similar in this aspect. Coincidentally, they knew each other. I know her. Huang Shi took a sip of tea and then casually crossed her legs on Lin Xian's lap. She didn't tell me that she lost her memory. Lost her memory? Huang Shi looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Yes. When I first saw her, it was in an ice palace. I thought she was dead. She suddenly opened her eyes and almost scared me to death. But what happened? You must know. I know, but I don't want to tell you. Lin Xian, then I'll tickle you. You can try. Huang Shi said faintly. Then. Lin Xian didn't dare to do it. All right, he was a coward, all right. Then how is your relationship with her? Like fire and water. Lin Xian, wah. His mentality was gone. Cough, 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 Lin Xian coughed awkwardly. Can't you tell me a little? Lin Xian held her foot in his hand. Huang Shi's delicate body trembled slightly, but she didn't pull away. Let's talk about it later. Are you sure you want to go to the God's Awakening door? She asked the question again. Definitely. Huang Shi nodded. Let's go after dinner. She said. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Damn. Although this woman was scary, she still kept her word. Okay. Huang Shi glanced at him again. Was he going to be so heartless or leave directly? You won't stay for another day. Lin Xian said, I want to stay too. Hypocrite. It's true, but my friends are still fighting at the front line and might even be in danger. But I'm drunk on the fragrance of a beauty. I can't get over it, Lin Xian said. Huang Shi nodded, then pulled her foot away and walked away. Where are you going? Lin Xian asked. Just go. Then she pushed open the door and walked away. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Wow. He was really a beast. I'll come back after the Tianwu conference ends. Lin Xian let out a sigh and turned his attention to the dark flames. This was his reward. It definitely wasn't bad. Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and a flame condensed in his palm. In Lin Xian's perception, this flame was many times stronger than the flames he released before. Lin Xian rarely used the fire attribute previously because he had the lightning attribute. The lightning attribute's destructive power was stronger, and the fire attribute was useless. But now, this flame was red with a hint of black. This was the first time Lin Xian had seen a flame of this level. What's so special about this dark flame? It shouldn't be as simple as its destructive power and temperature being higher. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then he carefully sensed it. Dark flame, I understand now. So this dark flame even condenses the power of darkness. In other words, when I release this dark flame, it can directly ignore the opponent's defense. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. In other words, in terms of destructive power, the lightning attribute was still the strongest, but in terms of offensive power, the fire attribute might be stronger. Because the lightning attribute could be blocked, but the fire attribute, the dark flame, you can try blocking it. Chapter 1356. After Lin Xian finished his meal, he stood by the edge of the island. Behind him was the white flying fey beast that brought him here. Where's your demon immortal? Lin Xian asked. The heavenly Dao realm woman who brought Lin Xian here had a completely different attitude towards Lin Xian. She was alarmed. Only the heavens knew that the person she brought was, I don't know. Then, did your demon immortal leave me a way to contact her? Lin Xian asked. Young master, do you wish to contact Her Excellency? Lin Xian nodded. Of course. If she didn't leave any, I'll look for her. Lin Xian did not wish to be disconnected from her just like that. Yes. Then, she handed Lin Xian a piece of paper. On it was possible that she had already written a way to contact him, including Huang Shi's cell phone number and WeChat ID. She rarely used it, but it was much more convenient than a spirit artifact for communication. Furthermore, it did not cost anything. Therefore, her subordinates naturally used it when reporting matters to her. All right, please send me there. All right. Elsewhere, Morong Yu and company had just defeated an SS-ranked faction. The 6 girls were lying in the snow, panting. Shintong, how much are we ahead of them? Han Chushua asked. Wang Shintong took a glance. We're ahead of Fingling's team of 3 S-ranked factions, 1 SS-ranked faction, and 1 SSS-ranked faction. However, they are slowly catching up to us. Wang Shintong said. Phew. Everyone, let's rest for half an hour before setting off again. Han Chushua said. All right. Without Lin Xian, they indeed felt that it would be much, much more difficult. Lin Xian's combat strength, space, time, creation laws, and destruction laws could really increase their strength by a lot. They also realized that they couldn't do without Lin Xian. Thankfully, their abilities were extremely outstanding. They had been competing with Fingling's team over the past few days, but in terms of progress, they had been slightly pulled apart. Therefore, they could only fight even harder. After all, there were 9 of them and only 6 of them. It doesn't matter. There are 9 of them. As long as we can ensure that the number and quality of the forces we defeat in this round is equal to theirs, then we will definitely win. Xiao Xinyu said softly. Looking at the progress, it's a bit difficult. Our advantage is the difference of an SSS rank. After all, there are 9 of them, and none of them are weak. Murongyu said. In short, everyone, let's do our best. We'll bring along Lin Xian's share as well. Even if we fail, we'll still do our best. Ling Ying said. Sigh, I wonder how Lin Xian is doing. I can't contact him at all. Is he okay? Wang Xintong bit her lip. Wu Yuhan said faintly, if he says it's fine, then it should be fine. For the past 2 days, they had been staring at their phones, hoping that they would suddenly see Lin Xian's signal appear on the map. However, they never saw it. And this matter also attracted the attention of the various forces and powerhouses. Lin Xian had suddenly disappeared from the signal. This made them feel a little strange. There were 2 possibilities. First, he had exceeded the range, so the signal could not be captured. Second, his phone had been destroyed. The second possibility was more likely. It did not matter that his phone was destroyed. He still had the entire team. As long as the entire team had a phone, there would be no problem. Therefore, they did not ask, nor did they panic. They only thought that Lin Xian's phone had been destroyed. This was very normal. It was easy to destroy a phone in a big battle. However, losing a person's signal did not mean that he was dead. This did not match. However, if you were fighting alone and your signal was gone, it meant that you had defeated a force but could not mark it on the map. If you did not mark it, even if you had the monster crystal of that force's boss, it would be useless. No points would be added. You could only return to the North Pole to retrieve your phone again. This would waste a lot of time. As for Feng Ling, she was definitely paying attention to this matter. However, they were a team. It did not matter if Lin Xian's phone was destroyed, but this Lin Xian's phone had lost its signal 2 days ago. They must have experienced a big battle and probably suffered heavy injuries. Duan Ling Xiao said. That's right. Look, after Lin Xian's signal disappeared, their team's speed slowed down a lot. This also means that Lin Xian's combat power should have been greatly affected. It might even be that he won't have much combat power in a short period of time. These 2 days, it should be the other 6 people who have been killing monsters. Xiao Yun nodded and said. Feng Ling's eyebrows slightly knitted. Could it be, something happened to him? Is he dead? Su Jiming said. Everyone was stunned for a moment. It was possible. After all, many of the opponents they faced were in the Absolute Void stage. Those in the Absolute Void stage definitely had the ability to kill them. If they were not careful, they could really die. The possibility is not high. He has space and time. How could he die? Feng Qinghao said. That's not right. According to what Brother Feng said, he has space and time. How could he be injured? Even an injury that can't provide him with combat power for 2 days. Don't forget, he has the law of creation. If he is injured, no matter how serious the injury is, they will continue to heal. With his law of creation healing, he will recover very quickly. However, it has been 2 days and their progress has been gradually surpassed by us. This proves that Lin Xian has almost no combat power. If he is injured, he should recover very quickly, so, he might really be dead. Qin Ming's eyes suddenly lit up as he said. Hearing this, a few of them were in an extremely good mood. The possibility was very high. Feng Ling frowned. No. He would not die. She did not believe it. She was not willing to. She still wanted to defeat Lin Xian. She wanted to prove that Lin Xian could not die. However, she felt that the possibility was quite high. She had the law of creation, so she knew very well how fast and effective the law of creation could heal one's injuries. Lin Xian's signal had disappeared for 2 days, and their progress was so much slower. If it was the law of creation, he should be fine, therefore, this possibility was there. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Feng Ling said. Are you sure you want to go? Duan Lingxiao asked. Chu He said at this time, it's not a problem to go. Now that our two teams are very close, it won't take much time with the space attribute. We can go over and take a look at their situation. If something really happens to Lin Xian, we won't need to go to more dangerous places in the future. Understanding their situation is beneficial for us. Okay. Then let's go directly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, then, they disappeared on the spot. Duan Lingxiao and the rest wished that Lin Xian was dead. Chapter 1357. After Morongyu and the other girls rested, they went to the nearest SS rank organization. Among the 250 participants, there were very few who could pose a threat to an SS rank organization. There were not many of them. There were only 2 of them, and no more than 3 other teams. However, their 2 teams had the highest chance of defeating an SS rank organization. The others would be difficult. After all, SS rank organizations had absolute void stage experts, and there might even be 2 of them. Heavenly Venerables fighting absolute void stage experts was like licking blood on the tip of a blade. The best were in Lin Xian and Feng Ling's teams. The others would find it difficult to defeat an SS rank organization. What was Zhuge Feng doing now? That's right. He was killing a small organization by himself. He knew that the strong ones were in Feng Ling and Lin Xian's teams. These 2 teams had 16 people, and they only took the top 10. If there were no special circumstances, these 2 teams would definitely be in the top 10. The top 10 would be from these 16 people. Since he did not choose to join any of their teams, it proved that Zhuge Feng must have his own thoughts. His thoughts were simple. He liked someone, mainly because he felt that if he joined, he would definitely join Lin Xian's team. However, that team was too strong. He felt that he could not improve, so he might as well just go by himself. Perhaps many people looked down on the small organizations. Although they had low points, they were easy to kill. Zhuge Feng killed from B, A, and S rank alone. However, he could not do the same for SS rank. Wherever he went, he would attack any organization he encountered. As a result, his points accumulated quite a lot. Time passed slowly, and the sky soon turned dark. This should be the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf clan. Ling Ying looked at the huge territory in front of them. This was an SS rank organization. Previously, they had seen a few other teams come here and stay for a while before leaving. Some of them fought, and some of them probably left immediately after taking a look. Why? Because the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf clan was very strong. The Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf was a clan with a higher bloodline. At the same time, their combat strength was definitely the strongest in this area. The Wolf clan was very smart and had outstanding combat strength. What was the most powerful thing about the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf? That was night. The Silver Moon Sirius could borrow the power of the moonlight at night. It might not be able to double their strength, but it was definitely enough to increase their strength. Yes, the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf clan is the only SS rank faction nearby. Murong-yu nodded. Then we have to fight. However, it's better if we fight during the day. The Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf clan's battle prowess increases greatly at night. Moreover, there's also the Great Virtual Realm. Although we've all reached the 8 or 9 stars of the Heavenly Venerate realm in the past few days, without Lin Xian's domain to lower our realm, and with the fact that it's night, it'll be extremely difficult. Murong-yu said. But the sky has just darkened. There are still 10 hours before dawn. Are we going to waste those 10 hours? There are only a few B-rank organizations left in this area. It's a bit of a loss for us to spend 10 hours just for these few B-rank organizations. Xiao Xinyue said. It's quite a loss. Murong-yu thought for a while and said, if there's no other way, we can only take the risk and try. Hey, look, Fingling's team suddenly came to our side. They were originally tens of kilometers away, but Wang Xintong looked again. They were probably only a few kilometers away from each other. It could be the distance of a few mountains. Are they also coming to attack this place? Wu Yuhan frowned suddenly. Their team had people from the Feng clan and the Chu clan. She had not completely figured out what happened in the past, but at least for now, she was hostile towards these two clans. Attacking is one thing, but they're probably also here to harass us. Han Chuxue said calmly. Then what should we do? Wang Xintong asked. Murong-yu said, we'll know when they arrive. Anyway, they only needed to know that they could not fight with each other. However, they could attack a certain organization together. As for who the organization belonged to, it would depend on who killed the big boss first and took the demonic crystal. When the demonic crystal fell into the hands of the person who took it, it would prove who the organization belonged to. Moreover, they could not snatch it. If anyone snatched it and reported it, the entire team would be gone. Very quickly, Feng Ling's team of 9 appeared behind them. Whoa! When they saw that there were 6 of them, Duan Lingxiao and the others' eyes suddenly lit up. 6 people. And there were 6 women. Then Lin Xian, was he really dead? Feng Ling's brows also furrowed suddenly. Was Lin Xian really not with them? Following which, the 9 of them walked over. You guys are progressing really fast. You still haven't let us overtake you. Respectable opponents. Duan Lingxiao walked over and said with a smile. He liked Murong-yu, but he no longer chose to blindly pursue Murong-yu. If he could get it, he must get it. If he couldn't get it, he would not give up on everything and force it. You guys are the same. You guys are also very fast. Murong-yu said lightly. Where's Lin Xian from your team? Where did he go? Xiao Yun then asked. How they wished to hear the news that Lin Xian was dead. You guys don't need to worry about where Lin Xian is. Ling Ying said vaguely as he peeled a lollipop and put it in his mouth. They frowned. From the looks of it, Lin Xian didn't seem to be dead. If Lin Xian was dead, they wouldn't be so calm. Was he pretending? Chapter 1358. Murong-yu's gaze landed on the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf's territory in the distance. It might not be a bad thing for them to come. If they did not come, the 6 of them would be in a bit of danger. But now that they were here, perhaps the 2 parties could cooperate. As for who this force would end up in, it would depend on their own abilities. Cooperate? Feng Ling asked. She naturally knew about the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf. Could the 9 of them fight it? Of course they could. However, the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf in the night was an SS rank force. You might have to treat them as an SSS rank force. They were also a little timid. However, if Murong-yu and the rest of the 6 were included, there would definitely be no problem. As for who the boss would end up in, it would depend on their own abilities. Sure. Murong-yu nodded and said. Then let's cooperate. As for what will happen after we enter, who will end up in the hands of the boss, who will kill it, and who will take the monster crystal, it will all depend on our own abilities. But there is one thing that I hope we can all agree on. This battle is very dangerous for all of us. I hope that after we enter, our first priority is to defeat the opponent and not to fight for the monster crystal and give the opponent an opportunity to take advantage of us. It might even lead to a tragedy. We are the opponents, but they are the enemies. Feng Ling looked at Murong-yu and the rest and said. Sure. Actually, from her words, one could already tell that Feng Ling was definitely a very righteous person. It was just that she had been bullied by Lin Xian and was spoiled rotten. However, her morals were indeed very righteous. In the face of major issues, she was still very sensible. The 15 of them were divided into 2 parties. Then, they walked together towards the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf's territory. Leader, there are more than 10 humans rushing towards our territory. Inside the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf's territory, a group of people rushed in front of a man. The man had a head of silver hair and looked quite handsome. The main thing was that every one of them in human form had a head of silver hair. Humans. The Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf's leader narrowed his eyes. It had been a few days, so he naturally knew what the humans had been doing recently. He also knew that the humans would definitely attack the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf tribe. To be precise, they were not the first batch. Before them, there were already 2 batches. One batch was discovered and then ran away. The other batch fought for a while and killed a few weaker Silvermoon Heavenly Wolves. When they couldn't win, they ran away. What a bunch of cowards, a motley crew. The previous 2 batches were like this. How dare this batch attack my Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf clan? Furthermore, it's still night time. A bunch of trash who don't care about their lives actually dared to come to my Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf clan's territory at night. Prepare the formation. This time, they will not return. Yes. Everyone, gather at the front and get ready for battle. Yes. Although the leader's words sounded tough, the latter part of his words made everyone gather together. In fact, it also showed that he was quite cautious. Outside the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf's territory, Murong-yu and the other 15 people stood there. In front of them were over 100 Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf's wolves and over 100 Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf's experts who had already transformed into human form. Those who had transformed into human form were basically domain realm cultivators. Domain realm cultivators were not strong to them, but heavenly venerables were not weak. They had fought quite a number of SS rank forces, so they had a rough idea of how big an SS rank force was. They had about 20 to 30 heavenly venerables, ranging from 1 star to 10 stars. As for virtuous realm experts, they had at least 2. However, what they wanted was the highest grade Great Virtual Realm Demon Crystal. The Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf's combat strength increased greatly at night. Therefore, it was not wrong to regard them as an SSS rank faction. At this moment, the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolves were looking at them with shining eyes. They were really emitting a scorching light. Wolves could be considered a race that had a greater desire for the opposite sex. Which one of Murong-yu's group wasn't a top-grade beauty? When this group of beauties appeared together in the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf's territory, they felt that these people were courting death. The only problem left was the distribution of these beauties. That's right, they were already considering the distribution of Murong-yu's group of beauties. The leader and deputy leader of the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf's group walked out. When they saw Murong-yu's group of beauties, they were stunned for a moment and then sneered. Wow, this human gave us such a big gift. The leader of the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf could not help but lick his lips. Open the formation, quickly open the formation. His subconscious reaction was to not let these people escape. They must not escape. He had lived in this place for his entire life and had never seen such beautiful women. At most, he would go to the human world to catch a few to play with, but most of them could only be said to be good-looking. As for these girls, they were more than just good-looking. It seems that demons are the same as humans. Feng Ling stretched out her hand, and her sword appeared in her palm. Whoosh, a large formation appeared around them. Simply put, this was a barrier that completely trapped them inside. As for its strength, they did not know for now. But they did not panic. 3 spatial attributes were here, and since they were here, and they were even working together, they did not plan to run, and there was no need to run. It was a bit dangerous for one team to fight, but with 2 teams working together, it was really much easier. Then what's there to say? Let's fight. Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf, what a joke. Duan Lingxiao and the others then took out their spirit weapons. A group of heavenly venerables? They originally thought that this group of people was very powerful. Why? At first, they thought that these people were ignorant and did not know that they were Silvermoon Heavenly Wolves. But just now, someone said that they were Silvermoon Heavenly Wolves, and now they still did not run. Did they not know how much the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf's combat strength increased at night? Therefore, they thought that they might have a very powerful Great Void stage, but when they released their auras, all 15 of them were Heavenly Venerables, and the strongest was only a 9-star Heavenly Venerables. They were completely relieved. The gap between the Heavenly Venerables and the Great Void stage was not small. Most importantly, it was now night, and they were not ordinary Great Void stage. Although more than 10 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star Heavenly Venerables were indeed a bit scary, they were now at night, and they had the Great Void stage. Everyone, listen up. Don't kill these women. Leave them alive. As for the other men, kill them. The Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf leader licked his lips and said, "Yes." Then, dozens of figures rushed at them at the same time. These people were just sending themselves to their deaths. They were tools used by the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf tribe to test their strength. Let's do it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then, 15 people rushed forward in unison. Chapter 1359. There were 15 of them, but they were also divided into 2 teams. Murong Yu's team of 6 had a very high tacit understanding. At the same time, after a few days of practice, Feng Ling's team also had some tacit understanding. It might not be a good thing to mix them up. Law of Destruction. Murong Yu was merciless. First, the Law of Destruction could easily deal with these domain lords, Heavenly Venerables, and even a large number of Silvermoon Heavenly Wolves below the domain realm. Even if they would become stronger, with an absolute realm, the Law of Destruction was simply an invincible existence. Second, although they were teammates with Feng Ling's team now, they were not on the same side. With so many monsters, it would be best for them to keep the experience. That was their own realm. Why should they give it to others? Here, killing these, Murong Yu did not spend too much spiritual power. Plop, the dozens of Silvermoon Heavenly Wolves that rushed over instantly died. On the other side, Feng Ling's team was facing dozens of Silvermoon Heavenly Wolves with ease, but they were not as brainless as Murong Yu's team. What? Seeing this scene, the other Silvermoon Heavenly Wolves that did not rush over were dumbfounded. What kind of fucking power was this? Why was it gone? There were also Heavenly Venerables, why was it gone just like that? Feng Ling and the others glanced at them. They were helpless. This was one of the reasons why the 6 of them could persist and not let them close the distance. This law of destruction was simply too brainless. Crescent Heavenly Charge. After seeing this scene, Feng Ling did not show any weakness. She gathered her strength and suddenly slashed at the large number of Silvermoon Heavenly Wolves in front of her. A white crescent rushed over. Law of Creation. In an instant, the white crescent that looked like it was only 3 to 4 meters long instantly expanded to more than 20 meters. Wherever it went, not a single blade of grass was left. Boom! When the dust settled, the nearly 100 Silvermoon Heavenly Wolves that rushed over were all killed easily. However, these Silvermoon Heavenly Wolves were very weak. Most of them were lower realm, and there were not many Heavenly Venerables. Although there were many of them, it was reasonable for them to easily deal with them. Although it was nighttime, these Silvermoon Heavenly Wolves' cultivation levels were too low. No matter how strong they were no match for them. However, these Silvermoon Heavenly Wolves were nothing more than ghosts sent to test their strength. These people were not simple. They were on a completely different level from the previous 2 batches. All of the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf experts had the same thought. But so what? They were only dealing with the weakest group. The strongest among them were dozens of Celestial Venerables and 2 higher Void Cultivators. Now that it was night time, how could they fight? Everyone, listen up. The leader of the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolf clan shouted. Split into 2 groups. Don't leave them behind. Kill them if you can. Charge with me. The leader shouted. Yes. He had seen their strength and was a little afraid. How could he let these women play with him? He didn't dare to. He was afraid that something would happen. Therefore, if he could stay, he would stay. If he couldn't, then so be it. So, after that, the chief and vice chief led a total of over 40 Empyrean-level Silvermoon Heavenly Wolves and charged towards the 2 groups. Xan Tong. Ling Ying shouted. Roger. Domain open. Wang Xintong's eyes narrowed. Following that, her aura surged and the 6 People's Realm soared, reaching the 10 stars Empyrean realm. Her domain was not as abnormal as Yi Tianyi's. Even if they were at the 9 stars Empyrean realm, the increase of 3 stars should be 1 star of the higher Void realm. However, they couldn't break through and could only remain at the 10 stars domain realm. Still, that was a huge increase. Frost Bloodline. Han Chushue's eyes bloomed with a blue light. At that moment, she looked a little like Murongyu. Following that, her beautiful hair danced wildly and a terrifying frost energy surged towards the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolves charging over. Frost Blessing. Xiao Xinyue released her own martial skill. She didn't go up herself but instead used Han Chushue's strength. They already had a tacit understanding of each other. They wouldn't rush up alone to fight for merit or show off. Instead, they were very willing to help each other. This was a team. Boom! The terrifying cold energy instantly froze the 20 or so people who were rushing over. Pang! Several of them were completely frozen, but a dozen of them broke through the ice. In the next moment, the Silvermoon Heavenly Wolves released a powerful energy that collided with them. You're courting death. The leader's target was Han Chushue's group of 6. Feng Ling's group was attacking the vice leader. The leader's eyes narrowed and a blood-red energy gathered in his hands, attacking together. Endless Dawn. Absolute Thunder of the 9th Heaven. Murongyu's sky-blue eyes narrowed. Domain, Judgment. Pooh! In the next moment, a 10 stars Empyrean Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, dead. That's right, this was Murongyu's domain. It was a very simple effect. If there was only one opponent in the domain and the opponent's realm was not higher than 5 stars, then in the same realm, in simple terms, if Murongyu was a 1-star Empyrean realm and the opponent was a 5-star Empyrean realm, then after activating the Judgment domain, a terrifying power would choose that person. There was a 50% chance of instant death, a 30% chance of serious injury, and a 20% chance of nothing happening. What if there were many people? 10 Judgment. Pooh! 6 Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves spat out blood. 2 of them were seriously injured, and 4 of them were instantly killed. 4 of them were very lucky to be unharmed. This domain was very powerful, but it could not be used in another realm. For example, if the opponent was in the Great Virtual Realm, then it would not trigger the instant death effect. At most, it would cause serious injury. Furthermore, it would not be too heavy. The leader's eyes narrowed. Moon attraction. Yes. How? Following which, their muscles exploded. Their eyes turned blood red, and their strength increased rapidly. Retreat! Murongyu shouted. Following which, the space was released, and the 6 of them disappeared from their original spot. Boom! A 100-meter-wide pit was formed where they were. If this power landed on them, they would definitely die. Space! Damn it! Space! The leader gritted his teeth. Without this space, they would all die. Domain, unlimited assassination. Wu Yuhan stomped her foot, and the entire space turned pitch black. Law, unlimited shadow doppelganger. Swish, 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 then, 20 doppelgangers of Wu Yuhan appeared. Kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Wu Yuhan's doppelgangers turned into black light and shuttled back and forth at an undetectable speed. Blood spurted out from the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves. This won't do. After the enhancement, the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves with slightly higher realms have very strong defenses. They are only suffering from external injuries. Wu Yuhan landed beside them. Dark power ignored defensive spiritual power, but it had no effect on the opponent's physique. I'll do it. Law of Light. Wang Xintong's power erupted. In the next instant, light illuminated the darkness. Chapter 1360. What was the effect of Wang Xintong's law? Amplification. She was a support. And her power was indeed leaning toward support. In the law of light, her and her teammates' speed, defense, strength, and spirit would all be greatly enhanced. In an instant, the damage caused by Wu Yuhan's clone increased by a lot. Chushue, freeze. Murongyu said. Roger. Domain, absolute freeze. Whoosh! In an instant, light, ice, and darkness intertwined. Other than the 9-star and 10-star Heavenly Venerable Realm Silver Moon Heavenly Wolves that had been boosted by you, the rest were all frozen. Boom! Han Chushua's absolute ice domain, no matter how high the opponent's cultivation was able to seal them in ice. Even the Heavenly Tao could be frozen. At the very least, they could be frozen for 1 second. However, although this domain was very strong, it did not cover a large area. Otherwise, those people would not be able to escape. I'll deal with the other Silver Moon Wolves first. Destroy the law. Bang! One by one, the Silver Moon Wolves exploded. The fierce battle continued without stopping. The few Heavenly Venerables were actually suppressing their opponents to the point that they could not fight back. Even though it was the Great Void, even though it was night, their cooperation and the power of various top-notch domains were really too strong. On the other side, Feng Ling and the rest were not as fast as them, but they still dominated the battlefield. Damn it! How are these people so strong? The leader's 2-star Great Void stage power erupted. Blood surged and blasted toward Murongyu, but it was dodged by Murongyu's space. The Great Void stage 2-star Heavenly Venerables could not suppress them because they were now under the amplification of Wang Xintong and the Law of Light. They were all 10-star Heavenly Venerables and basically had the combat strength of a half-step into the Great Void stage. In addition to their own strength, there were 6 Great Void stage 1-star Heavenly Venerables. Domain, Infinite Rebirth, Charge. Ling Ying shouted in a tender voice. The Infinite Regeneration domain was a top-tier domain. Within this domain, the user and their allies would not feel any pain if they were injured. They would instantly recover from any injuries. For example, if an arm was severed, it would instantly regenerate. Even if one was severed at the waist, as long as one's soul was still intact, they would instantly recover. Even if your heart were to explode, you would still be able to heal it instantly. In short, this could be considered an invincible domain. However, there was a restriction. You had to be in this domain to recover from your injuries. If you were already injured, activating this domain would not heal you. Although the domain was strong, it consumed a lot of spiritual energy. When Ling Ying activated this domain, they had to quickly take down their opponents with absolute power. Once the domain was activated, Han Chushue and the others knew that their counterattack had arrived. In this domain, they could abandon all defenses and turn them into unlimited attacks. On the other side, Duan Lingxiao and the others were looking at the battlefield. Not good. They're going to kill the leader. Duan Lingxiao shouted. Static domain. In the next instant, Xiaoyun activated his domain towards Murongyu and the others who were caught off guard. The few of them instantly stopped moving. It was a bit like time stop, but it was more powerful than time stop. The time stop of the time attribute had little effect on those who were higher in realm. However, this domain could forcefully stop those who were a few stars higher in realm for at least a second. In the next instant, the Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf leader who was at the virtualized realm was the first to break free from the domain. He directly punched at Ling Ying and penetrated her chest. Puff. Ling Ying spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. After landing on the ground, she got up and her body quickly recovered. Bastard! Bang. Murongyu also flew over, her chest was already dyed red with blood. Ling Ying clenched her fist and stared at them. Fortunately, she activated her own domain. Otherwise, they were afraid. What are you doing? When Feng Ling saw this, she shouted at Xiaoyun. They almost killed that Silver Moon Heavenly Wolf. Xiaoyun said. Caw caw caw. Feng Ling clenched her fist. This was what made her feel disgusted. If they killed it, then so be it. However, if they died or something happened to them, then wouldn't it be her problem? It was a competition and a demon crystal. It wasn't an absolute score. So what if they took it away? Bastard! Feng Ling gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. Fortunately, their domains were strong. Big brother! Quickly retreat. They aren't ordinary warriors. The leader shouted. Yes, even the weakest among them wasn't an ordinary warrior. Wang Xintong's spirit power was exhausted. Ling Ying's spirit power was exhausted. Murongyu's spirit power was also almost exhausted. Domain closed. Chase. Duan Lingxiao didn't waste his time here. The score was more important. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Other than Feng Ling, the other 8 people directly rushed over. Prison circle. Dark cage. Schwad. The 2 virtualized realm warriors were trapped. Myriad thunder rain. Boom. Duan Lingxiao directly used his god tier martial skill. Plop. The 2 virtualized realm warriors were seriously injured and flew out. Quick! Lin Ying's group of 6 leaned against each other. What should we do? Murong Yu clenched her fist. She subconsciously wanted to attack those people because their team almost caused the deaths of her own people. Fortunately, Lin Ying's domain was there. However, they also released the static spell on the demon beasts. It couldn't be considered as attacking them. Moreover, it didn't cause any harm. Moreover, her power had the ability to cause harm. However, she was unhappy. However, she didn't have much energy to fight. They were fighting very hard and cooperating, but they didn't expect to be tricked by the other team. Space. Murong Yu released the remaining spirit power and teleported the 2 leaders' bodies in front of them. Attack! In the next instant, they were about to attack. Want to snatch it? Have you asked for my permission? Xiao Yun's eyes focused. Space. Shua.Chi. Wu Yuhan stabbed the ground with her sword, and the 2 people disappeared again. Dark Shadow Cage. Wu Yuhan still had a lot of spirit power left. In an instant, 9 dark cages rose from the bottom of their feet and trapped them on the spot. In the next instant, she disappeared on the spot and charged toward the 2 seriously injured figures, slashing her sword again. Feng Ling stood still. She didn't want to attack. She was disgusted by her teammates. Space lock. Xiao Yun instantly sealed Wu Yuhan. Space lock. In the next instant, Ling Ying and the others were also sealed. It was awkward. 9 people were trapped by Wu Yuhan, 6 people were sealed by Xiao Yun's space lock, and Murong Yu's spirit power was exhausted because she used too much of the law of destruction. The 15 people couldn't move. No one wanted to let go. You guys are really daring. Attacking us is against the rules, isn't it? Duan Lingxiao said. Against the rules. Who was the one who stopped us first and almost killed us? If you guys are fine, then how is it against the rules for Wu Yuhan to trap you there? Ling Ying said angrily. Then let's see who will break free first. Arg! Duan Lingxiao roared angrily. Thunder rumbled and he broke free from the dark shadow cage with absolute strength. Then, he locked onto the 2 great virtual stage silver moon wolves without hesitation. Whoosh! Right at this moment, before Duan Lingxiao could reach them, 2 bolts of lightning struck down and killed the 2 men. Wow, I just rushed over and already got 2 great virtual stage bosses experience. Thanks a lot. Everyone was speechless. Chapter 1361. Lin Xian's aura was rising. So comfortable. He had advanced to the 9th star heavenly venerable realm as soon as he arrived. Lin Xian. When the 2 teams saw Lin Xian, one team was pleasantly surprised, while the other team was gnashing their teeth in disappointment. Duan Lingxiao and the rest felt that even if Lin Xian was not dead, he should have suffered serious injuries. Otherwise, why would he not be with them? Then, you fucking snatched the boss the moment you arrived. Fuck you. Lin Xian smirked as he looked at them and smiled. No need to be surprised, no need to be shocked, and no need to say that you love me. Bah. Ling Ying rolled his eyes and could not help but spit. However, when they saw Lin Xian return safely, they were really, really happy. Lin Xian. If you have the guts, don't move. Su Jiming pointed at Lin Xian and shouted angrily. Fuck. They were fighting like this, and then Lin Xian suddenly appeared and snatched the monster. Now that they were all imprisoned, Lin Xian was the only one who could move. I'm an idiot. Why wouldn't I move? Lin Xian took out his sacred sword. Duan Lingxiao's eyes narrowed. Then, he charged directly at Lin Xian. Get lost, get lost. Lin Xian released his spatial energy and disappeared. Then, he raised his sword and 2 monster crystals fell into Lin Xian's hand. Seeing this, Murong and the rest breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, they were still the victors. Fuck. Seeing this, Xiao Yun and the rest gritted their teeth in hatred. If Lin Xian did not come, there was a high chance that they would be the ones to take the monster crystals. Because their only spatial attribute, Murong, was already exhausted. Although she was controlled by Wu Yuhan, Duan Lingxiao used his powerful strength to break free. However, at the crucial moment, Lin Xian actually appeared. Fuck. They even suspected that they were deliberately hiding Lin Xian from the public. He was playing this trick on purpose. Let's all retreat, Lin Xian said indifferently. Then, they withdrew their powers and everyone regained their freedom. Damn it. They gritted their teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Let's go. Feng Ling gritted her teeth and shouted. He left just like that? Qin Ming asked. Not leaving. If you don't want to leave, then why are you staying? What can he do? Feng Ling retorted. She was not angry because the demon crystals had been snatched away. She was angry because at that time, why did her team choose to stop them? Fortunately, it didn't lead to a tragedy. Otherwise, she would feel very guilty. Even if she didn't do it, they were still teammates. Take care, I won't see you out. Lin Xian grinned. It's still early. It's hard to say who will win or lose. Feng Ling snorted coldly. Lin Xian grinned and said, the 9 of you almost lost to the 6 of you. Now that I'm back, you're still saying it's hard to say who will win or lose. If you ask me, you should just leave. Humph. Feng Ling snorted again and followed them into the distance. Bang! Ling Ying walked over and slapped Lin Xian's back. Bastard, where have you been these few days? Lin Xian took a deep breath. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xian saw the blood on the girls' chests. What happened to you? Lin Xian showed a panicked expression. It's nothing. We were injured in Ling Ying's territory just now, but we can recover in an instant. Murong Yu said indifferently. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Tell me, where were you taken? Who are they? Why did they take you away? Why did they release you now? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian. The other girls also stared at Lin Xian curiously. How should I put it? The demon god of the second demon god temple captured me. As for why, I really have to hand it to her. She actually took a fancy to me. As for why I was released, Lin Xian let out a long sigh and said, after my body was tainted by her, she naturally released me when she got tired of playing with me. The girls, you can scram now. Demon god. If you said it was someone else, we might have believed it. Wu Yuhan laughed coquettishly. Clearly, her sister was in charge now. Fuck. Nowadays, no one will believe the fucking truth. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. He was really telling the truth. Tell me. I'm not talking anymore. Damn it. Murong Yu then said, all right, since Lin Xian is back, let's officially start the battle. Okay. They were just chatting. They were all people who had a good view of the big picture and knew what was more important now. Speaking of which, how much are we in the lead now? Lin Xian asked. How do you know we're in the lead? Xiao Xinyue found it quite interesting. Nonsense, who are you? You're pretty, strong, kind-hearted, and the #1 female hero of this generation. Do you think I don't believe you? Lin Xian grinned. TSK, they rolled their eyes in unison. You must be peeking at the phone. Also, tell me who's the #1 female hero. Lin Xian, wow. These girls are all demons. You. Lin Xian said directly. Since you said you're #1, there must be only one person. You can't say they're tied. Tell me, who is it? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Humph. Small fry. Lin Xian, wow. Do you want me to die? It wasn't easy for me to come back from that blissful, tui, scary place. None of you asked me if I lost weight, if I suffered, if I was beaten, and if I was tortured. Instead, you guys are here. TSK TSK. Lin Xian then sniffed. Enough, enough. I won't fall for your tricks. Agreed. Agreed. Little Xintong, you've also learned bad things. Lin Xian glared at Wang Xintong. Wang Xintong stuck out her pink tongue. Lin Xian really didn't look at them. He really felt that even if he wasn't around, they would still be able to maintain their lead. This was Lin Xian's understanding of them. They weren't simple, especially Murongyu. She probably hadn't even used her 1,000 ice pupils yet. How could they fall behind? Where are we going now? Lin Xian asked. Rest, rest. Since you're here, we can go to the SSS rank forces. Other than the 2 we defeated and the SSS rank forces that Feng Ling and the others defeated, the others haven't been touched. There are still a few more. Ling Ying said. Yes, and now that we're all at 8 or 9 stars of the Heavenly Venerable Realm, we have Lin Xian's and Xintong's domains. If we go to the SSS rank forces this time, although it's still dangerous, it'll be a bigger test for us. Han Chushua nodded. Which one is the closest? Let me see. Lin Xian then took a look. Then, they saw Feng Ling and the others heading there. Feng Ling and the others must have seen that you're back and are feeling more pressure. They're heading straight for the SSS rank forces. Let's go around them. This time, if nothing goes wrong, we'll definitely win. Chapter 1362. It had to be said that when Lin Xian joined them, they finally understood who the backbone of the team was. Originally, when Lin Xian was around, they felt that he was strong. They couldn't really tell how strong he was. After Lin Xian left, they could clearly feel how much the team's combat power had weakened. However, when they were almost used to it, when Lin Xian joined them again, they completely felt how much the addition of Lin Xian alone had improved their overall strength. Well, as a man, and this was what he should do. And, that's right. If a man wasn't that strong, he wouldn't be worthy of being their man. Why were they thinking about them and not him? Fuck. Among these girls, only Lin Xian hadn't won over Xiao Xinyue. However, Lin Xian felt that it was about time. He just lacked an opportunity to be alone with Xiao Xinyue. If he had this opportunity, Lin Xian felt that he could win her over. After all, they had known each other for so long. Look, Xiao Xinyue wasn't looking for a boyfriend. Wasn't she waiting for Lin Xian to confess? In any case, that was what Lin Xian felt. 5 days passed just like that. Their speed was already very fast. It was so fast that Feng Ling's team had completely lost the confidence to chase after them. Phew. Lin Xian was back, so when they rested, they once again used Lin Xian's law of creation to eat hot pot. Eating hot pot in this world of ice and snow was simply too enjoyable. They still liked it when Lin Xian was around. There was laughter, and it was especially relaxed. Although Lin Xian was the same age as them, no, he was even younger than them except for Wang Xintong, they inexplicably felt at ease when he was around. Perhaps this was the sense of security. We're already far ahead of them. If this continues, we can definitely get into the top 10. Every one of us can enter. Wang Xintong said excitedly. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about it. You guys are too strong. Lin Xian said with a smile. Go away, you're so annoying. They rolled their eyes. Lin Xian, fuck. It was so difficult to be a man. If you praised them, they would roll their eyes at you. It was so difficult for him. Wow. The days to come. Sob, 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 however. Lin Xian then changed the topic. He frowned and said, I'm always worried that something unexpected will happen. Lin Xian was already used to the days where no matter what he did, things would not go smoothly. Really, no matter what he did, Lin Xian always felt that there would be an accident. There was no other way. Perhaps this was the life of a protagonist. Could it be that those who were handsome had to go through these trials? But, what other accidents can we encounter? Murong Yu said with a frown. I don't know either. We also encountered the evil fiend hole. Now, we can be considered members of the evil fiend hole. However, they don't know that you have already developed an antidote for the poison pill that controls our lives. Therefore, the evil fiend hole probably won't attack us. Murong Yu said. Then that leaves the Fae. The Fae God hole. Didn't you say that the people who took you away were from the Fae God hole? Does that mean we don't have to worry about the Fae God hole members? Ling Ying said. Although they had said that Lin Xian was bragging, to be honest, they still believed that Lin Xian had indeed been taken away by the Fae God hole. This was because other than the Great Void Realm, there was also a Heavenly Dao Realm expert. That was terrifying. In this place, only the Fae God Hall could produce a Heavenly Dao Realm expert. Anyway, they didn't know how Lin Xian could come out alive, but he definitely had his reasons. They didn't ask too much. I don't know either. Besides, the Fae God Halls aren't united. The Myriad Demon Alliance is an organization of the Fae God Hall, but the 10 Fae God Halls are separated. They don't have any contact even if they don't want to. Just because one Fae God Hall doesn't deal with me doesn't mean that the other Fae God Halls won't. Although this place is thousands of miles away, it's still easy for the Fae God Halls to come here. Lin Xian said. Besides, what else was he worried about? Zhao Mengyue, that idiot. Lin Xian had always been afraid of this woman. The main reason was that she was shameless to a certain extent. However, on second thought, she was probably trying her best to gather the 12 demon gods. She probably didn't have the time to deal with him. Besides, Fingling's team didn't seem to be able to beat them, so what else was there to worry about? Forget it. Let's not think about it. Lin Xian shook his head. Don't worry too much. There's still us. Han Chuxue said in a soft voice. Although none of them admitted it, which girl didn't know in her heart? It was likely that any girl they saw beside Lin Xian, as long as they were slightly prettier, had been slept with by Lin Xian. There was no other way. He was a scumbag. However, the strange thing was that this Lin Xian wasn't that handsome. They just liked him a lot and couldn't leave him. They were even bullied by him. Ah! So annoying. How much are we leading now? Lin Xian asked. A few 100,000 points. Xiao Xinyue's casual words made Lin Xian not want to ask anymore. A few 100,000 points. That's right. This was the last round of the assessment. The points difference was so terrifying. Why was there such a big gap? Actually, it was very simple. The gap was due to the SSS rank forces. An SSS rank force was 200,000 points. In the past 5 days, they had been attacking SSS rank forces and on the way. They didn't even bother with the SSS rank forces on the way. The other party was also desperately fighting over SSS rank forces. After all, if they didn't fight, they wouldn't be able to win. However, in terms of speed, they were completely left behind by Lin Xian's team. As for the points, they estimated it based on the forces on both sides' maps. We've already lost. Late at night, Feng Ling's team rested for 1 or 2 hours. A few of them lay there, a few of them ate or chatted. Xiao Yun and Duan Ling Xiao came to the edge of the snowy cliff to smoke. We've already lost. Duan Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he said. No, we haven't lost yet. Xiao Yun said. Haven't lost yet? A few 100,000 points difference. We can't make up for it. Moreover, this difference will only get bigger and bigger. The 7 of them have already occupied the top 7. Among the 9 of us, if the other teams don't have higher points than us, 3 of us can still advance. Duan Ling Xiao said. I've already found someone. Xiao Yun's eyes focused. Xiao Yun said. So what if Lin Xian had joined the evil divine shrine? He had to go to the God's awakening door. He definitely couldn't let this Lin Xian go. Otherwise, he would never be able to catch up. Chapter 1363. Between Lin Xian and Xiao Yun, or even the Xiao family, which one was more beneficial to the evil fiend temple? Without a doubt, it was Lin Xian. What did the Xiao family have? Experts. Money. What did Lin Xian have? Everyone could see his limitless future and the terrifying Yixian group. As for experts, did he have fewer experts than the Xiao family? Just the Azura Palace, how many experts did the Yixian group attract? Without a doubt, Lin Xian's value was much higher than the Xiao family's. Therefore, Xiao Yun naturally wouldn't ask the evil fiend temple to kill Lin Xian. They couldn't kill Lin Xian even if they wanted to kill Xiao Yun. Therefore, who did he ask? The Xiao family. The Xiao family would definitely consider the problem from the Xiao family's point of view. By killing Lin Xian and stopping them, Xiao Yun would have a chance to enter the God's awakening door. At the same time, they would have one less strong opponent. Once Lin Xian joined the evil fiend sect, there would only be one outcome for the Xiao family. The evil fiend sect would pay less and less attention to the Xiao family and support Lin Xian and the Yixian group. At that time, the Xiao family would be nothing in front of Lin Xian. They might even be sacrificed. As for Lin Xian, they already had a grudge. If he had a higher position in the evil fiend temple, it would be hard for the Xiao family. Therefore, the Xiao family was naturally willing to take advantage of this opportunity to deal with Lin Xian. If he came out of the God's awakening door later, he would definitely be in the absolute void stage. The space, time, creation, destruction of the absolute void stage, how could they have a chance to kill him? You're from the Xiao family? Duan Ling Xiao asked. Yes. The Xiao family sent no less than 5 absolute void stage experts this time. What's the use of absolute void stage? They've already defeated so many SSS-ranked forces. Absolute void stage experts are nothing in front of them. Duan Ling Xiao said. At the very least, he felt that the 5 stars of the Great Void Stage were useless. Even if there were 5 Great Void Stage experts, they could not even compare to an SSS rank force. Don't worry. This time, not only does the Xiao clan have a spatial realm cultivator, but they also have a rank 8 Great Void Stage cultivator. I don't believe that a rank 8 Great Void Stage cultivator can't deal with them. 8th level of the Great Void Stage, Duan Ling Xiao frowned. Was the 8th level of the Great Void Stage really enough? After all, the SSS rank force they were fighting also had experts at the 6th level of the Great Void stage. The 8th level of the Great Void stage was 2 levels higher than the 6th level. Although the 8th level of the Great Void stage was much stronger than the 6th level, he didn't think that Lin Xian and the others would use their full strength. That's right, the 8th level of the Great Void stage was almost 10 levels higher than them. However, Duan Ling Xiao still felt that it was not safe. This was enough to show how strong Lin Xian was in his heart. Although he didn't want to admit that he was strong, he had to admit that he was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost to Lin Xian so many times. Not enough. Duan Ling Xiao sighed. Still not enough. Only those at the Heavenly Dao realm are safe. I really feel that the 8th level is not enough. If it was in the past, it would have been enough. But now, their cultivation realms should generally be at the 9th level of the Empyrean realm. 9 stars of the Empyrean realm. The people we sent are at the 8th level of the Great Void stage. Isn't that enough? Xiao Yun said. Then why were they able to defeat an SSS rank force? An SSS rank force should have existences at the 6th or 7th level of the Great Void stage, right? But the Fey race doesn't have laws or domains. Xiao Yun said. This, Duan Ling Xiao pondered for a moment. This was also reasonable. If a warrior's laws or domains were strong, it was a completely different concept. The Fey race had strong physiques, but only the top ones had laws and domains. As for humans, as long as they could comprehend them, they would have them. Furthermore, their 5 Great Void stage laws and domains are definitely enough to kill Lin Xian. I hope so. Time slowly passed. Another 2 days passed. Lin Xian and company continued to lead with an absolute advantage. Although the experts from the 3 factions could not see it, they could see the map of the factions' territories. That gave them a rough idea of the gap between them. Lin Xian's team has far exceeded Fingling's team. If nothing unexpected happens, with a difference of hundreds of thousands, Lin Xian's team of 7 should be the final winners. The other 3 spots should normally be given to Fingling's team. Murong Feng pondered for a moment before saying. The gap is rather obvious. That punk, Lin Xian, is indeed strong. That's right. It's not only Lin Xian who is strong. Lin Xian's team of 7 is generally stronger than Fingling's team. That's not right. It's hard to say. Fingling's team has quite a number of strong people. Look at you. Xiao Zun looked at his eldest daughter and could not help but criticize her. Xiao Runing was ultimately innocent. She was sitting there playing with her cell phone and eating snacks. Why did her father come over and criticize her? I say, Dad, what's the matter? Are you being bullied by Mom again? Don't vent your anger on me. Xiao Runing said helplessly. I mean, I just came back from the Temple Master's place and saw the current situation. How is it? Xiao Runing hurriedly asked. Right now, Lin Xian's team is leading by a large margin. The 7 of them should be able to enter the God's Awakening door. Like I said, they definitely won't have a problem. Xiao Runing ate a potato chip. You're still eating. You're almost not good enough for Lin Xian. Xiao Zun glared at his eldest daughter. Xiao Runing, this was really a fucking sad story. Anyway, he doesn't need me. Xiao Runing mumbled. Xiao Zun then sat beside her and asked, I say, this Lin Xian has quite a few girlfriends, right? What? Are you jealous? Xiao Zun, how can you talk to your dad like that? If you really like him, your mom and I won't reject him. After all, it's normal for a capable person to have multiple wives. And the fact is, this Lin Xian is indeed very capable. But don't be wronged. If you don't want to, then break up. I know, I know. On the other side, Lin Xian's team was walking in the snow. At this moment, a rare storm had erupted in the North Pole. This storm was so terrifying that if they didn't release their spiritual energy, it would be difficult for them to move forward. In any case, they couldn't open their eyes. The wind and snow were a little painful when it hit their faces. The visibility was only 4 to 5 meters. The wind and snow were too strong. This is so annoying. Lin Xian, hurry up and release your space to send us away. This place is too uncomfortable. Ling Ying pulled Lin Xian's clothes and shouted. It's no use. This is a storm in the North Pole. Once the storm starts, the entire North Pole will be covered in this kind of snow. It's the same no matter where we go. Murong Yu then said, let's find a place to take shelter from the wind. It might last for 2 or 3 days. The girls, then what should we do? 2 or 3 days. If this was the case, then the journey would be extremely difficult. There's a way. We can attack a certain force and take shelter from the wind and snow. At this moment, the Shao family was very uncomfortable. Chapter 1364. Why did they feel so uncomfortable? Shao Yun had secretly provided them with Lin Xian's location, and they knew his approximate location on the map. Then, this fucking blizzard came. In such a blizzard, they might not be able to discover each other even if they were dozens of meters apart. That's right, they were really 100 meters apart, and it was even a flat ground. Then, they brushed past each other. There was no other way. Even if they spoke, they wouldn't be able to hear it. It was too noisy. Their ears were filled with the sound of the blizzard. Even if they released their divine senses, under such circumstances, their divine senses would be completely disrupted. Hey, wait! At this moment, Lin Xian, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? A few girls gathered around Lin Xian. They were wearing down jackets and hats. Some of them were wearing their own hats, little white bunny hats, and bear hats. To be honest, they were so cute. He really wanted to have sex with them. Footprints. Lin Xian looked in front of him. Although the blizzard was very strong, it wasn't to the extent of covering 10 or 10 centimeters of footprints in a few seconds. The main reason was that the strong wind made the heavy snow especially uncomfortable. Aren't footprints very normal? Ling Ying said. That's why people say that you have big boobs but no brains. These are the footprints just now. Look at the map again. Lin Xian rolled his eyes and said. Han Chushua held her phone and said, the map shows that there's no one around us. Because they could see the position of every contestant, Han Chushua subconsciously looked at her phone when she saw the footprints. However, she found that there were no other teams around them. So, the people in front of us, they're not contestants. Lin Xian said. Hearing Lin Xian's words, they suddenly frowned. Because one had to know, how could there be people in such a place under normal circumstances? They were extremely deep in the North Pole. This wasn't the North Pole near the edge of a city. They were so deep in the North Pole, and from the footprints, they could even tell that there were 5 people. Moreover, in the midst of a blizzard, they didn't choose to hide from the snow. As participants, Lin Xian and the others didn't hide from the snow because they didn't want to waste time. They were fighting for the points, but these people weren't right. In such a deep place, it was impossible to find any martial artists who came out to train. That was impossible. This place was thousands of kilometers away from Ice Snow City. That was definitely a place with few people. Furthermore, it was a world of ice and snow, and there weren't many demonic beasts. It was different from the outside of Tianhua City. Come out to train. Impossible. Could it be that the demon clan has transformed into a human? Xiao Xinhua said. Lin Xian nodded. It's possible, but it's also possible that they're here to look for us. Lin Xian had long felt that things wouldn't go so smoothly. Moreover, he was already used to being targeted. Because of this habit, whenever something went smoothly, he would feel that something was wrong. It was only right that things didn't go smoothly. Then what should we do now? Wang Xintong moved to Lin Xian's side and shrunk her little head that was wearing a furry rabbit hat. They're probably only a few hundred meters away from us. They didn't discover us because of this huge blizzard. We're all 8 or 9 stars heavenly venerables. Our divine senses are also very clear. In such an environment, it's completely useless. Therefore, their divine senses are probably the same as ours. In such an environment, it's useless. However, we need to figure out who they are first. Lin Xian stood in the same spot and muttered to himself. Do you suspect that some participants used their phones to find out our location and then sent people to attack us? Murong Yu asked. Little Yu, you're smart and big-chested, unlike a certain someone. Ling Ying, damn it. She wanted to bite him to death. It's possible. In such a big place, we can even brush past each other in this blizzard. This place is also so remote. They're not participants yet. Perhaps they're looking for us, but the map can't accurately pinpoint our location. The coordinates are only a few kilometers away. It's because of the blizzard that they're unable to find us. Murong Yu muttered. Could it be Xiao Yun and the others? Lin Xian nodded. There's a high chance that they can only stop us from gaining points if we die. Only then can they enter the God's awakening door. However, it shouldn't be all of them. It's just a few of them. Then, what should we do now? Lin Xian said, now, we just need to appear in front of them to know who they are. If they attacked or had the intention to attack, then they were definitely enemies. Lin Xian could even see if they were from the devil race or the human race. No, it's too dangerous. Let's go together. There are 5 of them. If they're enemies, they'll definitely know that we have the spatial attribute. They'll definitely send a spatial attribute cultivator. Murong Yu said. If we go together, how can we ambush them? If they're enemies, since they know that we have the spatial attribute, they'll definitely know that there are 7 of us together. They'll definitely send a force that can kill us. There's still a week's time. If we don't deal with them, we'll definitely encounter them. Lin Xian said. But it's too dangerous. Lin Xian said with a smile, it's fine. Don't forget that I have the law of creation. Now, the enemies are in the open while we're in the dark. Give me time, and I'll be able to use the law of creation to create a spatial energy that'll be enough for me to escape. I'll condense it in advance. All right. Hearing Lin Xian's words, they were relieved. The law of creation wasn't just for show. Also, let's find a location. When the time comes, I'll lure them over and kill them directly. How do we kill them? Sisters, we have a pile of spiritual tools, some top-grade tools, and the law of destruction. Give us time, and we'll be able to condense a force that can kill them, right? Lin Xian rolled his eyes and said. Understood. And, let's hide. If they're looking for us, they can only be within a radius of a few kilometers. It's not big, but it's not small either. In this weather, we have an advantage. Don't wander around, lest you expose our footprints to them. Lin Xian said. Okay. After that, they found a place with a lot of wind and snow. They could not go to the back of the mountain, as the back of the mountain would be easily discovered. Then, the few of them created an array formation there, condensing the cold energy, dark energy, thunder and destruction that they were constantly releasing. As Lin Xian helped them create, he also created a bead for himself. This bead, Lin Xian continuously condensed his spatial energy. Time slowly passed, and they didn't even know if the other party was still there. "I'm going," Lin Xian said to the girls. "Be careful." Chapter 1365. The snowstorm continued, and those people continued to search for Lin Xian and the rest. "This young master clearly gave us a location nearby, and they haven't left for more than an hour. But this snowstorm is too big, we really can't find them." The 5 of them walked in the snowstorm. "Search. Since they're nearby, then we can definitely find them. Right now, the entire North Pole is covered in snow. It's a good thing that they're not moving. It's easier to find them than them wandering around," an old man said indifferently. "Although they're not moving, our visibility is only 3 to 4 meters, and our divine senses are completely disrupted in this environment. It's not easy to find them. If they can go to a demon clan faction to attack, then it'll be easy to find them. It was difficult to find people in such an environment, but it was easy to find a faction. This was also why Lin Xian and the others chose to set up an ambush in such a place instead of going to a faction and taking it down while they were at it. Because they were sure that if they were enemies, there would definitely be warriors with spatial attributes. Their speed would definitely be very fast. They would definitely find a faction even faster. They couldn't find Lin Xian, but it was easy for Lin Xian to find them. Although Lin Xian had already lost their footprints, but, at least Lin Xian knew where they went. And, since Lin Xian wanted to lure them here, there were many ways to do so. "I hope it's an enemy." Not far from them, about 300 meters away, there was a snow slope between them. Lin Xian was there. And why did Lin Xian hope it was an enemy? If they were enemies, then Lin Xian could be at ease. He knew that things wouldn't go so smoothly. If they didn't meet any enemies, Lin Xian would always be on tenterhooks. Myriad Lightning Heavenly Prison. Boom. Lin Xian directly released a divine rank martial skill on the spot. In this noisy environment, it attracted everyone's attention. The release of a divine rank martial skill, no matter if it was power or movement, would definitely cover up the snowstorm here. "There's someone." The 5 people from the Shao family suddenly felt a powerful force and sound. They all looked to the left. "It's on the left. There should only be us and Lin Xian's team here. That might is a lightning attributed martial skill. I'm afraid it was released by Lin Xian. Go." Then, the 5 of them sped away. When they arrived, the snowstorm was too strong, so they still couldn't see Lin Xian, even though Lin Xian was only a few dozen meters in front of them. "Third brother." "Got it." Following this, a man released a powerful wind attribute power, changing the surrounding wind. The wind and snow flew in another direction, and the visibility in front of them increased by a lot. At the same time, they saw Lin Xian's figure. Then why didn't they use this method to find people? It was simple. They thought that they were in the dark, so how could they expose themselves? But now, they were extremely confident that the people in front of them were definitely Lin Xian and the others, so they released their power. "It's Lin Xian." After seeing Lin Xian, the 5 of their eyes suddenly lit up. And what was Lin Xian doing at this moment? In front of him was a very large demonic beast. It was already dead and covered in blood. This demonic beast wasn't killed by Lin Xian, but was created by Lin Xian using the law of creation. Lin Xian didn't have the ability to create a life that required his own divine rank martial skill to kill. Creating life, especially animals, was the most difficult part of the law of creation. Lin Xian couldn't do it. Even if Lin Xian wanted to create a kitten or a dog now, he would probably have to be in the absolute void stage to do it. Because that was a life. However, creating a corpse was much simpler. Lin Xian did this for the sake of putting on a good show. Otherwise, if he used a divine rank martial skill to attract them over but didn't have anything to show that he needed to use a divine rank martial skill, then it would be too suspicious. Now that there was a demonic beast corpse here, in the eyes of others, Lin Xian didn't use the divine rank martial skill for no reason. Naturally, there would be no doubt that he used the divine rank martial skill to kill the demonic beast. This was very reasonable. Wait, the other 6 people aren't here. They are all in this area. Other than killing Lin Xian, it's best to kill everyone else except for Muronyu. This way, the young master and the others can successfully advance. This Lin Xian doesn't know us, so let's not alert him first. Let's attack directly and approach him first. The 8 stars of the absolute void stage old man said. Okay. Then, they walked towards Lin Xian. You are. Lin Xian didn't know whether they were friend or foe, so he wouldn't expose himself first and suspect that they were enemies. The 5 of us are warriors from Ice City. We came here from afar to collect the Tianshan Ice Lotus and see if there are any demonic beast forces that we can eliminate. We didn't expect to encounter this snowstorm and delay our journey. Little friend, why did you come here at such a young age? This place is too far away from the human territory. It's too dangerous. The 8 stars of the absolute void stage old man looked at Lin Xian and said with an amiable expression. Although they had to kill Lin Xian, they couldn't kill just one Lin Xian. It was definitely not enough. They even had to kill at least 2 of the other 6 people. Therefore, it was best to find out some information from Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. There didn't seem to be any flaws in his words. Sky Martial Conference. Lin Xian said. I see. So you're participants of the Sky Martial Conference. This snowstorm has affected your progress. It's okay. If we're affected, others will be affected too. Lin Xian said. That's true. The old man nodded. It wasn't good to continue. If they continued, it would be easy to be exposed. Although killing just one Lin Xian was already very profitable, and this was also their young master's order to kill Lin Xian's death was not enough. It might be difficult for them to kill everyone, but killing 2 or 3 shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xian then said, then I won't disturb you anymore. We're not going the same way. Goodbye. After saying that, Lin Xian cupped his fists and looked like he was about to leave. If they insisted on following him, or found some excuse to follow him, then they were definitely enemies. Because there was no benefit for them to follow him. In terms of strength, Lin Xian glanced at them. They were at least 4 stars of the absolute void stage. As a heavenly venerable, it was impossible for him to help them. Ha ha ha, meeting is fate. Why don't we go together? If we reach a place on the way, we can help you. What do you think? But at the same time, if we find the Tianshan Ice Lotus, we hope that you can help us pick it. The old man smiled. Lin Xian was delighted. He had already broken down. Where? You. That's right, it was the word, you, that he didn't care about. Chapter 1366. How did they know that Lin Xian was with a group and not alone? Or was it just an accidental grammatical mistake? Lin Xian did not think so. First of all, he wanted to follow him and help him. This was not normal. Although he said later that this was a mutually beneficial matter, Lin Xian and the rest would help them find the Tianshan Ice Lotus if he helped them. Lin Xian and the rest had to help them find it. There seemed to be no problem. However, with the addition of the word you, Lin Xian had already decided. 5 higher void stage cultivators, what the hell? However, Lin Xian naturally had to beat them at their own game. This isn't too good, right? Lin Xian seemed to be particularly hesitant. There's nothing bad about it. It's just a mutually beneficial matter. If you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, the 3 major forces probably don't have the ability to see your every move, right? The old man said. That's not impossible. With the ability of the 3 major forces, it might really be possible. Lin Xian. Don't worry. This place is so big and so far away. None of you have any surveillance cameras, so they won't be able to see you. We just hope that the more people there are, the more likely we'll be able to find the extremely rare Tianshan Ice Lotus. However, this place is very dangerous, so ordinary warriors won't dare to come with us. The old man said. If that's the case, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. If we can get the help of the seniors, we won't even have much pressure to attack an SSS rank force. I just hope that the 5 of you can be trusted. Don't worry, we've met by chance. A few people have already cooperated with us, and we've also helped them a little. As for who they are, we won't even ask for their names. We'll only be with you for a day. How many points we can bring you in this day will depend on you. The old man said. Lin Xian smiled in his heart. They had completely broken down. Yes, this place is very dangerous. It makes sense that you didn't bring a large number of people here, but what are you 5 higher void stage cultivators afraid of? Since you're looking for something, can't you 5 higher void stage cultivators search separately? Must they be together? Therefore, Lin Xian had already determined that they were enemies. The rest was to beat them at their own game and lead them to the ambush location. All right. I still have a few teammates. Now, I'll bring you 5 seniors to look for my teammates. I'll also talk to them. Since it's a cooperation, it's a win-win situation. Let's go, I'll bring you seniors to look for my teammates. Lin Xian said. They nodded. That's great. But don't waste too much time. Our time is very precious. The old man said. He didn't know that he had already broken down and was still pretending to be them. Naturally, our time is also very precious. Lin Xian nodded. Then, Lin Xian led them to the ambush area. On the other side, Xiao Yun and the others had just finished a battle. At this moment, they were hiding from the wind and snow in the territory of their original force while resting. At this moment, Xiao Yun took a look at his phone. Hooked. This was a message from the old man. Xiao Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he quickly found Duan Ling Xiao and gave him a look. Duan Ling Xiao roughly understood and followed him out. Feng Ling frowned as she looked at the 2 people who walked out. This was not the first time she had seen the 2 of them whispering. What could the 2 men not say in front of each other? Why did they have to do it in secret? It was definitely something shameful. However, because she wasn't familiar with the 2 of them, Feng Ling definitely didn't know what they were planning. Originally, she wanted to eavesdrop, but after thinking about it, she was so strong. What could they plan? So, she didn't go. They've taken the bait. Xiao Yun said. Really? Xiao Yun nodded. They've eliminated at least 3 people, including Lin Xian. Don't worry, Murongyu won't die. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue won't die either. The only ones who will die will be Lin Xian, Wang Xintong, Wu Yuhan, or Xiao Xinyue. So what if Qin Ming likes Xiao Xinyue? Be careful. If Qin Ming guesses it, if the one who dies is Xiao Xinyue, he might turn hostile. It's okay, don't worry. Just wait for the good news. Okay. The corner of Duan Ling Zhao's mouth curled up slightly. On the other side, Lin Xian brought the 5 Absolute Void stage cultivators to the ambush area. Ling Ying and the others pretended that nothing had happened and sat there eating hot pot. When they took a look and saw Lin Xian bringing people over, they already knew that these people were enemies. However, they really didn't expect that Lin Xian would bring them over in such a peaceful way. They originally thought that there was a high chance that they were chasing after Lin Xian and Lin Xian escaped here and lured them over. However, when the 5 people saw that Ling Ying and the other girls were still eating hot pot as if they didn't notice and were on guard, they were even more relieved. Come, girls. Let me introduce you to a few people. Lin Xian shouted and the girls stood up. What about them? Lin Xian then circled around the 5 Absolute Void stage cultivators as he spoke. The 5 Absolute Void stage cultivators were waiting for an instant to make their move. They could make their move now, but they were transmitting their voices to each other. They were preparing to make their move at the same time. The 5 of them cooperated extremely well, so that they wouldn't be able to react in time and get rid of a few of them. These are the seniors who are here to help us. As Lin Xian spoke, he had already circled behind them. As for them, they'll be dead soon. The pupils of those people suddenly shrank. In the next instant, Lin Xian's lightning struck them. At the same time, they, who were already well coordinated, instantly released the shadow prison. In the next instant, Han Chuxue and Xiao Xinyue opened the cold force domain that they released. In the next instant, Wang Xintong opened the space seal that she had prepared beforehand. Following that, Murongyu released the space seal and brought the 7 of them away. All of this happened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the 7 of them completed all of their cooperation. What's going on? The 5 Absolute Void stage cultivators crawled up and realized that they were actually in an unknown large formation. This large formation had an extremely strong space seal ability. At the same time, the shadow prison imprisoned them. After that, a terrifying cold force hit them in the face. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were already covered in frost. On the other hand, Lin Xian and the others were standing tens of meters away, smiling as they looked at the 5 of them. Little friend, what's the meaning of this? Little friend? Don't call me that. I can't accept it. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Their pupils constricted. Had they been discovered? But when had they been discovered? It couldn't have been just now, right? With their strength, this large formation had definitely been condensed for more than a moment. Release the space. One of them shouted. It's useless. There's an even stronger space seal here. What? What realm are they at? You're at the 7 stars of the Absolute Void stage. You can't break through. They've been prepared for a long time. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Start attacking. Let them feel what despair is. Lin Xian condensed his lightning and prepared to attack. Ling Ying bent down and rubbed a snowball. Then, he asked, will the snowball hit them? Lin Xian then smiled and said, yes, torture them. Damn it. How dare they mess with me? Snowball. Chapter 1367. Of course, the snowballs couldn't kill them. They were all at the great virtual realm. Even an avalanche couldn't kill them. But, the truly powerful thing about this formation was that it could imprison them in space and the terrifying cold power. The snowballs were just something that made their minds explode. Then, the 7 of them sat there and ate hot pot, throwing snowballs, competing to see who could throw them accurately. Of course, by casually injecting their own spirit energy into the snowballs, the simple snowballs became anti-aircraft cannons. They were extremely powerful. I say, little Ying, you can't do it. You only hit 1 out of 5. Lin Xian mocked. Tisk, that's the great virtual realm, okay? It's already good enough to hit it. Yeah. I hit it again. Wang Xintong made a victory pose. These were enemies who wanted to kill them. No matter what, they couldn't be merciful. The 5 of them miserably kept dodging the powerful snowballs thrown at them, but the space had completely sealed them. The terrifying cold power was freezing them. Their bodies were getting colder and colder, their movements were getting slower and slower, and the frost on their bodies was getting thicker and thicker. Little friend, what do you mean by this? We want to help you, why do you still want to kill us? The old man still refused to give up and was still pretending. Yo, you're still pretending. Lin Xian looked at them with a smile. Stop pretending. Even if you continue to pretend, you will die without a doubt. Even if you are not enemies, I'm sorry, we are from the evil fiend hole. Isn't it normal for people from the evil fiend hall to kill people? Lin Xian grinned. What? You are from the evil fiend hole. They continued to pretend there. It was as if they didn't know that they were from the evil fiend hole. Because they had already tried it with their powerful strength. Damn, it was really strange. Why couldn't they break through the formation set up by a few Empyreans? They had forgotten the law of creation. Or rather, they didn't know at all. Stop pretending, it's a headache. Lin Xian shook his head. The old man's eyes narrowed. Everyone, release your full strength and break through the seal. Huff, boom, however, it was completely useless. Let's settle it. Little Xintong, take care of them. Lin Xian said. Ah. Wang Xintong was stunned. Among them, Wang Xintong's realm was 8 stars, while the others were 9 stars. It was estimated that after this round, all of them would be 10 stars. However, in terms of talent, Wang Xintong was indeed slightly inferior to everyone else. With less talent, there would be less experience. To put it simply, if they killed the same demon beast, they would get 1,000 experience points, but Wang Xintong would only get 900. This was because of her talent. Although there was a system and everyone leveled up by killing monsters, if one's talent was not enough, they would not be able to reach a higher level. It doesn't matter how many powerful monsters you kill. The 5 people inside were frozen in place, unable to move at all. Even the absolute void stage couldn't do anything about it. Our realms have to be unified. Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks. She was getting bolder. In the past, Lin Xian didn't dare to do this in front of other girls, but now, everyone knew. It was just that the girls might roll their eyes at him. At most, they would roll their eyes at Ling Ying. After all, the girls' personalities were there for all to see. Okay. Although Wang Xintong was a little embarrassed, she was so familiar with everyone, so there was no need to be pretentious. Holy light burst. Water dragon pulse. 5 dragons emerged from water. Boom, Wang Xintong continuously released big moves, instantly killing the 5 powerless virtuality realm cultivators. Then, her aura rose. Aren't you worried that we killed the wrong people? Han Chuxue walked to Lin Xian's side and asked. Because until now, they weren't completely sure that these 5 people were really enemies. Because until they died, they didn't say anything else. They didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. I'm worried. If we kill the wrong people, then so be it. What else can we do? Lin Xian shrugged. You don't really think of yourself as someone from the evil fiend temple, do you? Lin Xian shook his head. No, of course I'm aware of that. Actually, we shouldn't have made a move if we weren't 100% sure. Although I heard what you said just now and I basically felt that they were enemies, but there's really no proof. Ling Ying said. I'm worried too, but we'll know once we take a look. Lin Xian then walked to the side of their corpses and found their phones. There were no other goods in the spatial ring. It seemed that they had all been emptied before they came, and there was nothing that could identify them at all. This made them feel that these people were here to complete a mission, and it was a shameful mission. There was a high chance that they were here to kill them. There was only one, and only the old man had one. Then, Lin Xian used the law of creation to create a new password and unlock the phone. There was only one contact in the phone. It could be seen that both the phone and the number were new. This already showed that they had come with a target because they were very careful in order not to expose anything. The only friend was also a smurf, and their chat records had been deleted. They're quite careful. Lin Xian. Do you want to say something? Wu Yuhan frowned slightly and asked. No, it's easy to expose ourselves by replying. Let's wait for them to find us. Let's take a break first. It should be soon. All right. Sure enough, about 30 minutes later, the phone vibrated. Lin Xian then glanced at it. That person had sent a message. How is it? A few of the girls quickly gathered around Lin Xian and gave him advice. What's going on? He's asking how it is. Is he asking if they killed us? But until now, we're not 100% sure that they're looking for us. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. It should be. Although I'm not 100% sure, I'm 90% sure. After about 10 minutes, Lin Xian replied, it's done. On the other side, Xiao Yun almost jumped up. Beautiful, is Lin Xian dead? When they saw the message, they were completely sure. Damn! How many people are trying to kill me? Lin Xian was convinced. He's dead. Lin Xian then replied. What about the others? Which two did you kill? Xiao Yun quickly asked. When this sentence came out, the girls looked at each other. They all understood. It was Feng Ling's team. Why? There were many people who killed Lin Xian, and it was hard to determine who it was. But why did they kill two of them? It was for the assessment ranking. If they only killed Lin Xian, it might be a personal grudge, but it wouldn't stop them from entering the top 10. But if they killed 2 or 3 more of them, Feng Ling's team would directly advance. Chapter 1368. Although it was just a guess, they knew it in their hearts. Of course, they knew that it was definitely not the intention of all 9 of them. It could only be done secretly by one of them. As for who it was, Lin Xian had a rough idea. Xiao Yun, Duanling Xiao, Su Jiming, Qin Ming. Among the 4 of them, it was most likely Xiao Yun and Duanling Xiao. But there was no evidence. Lin Xian thought for a while. If it was Xiao Yun and Duanling Xiao, who would they hope to not die? Ling Ying and Murong Yu, then, Wang Xintong and Wu Yuhan. The others ran away, and Lin Xian tried to be the hero. Lin Xian replied. Well done. You should go back quickly to avoid being exposed. Wait, where are their corpses? They were just destroyed. Lin Xian sent a message. What a pity. I wanted to see what Lin Xian's corpse looked like. So what if it was destroyed? Go back quickly. Let's not contact each other anymore. Then, his friend request was deleted. He didn't know who it was, and he couldn't ask. He couldn't talk too much. Let him be happy for now. Lin Xian glanced at the girls. It's someone from Feng Ling's team. It's a guy. And a guy who hates you. Ling Ying said. Xiao Yun and Duan Ling Xiao are the most likely. Lin Xian. Murong Yu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I'll tell father. Lin Xian, just send this message to your father. You don't have to do anything else. Let them know what's going on. Okay, I got it. That's despicable. Wang Xintong clenched her fists. They never wanted to harm anyone, nor did they want to use underhanded means to win the competition. However, there would always be people who would harm them or even kill them. There's nothing we can do about it. This is reality. This is the human heart. Lin Xian said. So now let him be happy for a few days first. Little Xintong, destroy the mobile phone that you gave out when you competed with me. Let them think that you are really dead. Little Yuhan, don't destroy your mobile phone. Just leave it where it is. After all, a dead person's mobile phone might not necessarily be broken. I really want to see how he will react when he sees that we are still alive. It will definitely be fun. Lin Xian smirked. It's so bad. It didn't matter if the phone was destroyed. They were a team. As long as one of them had it, it would be fine. Let's go. Let's hurry up and show them how happy we are when we're already dozens of kilometers away. Schwa, on the other side, Xiao Yun looked at his phone. Ling Ying, Han Chushue, Xiao Xinyue, and Murong Yu were already dozens of kilometers away. As for the other three, two of them had already lost their signals. Only Wu Yuhan's signal was left at its original position. Xiao Yun secretly gave Duan Ling Xiao a look. Duan Ling Xiao felt that it was unbelievable. Lin Xian died just like that. He felt that this person was really hard to kill. However, Xiao Yun's headquarters wouldn't give him such fake news, right? Duan Ling Xiao nodded and looked at his mobile phone. Sure enough, their signal had disappeared. That's great. At this time, Feng Ling looked at her mobile phone and couldn't help but frown. Previously, Lin Xian's signal had disappeared and then returned. However, why did it disappear again this time? Wang Xintong's signal was also gone. Wu Yuhan's signal was dozens of kilometers away from theirs. This was obviously not right. What happened? Everyone. Take advantage of this snowstorm. We can't waste time. Let's go to the next place and catch up with Lin Xian's team as soon as possible. Duan Ling Xiao stood up and said. Okay. Hey, why did two of their signals disappear? And one of them fell behind. Su Jiming said doubtfully. Maybe, they just encountered a big battle. Xiao Yun said. Feng Ling's beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Yun and didn't say anything. She felt that it was a little strange. Was it related to her and Duan Ling Xiao's whispers just now? She didn't want to think about it. With Lin Xian's strength, there shouldn't be any problems. Let's go. Next. 2 days later, something's not right. Duan Ling Xiao walked to Xiao Yun's side. 2 days have passed. Logically speaking, they should only be left with 4 people. Why is it that their speed of conquering didn't slow down at all? Duan Ling Xiao said with a frown. That's fine. Look at the forces they've been fighting for the past 2 days. They're all S and SS rank. They're no longer going to SSS rank forces. Previously, they desperately went to SSS rank forces. This proves that they no longer have the capital to go to SSS rank forces. Now, there are only 3 SSS rank forces left and they will all be ours. Adding up the 600,000 points, we can make up for the difference. Xiao Yun said. This makes sense. Of the remaining 3 SSS rank forces, 2 were in the northernmost region and 1 was in the westernmost region. They were currently heading to the northernmost region to take down those 2 SSS rank forces and then go to the westernmost region. How are we going to fight? Lin Xian's group was hiding in an S-rank force that they had just conquered. The snowstorm outside had yet to stop. They still have 5 days. They went to the northernmost 2 SSS rank forces. After that, they'll need at least 3 days to go to the westernmost region. We'll fight nearby first and let them have a comfortable time. On the 3rd day, we'll take down the SSS rank force in the westernmost region. We'll win for sure. All right. 3 days later, they finished off the 2 SSS rank forces and thought that victory was in their hands. Then, they took a look. Not good. Lin Xian's group went to the last SSS rank force. Chu, he said with a frown. If they take down this SSS rank force, we won't have any hope of turning the tables. Qi Tianqing said. Xiao Yun sneered in disdain. It could be seen that they were anxious. They only had 4 people left and they still wanted to go to the SSS rank force. Wasn't that courting death? They were anxious. They also knew that if they couldn't take down this SSS rank force, they would be turned around. However, he definitely couldn't tell them not to worry. Otherwise, they would be exposed. Let's go. We'll go there at full speed. It'll probably take a day to get there. They're definitely done. We might as well not waste this day and go to the other SSS rank forces. Maybe we can fight them. Chu, he said. Go. We must go. Xiao Yun said. It'll be a waste of time if we go. Do you think they can't take down this SSS rank force? Then why didn't they go to that SSS rank force during these 3 days? Why did they have to wait until we're done before going? Xiao Yun said. He definitely couldn't tell them that Murong Yu's group was desperate. There's only one reason. That SSS rank force is very difficult to fight. They had no choice but to go after seeing that we're done. Xiao Yun said. All right. Then let's go. Chapter 1369. There were only a few days left. It was about time for Lin Xian and the others to take down that SSS rank organization. If they took down this SSS rank organization and added on to their own lead, the 7 of them would definitely advance to the next round of the God's Awakening Door. Moreover, Feng Ling's team had 9 people to share the points, while they only had 7 people. Their total points were higher, so they had more points. Therefore, even if this SSS rank force was given to them, Lin Xian and the rest would definitely advance under normal circumstances. It was just that it was safer to take it down. Moreover, if they didn't want free experience points, why should they give it to them? On the other side, Feng Ling's team was rushing towards Lin Xian's team as fast as they could. Duan Ling Xiao and Xiao Yun, the 2 insiders, were actually not worried. After all, from their point of view, that team only had 4 people left. They were also staking everything on one throw, fighting with their backs against the wall. They couldn't die and fail to qualify for the God's Awakening Door, right? However, they couldn't show that they weren't worried. Otherwise, they would be exposed. One day later, when they arrived, Lin Xian and the rest had already taken down that SSS rank force and were already yo-yoing. What? When they saw that the SSS rank force had been marked with Murongyu's mark on their phone, they were both dumbfounded. It couldn't be, right? There were only 4 of them. How could they have taken care of an SSS rank force? Unless they had advanced to the absolute void stage. Was that possible? It was possible. Because the quality of the demonic beasts they fought was higher than theirs. However, was it really so easy to break through to the absolute void stage? This time, we're done. Su Jiming sighed and said. Fengling, what do you think we should do now? Xiao Yun looked at Fengling and asked. Although Lin Xian was dead and his biggest problem was gone, he felt very comfortable. However, they probably wouldn't be able to enter the God's Awakening door. No, that wasn't right. Not necessarily. Why? If there were only 4 people left in Lin Xian's team, they would only be in the top 4. As for the remaining 6 spots, 6 out of the 9 of them would advance to the next round. When the time came, they would split their points evenly. Whoever had the highest points would advance to the next round. Duanling Xiao, Fengling, Qi Tianqing, Chu He, and Feng Qinghao would definitely advance. The one with the highest score should be him, Xiao Yun. That was right. If they wanted to advance, it would be the 6 of them. Although they were in the same team, the other people's scores in the first 2 rounds were not as high as theirs, so, when he thought of this, Xiao Yun felt more comfortable. Duanling Xiao didn't panic from the beginning to the end. He was only pretending to see if Xiao Yun could deal with Lin Xian. Because even if Lin Xian and the rest of the team had 7 people, Duanling Xiao's score would still be the best in this team. Only Fengling and Chu He's score would be higher than him. No matter how bad he was still ranked 10th. He was just worried. There's no other way. There's no chance to surpass them. Fengling said. Therefore, the remaining 3 spots should be chosen from among us. Fengling said. She would definitely advance. Chu He's score was higher than Duanling Zhao's, but lower than hers. Chu He should also advance. Then, there was only 1 spot left. This last spot should be Duanling Zhao's, but, as for the others, there were more than 200 people. They also had experts. Although the possibility of them having a higher score than them wasn't high, this wasn't something Fengling considered. They were indeed a team, but she had tried her best. All of this was cruel. Then, are we still fighting? Fight. Continue fighting. 2 days later, they were already rushing to the top of the North Pole. Those who could see the division of their forces were only some people from the 3 major forces. Some families could go over to take a look, but they couldn't do so too many times. Some people already had an idea in their hearts. One team after another had already rushed over. In fact, many people had already given up halfway through their journey. They saw that Lin Xian and Fengling's teams had even defeated an SSS-ranked force. What else could they persevere for? This SSS-ranked force had 200,000 points. Even if it was divided equally among 10 people, that would be 20,000 points per person. More often than not, they would treat this as an opportunity to grind for levels. Those experts and those families had really waited here for half a month. Some might have left midway and gone to the next city to rest for a few days, but they were definitely here today. Fengling and the others came at midnight. After they returned, their phones were taken away. They could only wait here. Duanling Xiao and Xiao Yun sat at the edge, waiting for Lin Xian. No, Lin Xian was already dead. They were waiting for Murongyu and the others to arrive. What were Lin Xian and the others doing at this moment? That's right. They were sleeping. They were probably at a location about 100 kilometers away from the North Pole. Then, Lin Xian created a small house to shelter them from the wind. The few of them hid inside and rested. They knew in their hearts that they had already advanced. They would definitely win. All that was left was to see who Feng Ling's team was. When they saw that they were still alive, it was as if they had seen a ghost. After half a month of fighting and running around, they really didn't sleep for half a month. At most, they only rested for 1 or 2 hours. Even if they were Sky Venerables, they were really tired. Why didn't they directly go to the North Pole to rest? They couldn't rest there. They would ask all sorts of questions and exchange all sorts of pleasantries. It was better to rest here. Moreover, Lin Xian could be together with the 6 girls. He didn't know whose breasts he would pinch when he fell asleep. In any case, it was very comfortable. They just had to set a time. They would arrive at the North Pole at 6. When they woke up at 5, Lin Xian and Murong Yu's space would arrive directly. They haven't returned yet. It was already 5 in the morning. Duan Ling Xiao and Xiao Yun sat there smoking. Could it be that they didn't make it in time? They wouldn't make such a mistake. Duan Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "What if?" Actually, they had another way to turn the tables. That was to take advantage of the current situation to find them and stop them. They wouldn't be able to come to the North Pole before 6. That would also be considered as being eliminated. However, there was no other way. They couldn't do it. Xiao Yun didn't panic. There were only 4 people left. 6 of the 9 people in his team had advanced. He would definitely advance. No, it wasn't inevitable. He would also advance to 10th place. What if something went wrong? But the possibility shouldn't be high. What team could be better than them? On the other side, Lin Xian was kicked open in his sleep. Lin Xian rubbed his eyes with his fragrant hand. Then, he sat up in a daze and looked at Ling Ying, who was sitting there. "Why did you kick me?" Lin Xian asked in a daze. "Where did you reach out your hand just now?" Lin Xian, fuck. We're already an old couple. Can't you reach out a little? I'm talking about Murong Yu. Lin Xian, ah. Chapter 1370. Lin Xian looked down in confusion. Murong Yu was sleeping soundly. He had even dug out her and exposed her penis. Cough cough cough, Lin Xian quickly coughed dryly. Murong Yu had been very tired these days. Plus, she had gotten used to it. After half a year, she had been pinched to sleep by Lin Xian many times. She had gotten used to it. Otherwise, no matter how tired she was, she would have woken up after being pinched for an entire night. Bastard! Ling Ying gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. As expected. As expected, even Murong Yu had been ruined by this scumbag. Ah! So annoying. Cough cough, shuv. Lin Xian quickly tidied up Murong Yu's clothes. If you weren't leaning on me, I wouldn't have touched her. I would have touched you. I swear. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and said. Scram. Scumbag. Ling Ying rolled her eyes. Fine, she was used to it. Actually, she had already prepared herself for every pretty girl around Lin Xian to be Lin Xian's woman. No matter how outstanding the girl was, but, ah. Just looking at it made her unhappy. Wrong, I was wrong. Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. Humph. Wang Xintong rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up. What are you guys talking about? No, nothing. It's time to get up. We should get going. I'll go wash up. Then, she yawned and walked out. The other girls were also woken up by them. 10 minutes later, everyone was ready to go. Let's go. It's 5:10. Then, Lin Xian released his space. After landing, Murongyu also released her space. They arrived at the bottom of the North Pole and started climbing. If only they couldn't come. Xiao Yun sighed. Even if Ling Ying died, he was still willing. If he had known earlier, he would have ordered his men to kill all of them, not leaving a single one alive. Only the heavens knew that with only 4 people left, they could still destroy an SSS rank organization. However, at this moment, the figures of 7 people gradually appeared in their sight. Xiao Yun and Duan Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed. Lin Xian. It's Lin Xian. Xiao Yun stood up, his face full of disbelief. Duan Ling Zhao frowned. From the moment Xiao Yun said that Lin Xian was already dead, he actually felt that it was somewhat inconceivable, and felt that it wasn't too real. He felt that Lin Xian was like a sticky candy that he could not shake off no matter how hard he tried. It would not be easy to kill him. As expected, the accident still happened. He's back. Lin Xian and the others came in front of Xiao Yun and Duan Ling Zhao. Xiao Yun tried his best to control himself so that he would not reveal any clues. Good morning to the 2 of you, are the results out? Lin Xian said with a smile. Not yet. Duan Ling Zhao replied indifferently. I wish the 2 of you good results, then we'll go over first. Then, Lin Xian and the others walked away. Xiao Yun clenched his fists tightly. Didn't you say that they're dead? Duan Ling Zhao then looked at Xiao Yun and said coldly. Xiao Yun was the most uncomfortable. They didn't die, which meant that there were 7 of them. 7 people, only 3 spots were left for them, and Xiao Yun was definitely not one of these 3 spots. Duan Ling Zhao was also very uncomfortable. 7 people, 3 spots, he should be in 10th place. The only ones in front of him were Feng Ling and Chu He, but he was always afraid that something bad would happen. From the moment he saw Lin Xian, he was especially uneasy. How would I know? Xiao Yun's mentality exploded. Not only could he not enter the God's Awakening door, but Lin Xian was also not dead. Wait a minute. Xiao Yun suddenly realized something. If Lin Xian and the rest are not dead, then the one who sent me the message is. Xiao Yun frowned. It's Lin Xian. Duan Ling Zhao said. Xiao Yun's heart was suddenly shocked. Wait. He didn't say anything wrong, right? He recalled carefully. No. Absolutely not. He definitely didn't say anything wrong. At most, he suspected one of the 9 of them, but he couldn't be sure which one it was. Thinking of this, Xiao Yun let out a long sigh of relief. Wait a minute. Could it be that his men had a slip of the tongue? Lin Xian didn't ask, and he was too lazy to ask. He was afraid that asking would cause more trouble, so he simply didn't ask. Anyway, it was fine as long as he had a rough idea. You're on your own now. Duan Ling Zhao said. Damn it. Xiao Yun clenched his fists tightly. Is it them? Murongyu asked. Lin Xian nodded, seems like it. I think so too. Han Chushue said. But it's just a suspicion. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, they can't cause any trouble. After we advance to the Absolute Void stage, we don't have to worry too much. There was a big gap between Domain and Empyrean. The gap between Empyrean and Absolute Void was even bigger. Moreover, whether it was time or space attributes, they would get a qualitative upgrade in the Absolute Void stage. Oh, good morning. Lin Xian saw Feng Ling and greeted her with a smile. Feng Ling nodded, morning. Lin Xian froze for a moment. Oh. This chick actually replied to him. That was a bit strange. Why did Feng Ling reply to Lin Xian? She was still very unhappy with Lin Xian, but she was a person who was convinced. Lin Xian was worthy of her admiration. She couldn't beat Lin Xian, so she was convinced by Lin Xian. But this didn't mean that she was happy with Lin Xian. Attack everyone to advance. Feng Ling looked at Lin Xian and the others and said. Then congratulations on advancing. Lin Xian said with a smile. Feng Ling nodded and walked away. They knew in their hearts whether or not they would advance. Lin Xian and the others, including Feng Ling, would definitely advance. There definitely wouldn't be any other accidents. However, it wasn't certain who the next two rankings would be. Little Ying, Little Xian. Ling Ying's father, Ling Hai, walked over with a smile. Xiao Runing and Xiao Zun also walked over. Including Murong Yu's father, Murong Feng, and Han Chushua's father, Han Guang, they all walked over. Only Wang Xintong and Wu Yuhan were left. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They were used to it. This was because they no longer had any relatives in this world. They were indeed very envious of Ling Ying and the others. Even if it was Lin Xian, he still had a sister, Xintong. At this moment, a figure came over. Wang Xintong glanced over. Uncle Qin. Then, she ran over happily. That's right, it was Qin Feng. Qin Feng had adopted Wang Xintong as his goddaughter. A lot of Wang Xintong's combat skills were learned from Qin Feng. Seeing him come, Wang Xintong was really happy. Ha ha ha. You've grown a lot in this period of time. Very good. Qin Feng smiled and rubbed Wang Xintong's hair. I have to thank Uncle Qin and everyone. Wu Yuhan smiled as she looked at this scene. Sister, if our family is still here, they would be here too. Wu Yuhan's sister, Wu Yunuo, was talking to Wu Yuhan's soul in her heart. Yes. Chapter 1371. Lin Xian exchanged pleasantries with them for a while, and then, Ling Hai urged Lin Xian to quickly give birth to a baby. Lin Xian was stunned. By the side, Ling Ying was dumbfounded. Dad, what are you talking about? Ling Ying blushed. Thankfully, there was no one around them. How old are you? Your mom and I should have a grandchild by now, right? Ling Hai said as he took a puff of his cigarette. Dad, didn't I tell you? Lin Xian and I still need to improve ourselves. We don't have the time. That was not wrong. This was a very important period for them. They were about to break through to the Great Void Realm. Once they reached the Great Void Realm, they would begin charging towards the Heavenly Tao Realm. Although the Heavenly Tao Realm was extremely difficult, they were still young. Furthermore, Ling Ying really did not want to have a baby. He felt that it would be a disaster. You and Lin Xian don't need to take care of it. Your mom and I will. Ling Hai said. That won't do. Ling Ying shook his head. Needless to say, the moment he mentioned a baby, Lin Xian missed his little Shusher and little Tianyi. They had not seen each other for half a month. No, it had been 20 days. It had almost been a month. He really missed them. You child. Ling Hai glared at Ling Ying. What was the main reason? Firstly, they did want a grandchild. Secondly, they were worried about Ling Ying's Shura consciousness. Whether or not the Shura would take over her soul and control her was still unknown. Since Ling Hai had handed Ling Ying to Lin Xian, he should trust Lin Xian. Yes, he had always trusted Lin Xian, but trust and reality were two different things. In fact, they were already mentally prepared for their daughter's death. There was no other way. It had been the same for generations. They would be filled with infinite hope, but at the same time, they would be prepared for the worst. There was still 1 year. That's right. There was only 1 year left. If she could leave him a grandchild this year, that would be a good thing. At least it would give them something to remember, and give Lin Xian something to remember. That was what the Ling Hai couple thought anyway. Of course, he hoped that his daughter would be fine. Even if he did not want his grandchildren, he still hoped that his daughter would be fine. But what if? Uncle, this kind of thing has to wait until little Ying and I are relaxed, right? Right now, we're probably going to the God's Awakening door soon. Don't tell me we're going to leave her pregnant at the God's Awakening door. Wouldn't that be suicide? Lin Xian said helplessly. At most, I won't go. Anyway, I heard that the God's Awakening door is very dangerous. But that's also a very important opportunity for us to improve our cultivation. Lin Xian said. Sigh, forget it. Ling Hai sighed. You youngsters should think about your own matters, but Lin Xian, that matter. Lin Xian knew what Ling Hai was talking about, and he also knew why he kept urging him. He did not want his Ling family to have no descendants. Of course, he could choose to have another child with his wife, but they were afraid. When they gave birth to Ling Ying, they knew that such a day would come. They could have aborted Ling Ying long ago to prevent her from being born, but they could not bear to do so. That was their flesh and blood, that was their life. They chose to keep it. What if they had another child and it was a girl? Give birth? Abort? There was no end to it. The best outcome was that Lin Xian could really find a way. Lin Xian nodded. Uncle, I know. Okay, you guys talk. I'll go see when the rankings are out. The spirit then walked out of the tent. My dad told you about my spirit, right? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian. Ling Hai did not know that Ling Ying already knew about this matter. She had heard it that day. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying. Yeah. If there's really no other way, I'll leave before the deadline. Ling Ying lowered her head and said as she silently unwrapped a lollipop and placed it in her mouth. What are you saying? I know so many experts, including those at the Heavenly Dao realm. I don't believe there's no other way. Don't worry. No matter how powerful that Shura is, he only existed in the past. Didn't he still die? There's always a way. Yeah. Let's go out as well. The results will probably be out soon. All right. Following that, Lin Xian and Ling Ying walked out. Outside, the people were already gathered there. The experts of the individual family clans had a rough idea of the situation after the faction's attack. After those people returned, they had a rough idea of what had happened. They only said that they were waiting for a miracle, or rather, they had to finish watching before leaving. That was the complete process. After this matter is over, I'll make a trip to the Wind Nation with you. Lin Xian walked to Wu Yuhan's side and secretly pinched her buttocks. Wu Yuhan gritted her teeth. Bastard! Why did he use so much force? Clearly, his sister was in charge of the body now. Sorry to trouble you. Wu Yuhan said lightly as she removed Lin Xian's hand. I'm your man. What's the trouble? Lin Xian said with a smile. Wu Yuhan had been investigating the grudges of her family clan all these years. As Lin Xian's woman, Lin Xian would naturally help her. Instead, Lin Xian would be worried if she went alone, even though her realm was not low. After settling Wu Yuhan's matter, Lin Xian wanted to see if there was a chance to find Linya before heading to the door of God's Awakening. After all, that senior had told Lin Xian that Linya would be fine. Instead, it was her good fortune. Hence, in Lin Xian's eyes, Zhao Mengyue was just a tool to raise Linya's realm. However, without Linya by his side, Lin Xian felt uneasy. There was one more thing waiting for Lin Xian. That was to reconstruct the physical body. Wu Yuhan and her sister, Wu Yunuo, could not possibly share the same body forever, right? They were two different people. Reconstructing the physical body did exist. It only required a specific method. When the time came, Lin Xian would have to ask Xiao Linglong and the rest. Alright, the most important reason was, the twin sisters. The twin sisters, poo. That was not the most important thing. At this moment, the people from the three factions were calculating everyone's points. Combining the demon crystals that had been handed in and the map of the faction's territories, this was not a small task. It needed to be very meticulous. This concerned their future. Other than the Door of God's Awakening, the 11th to 20th place could also go to a place. That place did not have as many opportunities as the Door of God's Awakening, but it was also much less dangerous. There were opportunities as well. After a while, Murong Feng and the rest walked out of the tent. Everyone's gaze fell on them. Caw. Xiao Yun clenched his fists. Actually, he already knew the ranking in his heart. He was really unwilling to accept it. Even his own people had been killed by Lin Xian. How did he do it? Chapter 1372. Murong Feng and the rest glanced at the crowd. Then, Murong Feng coughed dryly and said, cough. Now, let me announce the final results of the Sky Martial Assembly. Everyone looked at him. We will not announce the final results. Everyone, please rest assured that the results were calculated by dozens of people from the three major forces. There will not be any mistakes. Of course, if you feel that there might be any mistakes, you can tell us. Murong Feng glanced at Duanling Xiao, Xiao Yun, and the rest. Of course, he only glanced at them briefly. He had received the chat records from Murong Yu and understood what had happened. It was reasonable. After all, the hardest thing to understand in this world was the human heart. However, he did not have any evidence. He could only keep it a secret. He only hoped that the higher-ups of the three major forces would not interfere in this matter. Otherwise, he would have to worry about the rise and fall of the human race. Now, I will announce the names of the 11th to 20th place who will enter the Land of Heavenly Wrath. The Land of Heavenly Wrath was the place where the top 10 people would go. I will start from the lowest to the highest. Those who have advanced to the next round, please come to the magistrate to receive your honor badge. Please take good care of your honor badge. Also, if you have any doubts, you can tell us. Murong Feng glanced at the name list and said, 20th place, Sui Yang. Then, a man walked out in surprise and took the badge of honor. No one was more surprised than him. 20th place, just right. This might be the lowest threshold. Maybe the rest of the people would have the same number of points as him. Although he was confident in his own strength, there were too many martial artists. Therefore, he was very lucky to be able to get 20th place. He was satisfied. He did not even think about getting into the top 10. 19th place, Zhang Yang. 18th place, Lu Chao. 17th place, Feng Qingyu. Feng Qingyu walked out with a face full of surprise. Although he was in Wen Qing's team and got a lot of points, his previous results were not that good. Under normal circumstances, he would not even be in the top 20. However, he was pulled up by the points he got from the third round. He directly rushed to the 16th place. He was satisfied. Feng Qingyang nodded with satisfaction. This son of his did not ask to be in the top 10. He would be satisfied if he could be in the top 20. This scene caused some people to frown tightly. Why? Logically speaking, Lin Xian's team and Wen Qim's team should be in the top 16. Although they were evenly split, they had killed too many factions. Yes, it seemed like there would always be someone among the other 200+ people who could enter the top 16, but looking at the number of people they occupied, it was basically impossible. However, this Feng Qingyu was ranked 17th. This meant that the remaining people had either gone solo or joined other teams. Their score was higher than Lin Xian and Feng Ling's team of 16 people. Who could it be? Lin Xian thought for a moment. There were other strong ones, but the possibility was not high. The most likely one was Zhuge Feng. Lin Xian glanced at Zhuge Feng, who was standing in front of the Zhuge family. It should be him. Lin Xian did not pay much attention to Zhuge Feng. Zhuge Feng was doing this alone, so he did not know how high he could get. It would be difficult for him to get into the top 10. Number 16, Su Jiming. Su Jiming sighed helplessly. At least he could go to the land of heavenly wrath. He did not want to get into the top 10 anymore. Number 15, Qin Ming. Number 14, Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun clenched his fist. Fuck. Number 13, Qi Tianqing. Qi Tianqing walked out. This Qi Tianqing is only at number 13. There's no other way. Lin Xian's team of 7 will probably get into the top 10, so Qi Tianqing was eliminated. Number 12, Feng Qinghao. Feng Qinghao was also helpless. But it was still okay. Number 12. Number 11. Duan Ling Xiao. Everyone had an expression of disbelief when they heard it. Duan Ling Xiao, number 11. It should not be. His results in the previous 2 rounds were very good. How could he be number 11? Duan Tianming frowned too. He felt that his son would definitely get into the top 10, but he was eliminated. Duan Ling Xiao was also completely stunned. How could he be number 11? He had calculated it. Normally, he should be number 10. However, what he was worried about really happened. It just so happened that someone had beaten him. Who was it? Apart from the 2 teams, who else had scored more points than him? Lin Xian's lips curled up. Amazing. This Zhuge Feng was amazing. He actually rushed into the top 10 alone. Feng Ling was also somewhat confused. Why? Although they weren't as strong as Lin Xian's team, logically speaking, Duan Ling Xiao shouldn't have been pushed down after defeating several SSS rank forces, right? But it did not matter. It had nothing to do with her. Feng Ling, all right. Next, let's ask these 10 people to prepare their identities and enter the land of heavenly wrath together. Wait. Duan Ling Xiao stood up at this time. He did not accept it. Lin Xian could enter the God's Awakening door, but he must also enter. Or else, why would he not be in the top 10? Do you have any doubts? Murong Feng asked. Duan Ling Xiao said, I think I should be in the top 10, but I have some doubts. And, it's normal to have doubts. Then, come over and take a look at the total score. If you have any doubts, we will calculate it for you on the spot. Duan Ling Xiao then walked over and saw the name of number 10. Zhuge Feng. Caw caw caw, he clenched his fists tightly. Zhuge Feng. How could he have forgotten about this Zhuge Feng? But it shouldn't be. My team defeated several SSS rank forces. Logically speaking, my score should not fall out of the top 10. Murong Feng nodded, indeed, but although the 10th place did not defeat an SSS rank force, he defeated enough forces. His total score is indeed higher than yours by 1800 points. Duanling Xiao clenched his fists. Any more questions? None. Then, he clenched his teeth and walked away. Then, I will now announce the top 10. 10th place, Zhuge Feng. Everyone's doubts were answered at this moment. So it was him. The one who rushed into the top 16 was him. He even rushed into the top 10. Zhuge Feng had indeed done it alone, but he did not need to split the points equally. Moreover, he had defeated more forces than anyone else. B rank, A rank, countless of them, and even SS rank. Thus, his personal score barely surpassed Duanling Zhao's. Lin Xian laughed. Damn! The most despicable one was Zhuge Feng. He did the opposite and got 10th place. Amazing! Defeating the trashiest force, an unwanted force, and getting the highest ranking. Amazing! Chapter 1373. Zhuge Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that he was in 10th place. Actually, when he wasn't in the top 20, he felt that he should be in the top 10. However, he was still worried. Now, he was completely relieved. Zhuge Feng smiled and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded at him. Wow! This Zhuge Feng actually made it to 10th place. Ling Ying couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Xian nodded, very fierce. Bastard! What a bastard! Ha ha ha, now that Duanling Xiao is feeling terrible. He's really going to die from anger. Ling Ying said with extreme satisfaction. That's right. People like Xiao Yun and Su Jiming had already accepted their fate. However, Duanling Xiao, who was in 11th place, was feeling terrible. Right, Xiao Yu, why didn't your cousin participate? Lin Xian asked. Murong Yu said, he didn't participate. Although he's strong, it's hard for him to get into the top 10. So, he didn't come. That's a bit of foresight. This Murong Yan was ranked 4th in the martial arts academy. Murong Yu, Qi Tianqing, Duanling Xiao, and Murong Yan. However, it was a good choice that he didn't come. Even if he came, he wouldn't be able to get into the top 10. Although he was very strong. However, this guy was an Xian's admirer. They were engaged when they were children. Although he was taught a lesson by Lin Xian last time, Lin Xian didn't think that he would give up just like that. He didn't even come. Was he preparing for something? That's right. During this period, he frequently appeared at an Xian's place. However, an Xian and the others kept rejecting him. If it was only an Xian would be embarrassed to reject him. However, there was also Miao, Xiao Yinqi, and the others. Even if they went out, they would be accompanied by the girls. 9th place, Chu He. Chu He sighed in relief. The corner of his mouth curled up as he went over to pick up his badge. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Murong Feng smiled and nodded. Murong Feng was actually quite happy in his heart. Of the 3 major powers, only his daughter had entered the top 10. The other 2 didn't enter. He was simply too comfortable. From now on, Duanling Xiao and Qi Tianqing might not even be able to compare to his daughter. After his daughter returned from the God's Awakening door, she would definitely be able to leave them behind. The situation had changed. In the past, they were the top existences, but in the future, Lin Xian and the others would be the top existences. 8th place, Feng Ling. Feng Ling then walked up. Thank you. Good luck. Murong Feng smiled and nodded. Feng Ling had also become number 1 after Lin Xian and the others. He had to admit that she was indeed strong. Actually, whether she was strong or not could be seen from her laws. She had 2 laws and also created. In this aspect, she was stronger than Murongyu. In this world, creation and destruction were the top laws. Up until now, Lin Xian had only seen 3 people, including himself, who had these 2 laws. But in the end, there was no one else who had these 2 laws. There must be. Perhaps they hadn't matured yet. Perhaps they had matured but kept a low profile. Perhaps they hadn't even participated in the World Conference. Today, those standing here were the continent's top geniuses of this generation. However, it couldn't be said that this continent only had these top geniuses. It couldn't be said that the strongest were all here. 7th place, Wang Xintong. Wang Xintong then happily ran over. Qin Feng smiled and looked at her from afar. He remembered the first time he saw her. She was too weak. In the blink of an eye, this group of children had become the continent's future saviors. There was also Lin Xian. Qin Feng looked at Lin Xian. He was the one who introduced Wang Xintong to him and troubled him to teach her. Lin Xian wasn't strong at that time. Along the way, he had created one miracle after another. The number of beautiful girls by his side had also increased. This was within reason. Although he wasn't a very handsome man, he was strong and charming. It was enough to attract the attention of girls. Wang Xintong happily held the badge. She knew that this was all due to everyone's efforts. If it wasn't for everyone, how could she have gotten into the top 10? Even the top 20 would have been very difficult. However, although this was the truth, she had also brought great benefits to everyone. Her laws, her domain, and even the main reason why Lin Xian could survive the enemy's attacks time and time again. Without the increase of 3 stars, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to defeat his opponent even if he lowered his opponent's 3 stars. 6th place, Ling Ying. The difference in points between them was very, very small. In the first 2 rounds, the difference wasn't that big. At most, it was 1,000 points. No, Lin Xian, that bastard, had crushed her in points in the first 2 rounds. 5th place, Xiao Xinyue. 4th place, Wu Yuhan. 3rd place, Han Chuxue. 2nd place, Murongyu. 1st place, Lin Xian. Actually, everyone knew this ranking in their hearts. However, when they saw it, they still felt that the world was unpredictable. Previously, in the martial arts academy, Lin Xian's ranking was very low. He only managed to rise up later. However, he actually managed to maintain his first place under such circumstances. Murongyu was also suppressed by him. Murong Feng nodded in satisfaction. Beside him, Duan Tianming and the others weren't so happy. Their son didn't even get into the top 10. Most importantly, they should have been able to get in under normal circumstances. However, only God knew that the other 5 people in Lin Xian's team were also so strong. Furthermore, they had joined Lin Xian's team. This was fate. Even if you casually took the last place of 250 people and put them into Lin Xian's team, making it 8 people, the last place would still be able to get into the top 10, right? There was no other way. This wasn't luck. This was a person's destiny. Then why couldn't you join Lin Xian's team? Don't say things like you don't know Lin Xian and don't have a good relationship. Then why don't you know him? Then why don't you have a good relationship? This was a person's good fortune. Sometimes, meeting a person could really change a person. Ling Hai, Xiao Zun, Han Guang and the others were also looking at their daughter and future son-in-law with satisfaction. Look at you. Your sister has already gone to the God's awakening door. Xiao Zun couldn't help but say to Xiao Runing. Dad. I will work hard to raise my realm. I'm already an Empyrean now. Then your sister is almost at the virtual realm. Xiao Zun said. If Xiao Runing didn't become a teacher, she would definitely be at the virtual realm now. I know. I will go back and raise my realm properly. Xiao Runing shook her head. However, she was truly happy for them. All right. Murong Feng then looked at everyone. The Sky Martial Assembly has ended. The top 20 have all been decided. And, there's nothing else to say. I wish everyone can go further in the future. Chapter 1374. Some people were happy while others were sad. Lin Xian and the others were undoubtedly the final victors. Murong Feng then said, regarding the time to enter the land of heavenly wrath and the God's awakening door, there is no need to be anxious. It will take at least half a month and at most a month. At the same time, we will give everyone some time to rest. When the time comes, we will use some methods to contact you in advance. Lin Xian then asked, I wonder if we can get some information about the God's awakening door in advance. So that we can prepare in advance. Murong Feng shook his head. All right. However, we will discuss the details again. We will not talk about it here. Murong Feng said. Everyone, it is already late. Let's go back. Finally, I wish everyone can go further. The future of the human race belongs to you. We need to rely on you. You are the future of the human race. Do your best. After that, Lin Xian and the others dispersed. The Heavenly Martial Assembly did not have any rewards. The only rewards were the land of heavenly wrath and the God's awakening door. However, when Lin Xian asked Murong Feng about the God's awakening door, he did not say anything. Was it because he did not know or because he did not want to talk about it in front of so many people? Both were possible. The crowd dispersed one after another. Some of them left directly. The end of the Tianwu assembly meant that the competition between them during their youth had come to an end. However, it was worth mentioning that the quality of martial artists in this era was much stronger than before. It could be said that this era was the golden age of the human race. Therefore, the young people of this generation would become the mainstay of the human race against the demon race. They could not miss this golden age. It was impossible for the demon race and the human race to coexist peacefully. At least, the demon race's demon god temple and the myriad demon alliance had stated that it was impossible. Therefore, for the human tribe, if they wanted to live better in the future, they had to at least get rid of the myriad demon alliance of the demon tribe. Otherwise, the human tribe and the demon tribe would never be at peace, and the human tribe would always be worried about being destroyed. This was impossible. Even if the myriad demon alliance and the evil divine palace were gone, it would still be impossible for them to be at peace. Even if the demon clan did not attack the human clan might still attack the demon clan, because everyone had ambition. However, if the 10,000 demon alliance was gone, things would be much more peaceful. After all, the organization of the demon race was gone. However, even if the myriad demon alliance was gone, the demon race would definitely create a new organization. When humans fought against demon beasts, the main idea of the demon race was already in line with the idea of the humans. When the demon race fought against the humans, the main idea of the demon race was also in line with the idea of the demon race. This time, the rankings were not broadcasted live, so no one knew what their final results were, and no one knew who had entered the top 10. Xiaoying, aren't you going home for a few days after the fight? Ling Hai asked as he rubbed Ling Ying's head. No, I'll go back during the new year. Ling Ying said. Girl, you haven't been home for a year. It seems like a grown girl can't be kept at home. You're still talking about your family's linging. My daughter hasn't been home for a year. Can you believe it? Han Guang walked over and said helplessly. In the past, their upbringing of Han Chuxue was simply too strict. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to raise such a well-behaved Han Chuxue. It was a pity that she was ruined by that scumbag Lin Xian. There was nothing they could do. At that time, Lin Xian happened to save Han Chuxue outside, which had a huge impact on her state of mind. Otherwise, without that incident, Lin Xian really wouldn't know how to pursue this girl. However, Ling Ying also helped a lot. Ha ha ha, that's all for now. We're going back. You guys should also go back and rest. After fighting for half a month, you guys should be very tired. Go back and rest early. Ling Hai said with a smile. Okay. Then, Lin Xian and the others stepped on the road back to the city. They first returned to Binghai City, stayed there for a day, rested for a day, and then took a plane back to Lin and City. Babies, I'm back. Lin Xian went to the Bounty Hunter Guild. Zi Qiue and Xayan, Miao Xiaomiao, Lu Yufan, Xiao Yinqi, and Yi Yi were sitting there playing cards. Lin Xian's women were basically divided into 3 or 4 circles. Ling Ying, Murongyu, and the others were one circle, while Lu Yufan and the others were a full-time group. After Zi Qiue, the heavenly consort, left the entertainment circle, she would play with them every day. She was so happy that she almost forgot about home. After so many years, Zi Qiue actually felt more relaxed than ever. The other circle should be by Xuanchuan's circle. The last one was Linglong Shui and the others. Perhaps most of them knew each other, but those who were often together were called circles. Lin Xian originally wanted to see Linglong Shui and the others, but Lin Xian just happened to pass by the Bounty Hunter Guild, so he naturally came here first. The bad guy is back. Everyone, let's fight. Lu Yufan then ran to Lin Xian. Then, she looked back and saw that no one was following her. Although I really want to beat him up with you, after all, he just came back. We still have to give him some face. Miao Xiaomiao said. That's true. Then, Lu Yufan returned to her seat and sat down. Heavenly concubine, you're still following them. Lin Xian smiled and sat next to Zi Qiue. She hadn't taken down this place yet. Yi Yi hadn't been taken down yet. She had to find an opportunity to take action. We're all very good friends, and I just left the entertainment circle. It's very fun to play with everyone. Zi Qiue smiled. Have you decided to stay here temporarily? Lin Xian asked. Yes, I probably won't leave here for the time being. Also, I have to go out with everyone to improve my realm. Zi Qiue smiled slightly. Then, she looked at Lin Xian and asked, how was the competition? They had asked yesterday, but Lin Xian kept them in suspense. Yeah, Lin Xian, how did you do in the competition? Yi Yi asked. Xiao Yinqi also looked at Lin Xian nervously. Although she knew that he would definitely be fine, it was inevitable that she was nervous. First place. Lin Xian said with a smile. TCH, bragging. There are so many experts, and you're first. I believe that you're in the top 10, but first place. Lu Yufan rolled her eyes. I'm really first. Aren't you going to treat us to a meal to celebrate? Miao Xiaomiao asked. Of course. Of course. Tomorrow. Why tomorrow? Xiao Yinqi asked in confusion. Shoot, Chi-Chi, you don't understand. He has a lot of girls outside. He definitely has to accompany other girls. Lu Yufan whispered. Lin Xian, wow. They all knew it in their hearts. However, even if they knew it in their hearts, no one had ever said anything like leaving Lin Xian. Perhaps this was the benefit of this era. There were so many martial artists in this era. Although there were rules and laws, strength was indeed very important. With strength and ability, you could make girls fall in love with you. Moreover, compared to Earth, which might be a more ordinary world, because there were warriors and martial arts here, the girls might be more accepting of men having multiple wives and concubines. Chapter 1375. Lin Xian was also very embarrassed. He had never confessed to any of them that he had more than one girlfriend. He guessed that only Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the others. They all knew in their hearts. It was really embarrassing. However, Lin Xian truly felt that he was very lucky. Every girl was really nice and tolerant. Cough, 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 no, no. Lin Xian said awkwardly. TCH, the girls rolled their eyes at him. Zi Qiue also felt that it was very interesting. She had also paid some attention to the girls around Lin Xian, and then she was shocked. If they were compared to ordinary girls, it would be reasonable if they were willing. However, she found that none of the girls around Lin Xian were ordinary. Let's talk about the most ordinary girls like Lu Yufan and Yi Yi. They were also school beauties, had rich families, and had many suitors. It was just that they might not be as talented as Ling Ying and the others, but now, they were extremely hard-working. It was very strange. This Lin Xian really had a kind of magical power. She even had an inexplicable good impression of Lin Xian. But where did her good impression of Lin Xian come from? Was it because Lin Xian was talented and wrote good songs? Maybe. It was because his songs resonated with her a lot. Moreover, he was such a powerful martial artist. Damn! He was the champion of the continent's Tianwu conference, and he could write such good songs. How did he come to be like this? Cough, 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 Lin Xian coughed dryly. Sisters, I just arrived. Give me some face. Hey, where's that girl Lan Xingxing? Lin Xian thought of Lan Xingxing. Logically speaking, this little glutton should be with them. She seemed to have been called away by Grandpa for something. She just left yesterday. I see. Okay, okay. Right, when will Sister Linya come back? Lu Yufan asked. Lin Xian paused for a moment. It shouldn't take too long. Lin Xian said with uncertainty. To be honest, he really didn't know. He didn't even know when he would be able to see Linya. He really wanted to tell this news to Linya. From the trash of the past, he was now the top warrior of the entire continent. He was about to break through to the great virtual realm. He really wanted to tell Linya. I miss big sister Linya. Hey, 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 shouldn't we be talking about me today? Shouldn't you give me, the first place winner, some sort of reward? Lin Xian grinned at them. Come on, you didn't even treat us to a meal, and you want us to express our gratitude. Go, go, go. Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes. Let's go, let's go. Come find us when you treat us to a meal. Miao Xiaomiao pushed Lin Xian. Of course, they didn't want to let Lin Xian go, but they knew that Lin Xian must have other things to do. Otherwise, why wouldn't he treat them to a meal today? He must be looking for other girls. They understood. So, Miao Xiaomiao pushed Lin Xian away. Then I'll go first. I'll treat you to a big meal tomorrow. Let's go, let's go. Seeing you annoys me to death. Yeah, let's go. An Xan chimed in from the side. Lin Xian then walked away resentfully. Zi Qiue looked at these girls with a smile. She was very smart. How could she not know what they were thinking? This Lin Xian's charm was really great. He could even make girls have this kind of awareness. Amazing. The representative of scumbags. Let's go shopping. Yi Yi suggested. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Xian won't treat us to a big meal today. Let's go eat by ourselves. I want to eat seafood. Mantis shrimps, hairy crabs, and prawns. Lu Yufan's beautiful eyes lit up. Let's go, let's go. It's my treat. I haven't eaten seafood in a long time. Zi Qiyu also said with a smile. On the other side, Lin Xian came to the Yixian group. His girls were relatively gathered. It was lunchtime in the Yixian group. All the employees gathered in the cafeteria to eat. The treatment in the Yixian group was really good. This cafeteria was the type of buffet. It was equivalent to eating buffet every day. Therefore, ever since the employees came to the Yixian group, as long as they went to work, they would never order takeout or go out to eat. Luo Chenxi and Murong Qing sat in a corner and ate their lunch facing each other. At this time, Lin Xian walked over and sat beside Luo Chenxi. He secretly pinched her thigh. The two beautiful and mature women looked at Lin Xian. You're back. Murong Qing wiped her mouth. The corners of her mouth lifted as she looked at Lin Xian. I just came back. The first thing I did was to meet you. Let me guess. Before you said this, you must have met no less than 4 or 5 girls, right? Murong Qing said with a smile. Lin Xian, wow. Did these women know him so well? Luo Chenxi drank a mouthful of soup and wiped her mouth. She said, probably more. Don't be like this. Lin Xian said awkwardly. Wow. This group of women had quite a lot of resentment toward him. I heard from Murong Yu that you won first place. Murong Qing asked. Yes. Finally, they talked about something that Lin Xian was proud of. Luo Chenxi looked at Lin Xian again. She also knew what this Tianwu conference represented. She also knew what it meant to win first place in this Tianwu conference. That was quite impressive. Not bad. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian. Then, would you like to have a boyfriend that you think is very good? Lin Xian asked Murong Qing with a smile. Cough, cough. Luo Chenxi drank a mouthful of soup and coughed. Bastard. Fine. This bastard was really a scumbag. In front of her, he actually, wow. Old scumbag. Murong Qing was stunned for a moment. Then, the corners of her mouth lifted. You're too young. You've seen it before. I'm not talking about there. I'm talking about there. I'm done eating. You guys talk. Luo Chenxi shook her head helplessly. Hey, hey, hey. Let's talk together. Get lost, scumbag. Luo Chenxi said. Lin Xian, wow. TSK, TSK, TSK. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and smiled. When are you going to the God's Awakening door? She stood up. Half a month to a month. Okay, good luck. When you return, you should be at the virtuality realm. The little trash in my eyes in the past is now at the same level as me. Murong Qing said with emotion. Then can I pursue you? Lin Xian smiled. Murong Qing rolled her eyes. Get lost. Go find other girls. I won't accompany you anymore. I'm going to work. Murong Qing clapped her hands and walked away. Lin Xian had a headache. This Murong Qing still couldn't find an opportunity to pursue him. Although her favorability had already reached 50, to be honest, Lin Xian had never deliberately increased her favorability. 50 was actually not low. Sigh, let's talk about it later. Lin Xian sighed. There are too many chicks. How troublesome. How troublesome. Chapter 1376. On this side, Lin Xian went to Bai Xuanxuan's Azura Palace. Seriously, Lin Xian's background was now managed by this group of girls. They had saved Lin Xian a lot of trouble. Lin and City was basically Lin Xian's territory now. He was still acquiring and expanding. Because of the Yixian group, Lin and City's development was like the sun in the sky. How should one put it? A policy implemented by the Yixian group would sweep through the entire continent. This was because the Yixian group was too big, and their reputation was simply too good. Therefore, the development of the Yixian group was unstoppable. Originally, many people had already given up on Lin and City, which was on the edge of the city. One after another, they moved inland. Many people were even willing to sell their businesses to the Yixian group. Later, they found out that the Yixian group had unnaturally turned the entire Lin and City into their territory. This was very strange. For a city on the edge, doing this might cause it to return to its original state. What if the demonic beasts attacked Lin and City? However, the Yixian group continued to do this. This made many people feel that no one didn't know this logic. The higher-ups of the Yixian group weren't fools. Did they have some kind of confidence? Therefore, many entrepreneurs came back. Or rather, many people who originally planned to leave Lin and City chose to stay. Don't be too tired. In the Azura Palace, Lin Xian and Bai Xianxian were strolling and chatting. This isn't tiring. Bai Xianxian shook her head. Each of them was doing their best to help Lin Xian take care of his background. You've worked hard. Bai Xuanxuan's beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Xian. Why do I feel like you're about to die? Ah. Bai Xianxian tapped her cheeks, then thought for a while and said, It's like I'm about to die. It's like I'm about to go to the battlefield and I feel like I won't be able to come back. Don't tell me you've discovered a terminal illness. Lin Xian, wow. I was worried about you, but you actually cursed me like this. Do you want me to die quickly and find a wild man? Lin Xian pinched her butt. Bai Xuanxuan's beautiful face slightly blushed. I saw your child. Bai Xianxian suddenly said. Ah. Lin Xian was stunned. A few days ago, I saw a few people in the group called Linglong Shua carrying a baby out for a meal. They're carrying a baby, that must be your child, right? Bai Xianxian glanced at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian nodded awkwardly. Seriously, you already have a baby. Why didn't you say anything? How? How would I dare to say it? Xian said helplessly. It's okay. Since everyone is willing to follow you, who would care about this? Said, of the said of the s, said of the said, u, s, use, I, s, u. Use. Said by said, s buys, s. Is there something wrong with your head? Bai Xianxian was stunned. Which man would like to be controlled by a woman? Wouldn't a normal man want a woman to not care about him? And he wanted a woman to control him. Lin Xian really wanted a woman to control him. Maybe it was because he missed Linya too much. In the past, Linya was the one who controlled him. Later on, when Lin Xian grew up, she didn't need to control him anymore. Then, all the women around Lin Xian were obedient to him. Lin Xian really missed the feeling of being controlled. Maybe this was called not appreciating one's good fortune. Cough, 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 really, I hope to be controlled by a girl. Do you want me to control you? If you're willing, I can help you. Bai Xianxian smiled. Ah, N. You have to be home before 10 p.m. You're not allowed to smoke at home. You can't talk when eating or sleeping. You're not allowed to bring girls home to spend the night. You have to reply to any messages within seconds, and, stop, stop, stop. Forget it. Lin Xian pulled his head back. Who could stand this? Bai Xuanxuan's lips curled up as she looked at Lin Xian. Hypocritical man. Bai Xianxian said indifferently. I think you're asking for a slap. Lin Xian said fiercely. Come on. Bai Xianxian gave Lin Xian a provocative look. Lin Xian, don't force me. I've accumulated quite a bit of anger in this half a month. I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. Lin Xian. Bai Xianxian, it seemed a little scary. Forget it. I think you're in a hurry to see your baby. Go ahead. Bai Xianxian said. Bai Xianxian understood Lin Xian very well. Normally, Lin Xian wouldn't talk nonsense and would have dragged her to the room. He must be thinking of going to see his baby. Hee hee. Lin Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, they already had a child. Lin Xian really missed them dearly. He missed Xiao Linglong and the rest more than little Shishir and little Tianyi. Then I'll go. Lin Xian smiled and gave her a peck on the cheek. Go ahead, hypocritical man. Bai Xianxian said. Go, go, go. I'll deal with you when I have time. Bai Xianxian smiled and looked at Lin Xian. Fine. I'll remember this expression of yours. Just you wait. Lin Xian said fiercely. Tisk, Bai Xianxian rolled her eyes. Lin Xian, I'm going. Lin Xian waved his hand and walked away. Bai Xianxian shook her head helplessly. What a playboy. Perhaps this was what a scumbag was. Lin Xian was helpless. This Bai Xianxian, I have to teach her a lesson. But now, it's more important to see his two babies. Hello babies, I'm back. Lin Xian released his spatial energy and arrived at Linglong Shui and the rest's residence. Then, all of them turned to look at Lin Xian with their beautiful eyes. Big brother. Little Dragony happily flew to Lin Xian's shoulder and kissed Lin Xian's face. Fuck. Lin Xian then looked at the people inside with a dumbfounded expression. Chapter 1377. Lin Xian didn't find it strange that Huang Shi was able to find this place. With her ability, this is simply a simple matter. But why did she come here? And from the looks of it, she seems to be getting along well with Xiao Linglong and Xan. It seems to be okay. The corner of Huang Shi's mouth curled up slightly and she let out a soft, humph. It was only coming from her nose and almost no other sound could be heard. She then looked at Lin Xian and said, let's play. Lin Xian, the more it's like this, the more Lin Xian panicked. Xiao Longer, what is he doing here? Lin Xian whispered to Xiao Longer in his arms. Woo, Xiao Longer shook her little head. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Fuck. Who cares what she's doing here? Lin Xian is not afraid of her. Lin Xian's worry isn't because he's afraid of her. Fuck. Why should I be afraid of her? Lin Xian has already ridden this woman before, why should I be afraid of her? Lin Xian's worry is that, she's here to say bad things, what if Xiao Linglong and Xan misunderstand? Also, if I do her, will Xiao Linglong and Xian be unhappy? Lin Xian was panicking about this and nothing else. It was true. Ahem, Lin Xian coughed dryly, then under the gaze of the women, he sat down next to Linglong Shui. When Lin Xian sat next to her, he felt a comfortable feeling. It's very safe, sob sob sob, I like this feeling of being protected. Don't look at me. What made Lin Xian most uncomfortable was that this group of unbelievably beautiful women were all looking at him with their beautiful eyes. Who else should we look at if not you? Yi Renbing said with a slight smile. Hey, if you look at me, I'll feel guilty. That's because you already have a guilty conscience, so looking at you will make you feel guilty. Yi Renbing said. Lin Xian pondered about something. What is he guilty about? Sleeping with girls. It's not like they don't know. Go, I want to eat. I abandoned dozens of beautiful girls just to come and see you. Lin Xian said. Young Master Lin Xian, I'm sorry, Yi Renbing said with a smirk. Lin Xian. This Yi Renbing, she did it on purpose. Bing Lingyue smiled and said, all right, stop fooling around. I'm going to cook. What do you want to eat? Bing Linglong looked at Lin Xian's beautiful eyes. Eat everything you cook. Bing Huang, she turned to look at Bing Lingyue. Was this the reason why he liked this woman more in the past? Everyone joked with him and saw how embarrassed he was. In the end, she stood up for him and went to cook. Indeed, if she was a man, she might like this kind of girl more, and not the unreasonable girl who acted coquettishly around him. I'll go help Sister Bing. Ling Longyue ran in. Xiao Shi, Lin Xian reached out and patted Xiao Shi in Ling Longshue's arms, indicating that he wanted to hug her. They hadn't seen each other for a month. Xiao Shi was getting prettier and looked like she had grown up a lot. She was fair and tender. When she grew up, she would definitely be a beauty like her mother. Lin Xian's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian. Then she pouted and turned her head proudly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, no, this girl doesn't seem to like me very much. Lin Xian moved closer. Ling Longshui smiled. It's not that she doesn't like you. It's just that she seems to be a little resistant to the opposite sex. Then Lin Xian saw Xiao Shi reach out and kick the pitiful little Tianyi who was being bullied by her. This little girl. Lin Xian then reached out and pulled her into his arms. After being in Lin Xian's arms, she was quite obedient. Lin Xian felt that it wasn't that she was resistant to the opposite sex, but that she was too smart. She might even have been born with a high IQ, which could be seen many times in the past. Huang Shi looked at this scene with envy. I'll go make some food. Huang Shi stood up and said lightly. Lin Xian looked at her and said, you don't have to. Huang Shi's beautiful eyes swept over Lin Xian. Lin Xian knew how noble this woman was. She wouldn't be able to adapt to a relatively ordinary life in a short time. She was more suited to the aura of someone who could do things for her with just a flick of her finger. You're suitable for eating, Lin Xian said. Huang Shi's lips curled up slightly. I'm here to play for a few days and also to adapt to human life. Don't worry, I'll leave in a few days. After saying that, she walked into the kitchen. Lin Xian then quietly asked Yi Renbing, Hey, what's going on? What's she doing here? You're asking me, but who should I ask? Yi Renbing hugged little Tianyi, played with his little hand, and said. Lin Xian held Xiao Shi's little hand and then looked at Ling Longshui. She's here to find Ling Yu. They seem to know each other before. Although Ling Yu can't remember, she still knows you, Ling Longshui said. Yi Renbing definitely knew who Huang Shi was. She was also very surprised that Huang Shi came here, okay? This Lin Xian, not only did he make her 10th demon god temple disappear, but now he also wanted to make the 2nd demon god temple disappear. This myriad demon alliance is really pitiful. Let's see if you still dare to let a woman become a demon god in the future. This wasn't a big deal. The main thing was that if a woman became a demon god, who would have thought that a mere human would take both of them? Have you done it? Yi Renbing asked. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. I swear, she really seduced me, really. TSK, Yi Renbing couldn't be bothered to talk to Lin Xian anymore. This person's luck with women was really good. Linglong Shui pondered for a moment. She just came here a few hours ago. We were just chatting, but Linglong Shui was the one who released Bing Lingyue with Lin Xian. Linglong Shui clearly knew that Bing Lingyue liked Lin Xian. No. Maybe it was Lin Xian's past life. So this woman knew Bing Lingyue and took the initiative to seduce Lin Xian. There was only one possibility: she was similar to Bing Lingyue. She also liked the same person back then, which could be considered as the current Lin Xian. This couldn't be helped, this was really good luck with women. Then are you going to let her stay here? Lin Xian asked. It doesn't matter, but she doesn't seem to want to stay. Didn't she say that she's only here to play for a few days? Who knows, maybe she'll stay for a lifetime. You can ask her yourself, we don't know. Dragony flew to Lin Xian's side and sat down obediently. She didn't understand what these adults were talking about. It's good to be a child, no worries at all. Lin Xian smacked his lips on Little Shirshir's pink cheeks. Little Shirshir then wiped away Lin Xian's saliva in disgust. Chapter 1378. Linglong Shui looked at Lin Xian and asked, "How are the results of the Sky Martial Assembly?" "First place." Lin Xian smiled. "Not bad." "Wow. You call this not bad? Your realm is rising very quickly too. You're almost at the virtualization stage." Linglong Shui said. Lin Xian nodded. "But after reaching the virtualization stage, it's really hard to raise your realm." Linglong Shui said. "I know." Lin Xian nodded. "I heard that it's very dangerous inside the God's Awakening door." Yi Renbing looked at Lin Xian and said. "It's said that many people have never come out after going in." Lin Xian said. "You'll definitely have to go. Be careful." "Got it." Lin Xian grinned. "How long?" Yi Renbing asked. 3 months. Lin Xian said. "It's said that you can only stay in the God's Awakening door for a maximum of 3 months. If you can't come out in 3 months, it means that you've died." Lin Xian said. 3 months. When you come out, Little Shirshir will probably be gone. Yi Renbing looked at Lin Shirshue in Lin Xian's arms and said. "Yes, but her father can't do anything. Her father has to raise his strength." Lin Xian held her little hand and swung it back and forth. "Forget it. You'll only be there to pick up girls." Yi Renbing said. Hey. In order to see these 2 little guys, I really resisted too many temptations and came straight here. I swear." Lin Xian said. "Little Tianny, you can't be a scumbag like him in the future, okay? Men, it's best to be loyal to girls." Yi Renbing held Lin Tianny's little hand and taught him earnestly. Lin Xian, uncomfortable. "Then I'll go and help you cook." After Lin Xian finished speaking, he handed Shika over to Linglong Shui and walked into the kitchen. "I want to eat noodles." Lin Xian said as he pinched Bing Lingyue's butt from behind. Bing Lingyue blushed slightly and said, "Let's have a proper meal. Let's cook." "All right." Lin Xian nodded. Lin Xian glanced at Huang Shi, who was beside him, as her movements seemed particularly unfamiliar. "Elder sister." Huang Shi frowned and turned to look at Lin Xian. "What is it?" "You're celery, not celery leaves." Lin Xian was shocked when he saw Huang Shi washing the vegetables. She left all the celery leaves behind and threw the rest away. Although celery leaves were edible, under normal circumstances, leaves were not eaten. Huang Shi was embarrassed. She really didn't understand. For so many years, it was really her subordinates who served her. But she really wanted to be like Bing Lingyue. She also wanted to be similar to her because she knew that he would like such a girl more. Actually, Lin Xian wouldn't be like this. He was really different from that Lin Mo. On the contrary, Lin Xian liked Huang Shi's high and mighty temperament even more. She sat on the throne calmly, her slender fingers tapping lightly, her cheeks propped up, her slender legs crossed, and she gave orders casually. This feeling suited her more. "Let me do it," Lin Xian said. Huang Shi then handed the things to Lin Xian. "Just wait for the food obediently," Lin Xian said as he cut the vegetables skillfully. "Yes, you are a guest," Bing Lingyue said with a smile. Huang Shi glanced at Lin Xian and Bing Lingyue. At this time, Lin Xian said, "Also, you don't have to learn how to cook. I prefer the feeling of being scared when I first see you." "Oh. Scared?" Huang Shi's lips curved up slightly. "It's the feeling of being noble." Huang Shi was slightly stunned. Sure enough, he was him and Lin Mo was Lin Mo. You could say that Lin Xian was selfish, or you could say that he was a scumbag. But in fact, this made her feel more at ease. Then, Huang Shi walked out. "What's wrong?" Ling Longshui asked. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Huang Shi said with a smile. She was very calm. "No, I won't." Ling Longshui said with a smile. She knew Lin Xian very well. How could he dislike such a beautiful and noble woman? "Miss Huang Shi, do you want to settle down here? We can stay here. You can stay with Ling Yu in Lin Xian's house. Ling Yu sometimes lives there alone. You can accompany her." Ling Longshui said. When she heard Ling Longshui's words, Huang Shi was really tempted. They were both that person's women and they were both very strong and noble. They must have a lot to talk about. However, she still had the whole second Fey God temple. She felt that it was not good for her to appear here so suddenly. If she came here, it should be considered as completely changing her life, right? But she really felt that it was quite amazing. The Void Fox and the 10th Fey God Temple's Fey God had given birth to babies for him. She was quite envious. And for him, they could return to a very ordinary life. "No, I'll come here often to see you when I have time," Huang Shi said with a smile. "But you won't be an enemy of the human race, right?" Yi Renbing asked. "The 10th Fey God?" "No. Miss Yi, you're thinking too much. Although I'm in charge of the second Fey God Temple, even without this matter, my subordinates haven't attacked the human race for a long time," Huang Shi said with a smile. "Then it's fine. Sit down and drink tea together. Do you want a hug?" Yi Renbing looked at Huang Shi with a smile. Huang Shi was stunned. "I'll try." Then she walked over, bent down, and gently picked up little Tianyi. At this moment, she felt the beauty of the world. If you really can't, you can give birth to a child for Lin Xian. At that time, even if you're not here, at least you won't be lonely in the second Fey God Temple, right? Ren Bing said with a smile. Huang Shi was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled and shook her head. I'll just go with the flow. They chatted a lot. Lin Xian and Bing Linghua also chatted a lot in the kitchen. Food is here. Lin Xian and Bing Linghua carried out the dishes one by one. Then, little Shishir and Tiany's eyes lit up. Intense light. Unfortunately, only little Shishir could eat a little bit of watery food. They could only drool and smell the delicious food. Every day, they were so hungry that they were about to cry. Wah wah wah. Delicious, delicious. What's more, Dragony is always screaming and flying around in excitement when they eat good food every day. This is a test of their mental fortitude. Finally, I can eat Big Brother's delicious food again. Dragony sat there happily. Lin Xian said with a smile. Then eat more. I made a lot. This meal was very harmonious. Lin Xian also liked this kind of life. But when they were eating, Lin Xian received a message. Chapter 1379. This message was sent to Lin Xian by an anonymous person. The message was very simple. He wanted Lin Xian to meet him at the Rose restaurant in Lin and City at 10 o'clock in the evening. Who was this person? There was also a mark left behind. When Lin Xian saw this mark, he knew who it was. The Evil Fiend Temple. He was a member of the Evil Fiend Temple. That mark was the exclusive mark of the Evil Fiend Temple. Lin Xian had joined the Evil Fiend Temple. Of course, he only joined because he wanted to escape from danger and carry out some plans against the Evil Fiend Temple. Now that the Sky Martial Conference was over, the Evil Fiend Temple probably wanted Lin Xian to do something. This was inevitable. If Lin Xian didn't cooperate, they would even use some forceful methods and threaten Lin Xian's life to make him do something. After all, in the eyes of the Evil Fiend Temple, Lin Xian and the others had taken the poison pill. Their lives were already in their hands. If Lin Xian and the others wanted to live, they had to listen to them. In fact, the poison had been cured by Lin Xian long ago. They definitely wouldn't have thought about it. I'm going out for a while. Lin Xian said. What's the matter? Ling Long Shua asked. Lin Xian laughed, it's nothing. Then Lin Xian walked away. The poison in Lang Wuxin's body was cured by Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian poisoned her with his own poison. Therefore, she was very obedient recently. Moreover, she was getting along well with Bai Xianxian. However, Lin Xian didn't see Lang Wuxin when he came back. As for why, she didn't come out to see him. When he arrived at the Rose restaurant, Lin Xian sat in the corner. When the time was up, a woman in flirtatious clothes walked in front of Lin Xian and sat there. Lin Xian glanced at her. Sky Venerable Realm. Mr. Lin Xian. The woman smiled and extended her hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and shook her hand. I'm Zhang Qiu. Lin Xian nodded. What business do you have with me? Zhang Qiu smiled and said, first of all, congratulations to Mr. Lin Xian for getting first place in the Tianwu conference. You don't have to say such things. Congratulations, I didn't see you bring me any gifts, Lin Xian said. The corner of Zhang Qiu's mouth twitched, and then he smiled awkwardly. It's like this. The Evil Fiend Temple needs some support from Mr. Lin Xian. Zhang Qiu said. Lin Xian chuckled. What do you mean? I didn't join the Evil Fiend Hall to work for you for free. I didn't get any benefits from the Evil Fiend Hall, and now you want my support. Are you kidding me? Zhang Qiu smiled and said, that's true. We pay attention to mutual benefits. Then, if Mr. Lin Xian needs anything, you can go to the Evil Fiend Hall and discuss it with the elders. After all, Mr. Lin Xian, you do have the capital. Because they believed that Lin Xian's life was in their hands, and Lin Xian's loyalty was absolutely assured, unless he didn't want to live anymore. And it wasn't just Lin Xian, his women were the same. Therefore, the door of the Evil Fiend Hall was opened for him. Give me an address. After I'm done here, I'll personally go to the Evil Fiend Hall. Lin Xian said. No problem. As for the address, Mr. Lin Xian knows it's in the Tiandu Shao family. I won't give the Evil Fiend Hall's token to Mr. Lin Xian. When the time comes, an elder will give it to you. Lin Xian nodded. It might take some time, because I have to make a trip to the Wind Nation first. Can't you go to the Evil Fiend Hall first before going to the Wind Nation? Zhang Qiu asked. Lin Xian thought for a moment. We'll talk about it later. All right. Then I'll go and contact the elders first. Goodbye. After that, Zhang Qiu walked away. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. After going to the Shao family, I have to think of a way to take a picture of the evidence of the Evil Fiend Hall. This way, the three great forces can take action and directly suppress the Shao family. However, what is the approximate strength of the Evil Fiend Hall? Lin Xian then stood up and walked towards Bai Xianxian. He had to ask that woman, Ling Wuxin. Second elder. Zhang Qiu dialed a number in a corner. How is it? I've contacted Lin Xian. What he means is that the Evil Fiend Hall hasn't given him any benefits yet. It's too much to ask for something from him. Humph. This Lin Xian is quite bold. His life is in the hands of our Evil Fiend Hall, and he still dares to make a request. Then. Threaten him directly. Zhang Qiu asked. No need. Lin Xian is different from the others. This person has great potential and can bring great benefits to the Evil Fiend Hall. It's best to maintain a good relationship with him and wait until his value is almost used up. Yes. When will he come over? Zhang Qiu said. He said that he might want to go to the Wind Nation. Humph. The other side snorted coldly. This Lin Xian has such a big card. Fuck. His life was in their hands, and he still dared to show off here. Maybe he knows that his value to the Evil Fiend Hall is very high, so, the old man pondered for a moment, then nodded. That's right, he's a smart person, but it doesn't matter, there's no rush. Looking for him is nothing more than using the art pavilion group. It was just that Lin Xian's attitude made him very unhappy. It wasn't like they begged Lin Xian to come over. Your fucking life is in their hands, and you're still acting like this. You're really awesome. Little did they know that Lin Xian was beating them at their own game. The day Lin Xian went over was the day their Evil Fiend Hall would be exposed. Destroying the Evil Fiend Hall in a city was nothing, but destroying the Evil Fiend Hall was amazing. However, Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. Whether to go to the Evil Fiend Hall or the Wind Nation first was still uncertain. Let's go out for supper. Bai Xianxian stretched and looked at Lang Wuxin beside her. Sure. Lang Wuxin nodded. As soon as the two beautiful women walked out of the door, they saw Lin Xian walking towards them. Seeing Lin Xian, Lang Wuxin frowned slightly. Bai Xianxian was very surprised. Why are you here? Don't you need to accompany others? Bai Xianxian asked. I'm here for something. I knew it. Bai Xianxian rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. If this person didn't have anything to do, he wouldn't have come over. Then, Lin Xian looked at Lang Wuxin and asked, what's the approximate number of experts in the Evil Fiend Hall? You want to go? Lang Wuxin asked. Don't worry about it. She was speechless. "Let's go for supper," Bai Xianxian said. "Sure." The few of them went to the restaurant's private room. Lang Wuxin then said to Lin Xian, "I'll only tell you what I know, and what I know is only at the level of a few years ago. Because I haven't been to the Evil Fiend Hall for the past few years, I don't know much about it." Lin Xian nodded, "And, as long as I know." Lang Wuxin then pondered. Chapter 1380. I won't talk about the unimportant members of the evil god Fire Palace. If it's the Empyrean realm, there are more than 1,000 of them. These are the members who can rush over in the vicinity of the evil god Fire Palace. Lin Xian nodded. There are about 300 people in the higher void stage. Are they all in the Shao family? Lin Xian asked. No, although the Shao family is the headquarters of the evil god Fire Palace, how could all these people be in the Shao family? Some of the people in the nearby Shao family's businesses are also here. There is a huge space under the Shao family, and that is the real evil god Fire Palace. It is very, very big. Lin Xian nodded. What about the Heavenly Dao? I'm not sure about the Heavenly Dao, but there might be. Might? MN, the whole master of the evil god Fire Palace might be the Heavenly Dao. It's also possible for the Great Clan Elder, but the others definitely aren't. This is what I know a few years ago, and it doesn't include the Shao family. Lang Wuxin said. It's not easy. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. These experts aren't many, but they aren't few either. With the capital of the three great forces, they can easily deal with them. However, the more difficult thing is, the Shao family is in the downtown area. If a battle of this level were to break out, and if the Heavenly Dao were to be involved, the destruction of the commoners would be unimaginable. Bai Xianxian said. Lin Xian nodded. Amen, as long as I have an idea in my heart, I will go over and take a look when the time comes. You're going over. They all looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian took a sip of wine and grinned. Right now, I am a member of the evil god Fire Palace. The two girls. Did you meet one of them? Lin Xian nodded his head. Furthermore, they ate the poison pill, but they definitely would not have thought that the poison pill's poison had already been cured by me, yet they were extremely confident that they had already controlled my life and death. Lang Wuxin secretly shook his head. The evil god Fire Palace was definitely going to be destroyed by this Lin Xian. It was truly an unwise choice for the evil divine palace to provoke him. But, who would have thought? Lin Xian then looked at Lang Wuxin and said, don't even think about telling anyone. The poison pill in your body is similar to the one you ate from the evil fiend hole. If you have any thoughts of rebellion, you'll die as well. Bai Xianxian said to Lin Xian, recently, Wu Axan has contributed a lot to the Azura Palace. Lang Wuxin said nothing. Forget it, forget it. We'll talk about it later. I'm going back first. Lin Xian pinched Bai Xianxian's butt and ran off with a mischievous smile. Bastard. Bai Xianxian gritted her teeth. By the way, why are you willing to be his woman? Lang Wuxin asked this question for the first time. Why? Murong Feng looked at Lin Xian. The people from the evil fiend hall didn't expect me to be able to cure this poison. Therefore, in the eyes of the people from the evil fiend hall, Murong Yu, Ling Ying, and the others are members of the evil fiend hall. Murong Feng nodded. The evil fiend hall is located in the Tiandu Shao family. What? The Shao family is the evil fiend hall. Lin Xian shook his head. No, the Shao family is the headquarters of the evil fiend hall. The Shao family is a member of the evil fiend hall. Humph. Murong Feng clenched his fists. His eyes flashed with anger. After a while, I will go to the evil fiend hole. At that time, I will think of a way to find out some information about the evil fiend hall and bring out evidence. The rest will be left to Uncle Murong. Don't worry. It's enough for you to do this, leave the rest to us. Lin Xian nodded, and... Wait. Murong Feng suddenly thought of something, looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, do you want to play a bigger game of chess? Lin Xian looked at Murong Feng. Murong Feng lit a cigarette, then stood up and slowly paced back and forth. The Evil Fiend Hall is one of the 5 great halls of the Evil Fiend Hall. The real powerful one is the real Evil Fiend Hall, and you have the opportunity to explore the location of the Evil Fiend Hall. Just the Evil Fiend Hall alone is not enough. If we can find the Evil Fiend Hall. Lin Xian understood Murong Feng's meaning. But... they want my art pavilion group. I'm fucking losing so much. Chapter 1381. The Yixian group's assets were truly unimaginable. Their appetites might be relatively small at the beginning, but their appetites would definitely get bigger and bigger later on. Furthermore, to the Yixian group, they might want 5% or 10% of the shares, but you couldn't imagine how much 10% of the Yixian group's shares were worth. Although it was indeed beneficial to the continent, but, Murong Feng coughed dryly and said, it's like this. During this period of time, all of the Evil Fiend Shrine's requests for the Yixian group will be compensated by the 3 major powers. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. That's fine. Murong Yu helplessly sighed behind him. This Lin Xian, Murong Feng felt that Lin Xian would definitely be put in an important position by the Evil Fiend Shrine. With his background, his talent, and the number 1 in the Sky Martial Assembly, he would definitely be put in an important position. In the future, he would definitely become an important person in the Evil Fiend Shrine. Unless the people in the Evil Fiend Shrine were idiots, they would definitely go and nurture Lin Xian. This Lin Xian was an existence that even the 3 major powers wanted to fight over. However, Murong Feng looked at Lin Xian and said, it's like this. Because the Yixian group's technology is not below the continent, I'm worried that the Evil Fiend Shrine might want to borrow some of the Yixian group's abilities to research and develop some things. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Xian nodded and said, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. And I believe you. I'll leave the Evil Fiend Shrine to you. Lin Xian smiled and said, don't forget that your daughter is also a member of the Evil Fiend Shrine. Murong Feng glanced at Murong Yu behind him and said with a smile, she won't be more important than you. Although Xiao Yu is backed by the temple, the Evil Fiend Shrine is actually afraid of letting her do anything. Because the Evil Fiend Shrine also knows what kind of existences are in the temple. They are also worried that they will be exposed. Lin Xian nodded and said, then I'll hang up first. I have to sleep. Good night. Good night. Lin Xian smiled and said, I'll tell your daughter. Murong Feng, Murong Yu, Lin Xian then hung up the video call. Murong Feng rubbed his temples and looked at his daughter. Little Yu. Dad. Murong Yu very politely looked at Murong Feng. When we reach the God's Awakening door, if possible, it's best to stay with Lin Xian. Murong Feng said. I'll walk by myself, Murong Yu said. Murong Feng shook his head and said, this little brat is not simple. He has a lot of luck on his body. If you travel with him, it might actually be safer. You might even obtain more opportunities. Murong Yu was silent. If it's possible, it's best to go with him. Although the God's Awakening door is a place where one can obtain good fortune through praying, it's also a very dangerous place. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. Murong Yu nodded. I know. I will follow him if I can. Also, cultivate your relationship. Murong Fong smiled and said. Murong knew, the relationship between the two of them, other than Ling Ying and the other girls, no one else knew. However, Murong Fong was simply becoming more and more satisfied with Lin Xian. He had the urge to become this brat's father-in-law. Although Murong Fong knew about the relationship between Lin Xian, Ling Ying, and Han Chuxue, there was only one Lin Xian. He was indeed very outstanding. If his daughter liked him, he wouldn't mind. Dad, Murong Fong smiled and rubbed Murong Yu's sky-blue hair. Although there are some things that I know, there is only one Lin Xian. If you like him, Dad will support you. Your mom will definitely support you as well. This world, as time passes, it will become more and more like a world where the strong are respected. When that time comes, rules and laws will become more and more useless. Moreover, Lin Xian has a divine body like you. You two are the most compatible. Murong Yu didn't say anything. She only nodded slightly. Seeing his daughter nod, Murong Fong seemed to have guessed something. After half a year in the divine realm, they should have cultivated a lot of feelings. It was quite good. Go and rest. There is no harm in bringing more equipment to the God's Awakening door. Although I don't know what is inside the God's Awakening door, it must be a secret realm or a small world. Understood. On the other side, Lin Xian was lying in his house with nothing to do. It was so boring. Bing Lingyue also didn't come back. He didn't know if she would come back tonight. Maybe she would stay at Ling Longshue's place. How was he going to spend the night? There were so many girls there. Lin Xian was afraid of going there, especially when Huang Shi was there. He would rather not sleep at night without girls. Damn! I have so many girls and I can't find one to sleep with. Lin Xian looked around. Was it Luo Chenxi or Bai Xianxian? Or Leng Wuxin? As for the other girls, he wouldn't touch them first. Time to find Bai Xianxian. Lin Xian went to the Azura Palace again. Bai Xianxian and Leng Wuxin had just finished supper and came back from the night market. They were sitting in the courtyard, enjoying the wind and chatting while looking at the stars. Then, Lin Xian came. Why are you here again? Bai Xianxian looked at Lin Xian in surprise. I want to spend the night with you. Lin Xian smiled and walked over. Bai Xianxian, Leng Wuxin heard this and quickly got up to leave. Where are you going? Lin Xian glanced at her. Rest. Leng Wuxin said calmly. Go take a shower. I will find you later. Leng Wuxin, she didn't say anything and left. Bai Xianxian glanced at Lin Xian. No matter what, she is a girl and she is very arrogant. You are too much, Bai Xianxian said to Lin Xian. Damn! If I had been soft-hearted, I would have been killed by her. Bai Xianxian understood this. After spending some time together, she felt that Leng Wuxi was quite good. She was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Let's go take a shower. What are you doing? Aren't you going to find her? Bai Xianxian glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled evilly and hugged her slim waist. Let's go together. Bai Xianxian, damn. This scumbag. Bastard. Hee, since you said that I am a bastard, I will definitely be a bastard in front of you. Let's go. Then, Lin Xian carried her and ran to the room. Bai Xianxian, when Lin Xian brought Bai Xianxian to Leng Wuxin's room, Leng Wuxin, who had just taken a shower, was stunned. She frowned. This Lin Xian, it was not the first time he forced himself on her. Now, he even brought Bai Xianxian in. What was he doing? Chapter 1382. Lin Xian looked at Ling Wuxin, who had her hair draped over her shoulders. To be honest, this woman was indeed top-notch. Go take a shower. Lin Xian slapped Bai Xuanxuan's butt. Bai Xuanxuan's face flushed red. Bastard! She gritted her teeth. Go. If you don't go, I'll do you on the spot. Lin Xian glared at her. Bai Xian glared at Lin Xian, then walked into the bathroom helplessly. Lin Xian then looked at Ling Wuxin and sat on the edge of her bed. Lin Xian glanced at Ling Wuxin, but she didn't look at Lin Xian. She was very angry. This person was really an animal. She couldn't do anything, but why was Bai Xian so obedient to him? Oh right, Bai Xian had told her that they were more likely to be lovers in the past. How do you feel here? Lin Xian patted the edge of the bed beside her. Ling Wuxin acted as if she didn't see it. She stood there and said indifferently, "It's all right." Compared to your previous life? Lin Xian asked. It's better now. Ling Wuxin said. This was indeed the truth. Previously, she couldn't even live a normal life. She even had a lot of pressure. But now, she realized that she didn't have any pressure. Every day was so easy and comfortable. Although she didn't have any cultivation during this period, she was exceptionally relaxed. Then stay here from now on, Lin Xian said. We'll talk about it later, Ling Wuxin said indifferently. Lin Xian patted his leg. She glanced at it and acted as if she didn't see it. Lin Xian chuckled, then slightly released his power. Ling Wuxin's figure disappeared on the spot and sat on Lin Xian's lap. But you're still not very obedient. Lin Xian's hands started to move. Ling Wuxin gritted her teeth. Although she had been with Lin Xian several times, but, when Bai Xian walked out of the bathroom, she gaped at the scene before her. This Lin Xian is simply a beast. The next morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes and yawned. The two long-legged beauties were sleeping soundly. Lin Xian sat up and stretched. I can't take it anymore. When he completely retired in the future, there would be so many beautiful girls around him. How would he be able to handle all of them? He couldn't withstand it at all right. Bai Xian's long eyelashes trembled slightly before she opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at her, then smiled and said, I'll go make breakfast for you. Soon, 3 large bowls of seafood noodles were served by Lin Xian. Bai Xian had already woken up. Ling Wuxin was still wearing her pajamas, but she opened her eyes when she smelled the scent. Let's eat. Bai Xian casually put on a loose set of pajamas. She didn't even have pants on. Then, she got up and sat down to eat the seafood noodles. Ling Wuxin, on the other hand, was dressed neatly and walked over. When she tasted the noodles made by Lin Xian, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The taste was so good that it had completely exceeded her imagination. Are you going to stay in Lin and City for this period of time? Bai Xian asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian, no, I'm going to the Wind Nation immediately. I have some matters to attend to. When I come back, I'll probably go to the God's Awakening door. When I come out, I should be in the virtual realm. Bai Xian said. Yes, definitely. As long as I can raise my cultivation level in the God's Awakening door, I'll definitely be in the virtual realm. Lin Xian. Bai Xian was also quite shocked. In this short period of time, he had improved so much. Ling Wuxin just sat there and ate her noodles without saying a word. Who are you going with? Bai Xian asked. In any case, I'm not going with you. Lin Xian grinned. Bai Xian, then, she kicked Lin Xian's leg. After eating, Lin Xian, Xiao Yinqi, Lu Yufan, Miao Xiao Miao, Yi Yi, Zi Qiue, and Xan, and Lan Xingxing, who had already returned, played for a day and a night. On the second day, Lin Xian accompanied Linglong Shui and the others. Huang Shi also didn't leave. On the third day, Lin Xian played with Ling Ying and the others. 3 days later, it was also the time that Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan agreed to meet. After all, they didn't know how long they would stay in the Wind Nation. So it was better to leave early. And the one who was suffering was the evil god Hole. Motherfucker. You fucking played for 3 days in Lin and City. Why didn't you come to the evil god Firehole? Those people from the evil god Firehole were furious. But they couldn't do anything. Who asked their evil god Firehole master to give them some time and to maintain a good relationship with Lin Xian for the time being. Early in the morning, Lin Xian patted Wu Yuhan's butt and woke her up. That's right, last night Lin Xian played with Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the others. Wu Yuhan was naturally there too. After playing, everyone left. Lin Xian told Wu Yuhan that they would go to the Wind Nation together the next day, so he asked her to come back. Who asked the one who controlled the body last night to be the elder sister Wu Yunhua? So, Lin Xian finally met this woman for the first time. Moreover, this Wu Yunhua was simply an expert at tricking girls. After kissing Lin Xian, when Lin Xian wanted to do something to her, she gave the control of the body to the cold Wu Yuhan. Lin Xian was happy to do so. He liked cold the most. Wu Yuhan opened her beautiful eyes and glanced at Lin Xian, then turned her head away. Hey, it's 6:00. Our flight is at 8:00. Get lost. Wu Yuhan scolded in annoyance. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. She was very angry. This Lin Xian was a beast. Cough cough, I'll go make breakfast for you. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly, then got up and walked away. Wu Yuhan opened her beautiful eyes. What's wrong? You like him and you're not happy. Wu Yunhua's voice sounded in her mind. Try it and see. Wu Yuhan gritted her teeth. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian had breakfast last night. Wu Yuhan had already washed up and dressed. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Xian's noodles, then she sat down and ate them in small bites. Lin Xian realized that all the girls liked to eat his noodles because they were indeed delicious. Especially Lan Xingxing the day before. When she ate Lin Xian's delicious noodles, she was so touched that tears flowed down her cheeks. By the way, regarding the matter of reconstructing the body, I asked yesterday. Lin Xian looked at Wu Yuhan and said. To be precise, he was saying this for Wu Yunhua. That's right. Linglong Shui had many experts at her side. All of them were at the Heavenly Dao realm or the Great Void realm. They were knowledgeable and were practically invincible. Therefore, Lin Xian had asked them and received an accurate answer. What did they say? Wu Yuhan looked up at Lin Xian and asked. It's possible. The method to reconstruct the body isn't difficult. They can do it, but the difficult part is finding the heaven and earth spiritual items needed to reconstruct the body. Lin Xian. What do they need? Wu Yuhan asked. She wanted to get Wu Yunhua out of her body as soon as possible. It was too annoying. Chapter 1383. Lin Xian knew that Wu Yuhan was helpless. Logically speaking, if it wasn't for her sister, Lin Xian really didn't know how to take down Wu Yuhan. Just leave whatever you need to me. They will also search for it. It's just that some are especially hard to find. When the time comes, we might have a chance to find it in the God's awakening door. If the heaven and earth spiritual power in the God's awakening door is higher than in our continent, then it's easier to give birth to stronger spiritual items. Wu Yuhan nodded. She also knew that even if she knew what it was, she wouldn't be able to help. Then, I'll have to trouble you, Wu Yuhan said. Lin Xian glanced at her and smiled. We're already an old married couple. You're still saying thank you to me. Wu Yuhan, she turned her head to the side. Let's go. Let's go. I don't know how many days we'll be in Feng Empire. The sooner the better. Then, the two of them changed into simple clothes and set off for the airport. Ling Ying and the rest were very unhappy. They also wanted to go. Why didn't he bring them along? In Lin Xian's words, the things they were going to do this time would be more secretive and low-key. They would try their best not to get into a conflict. They were going there to fork over some things, not to get into a fight. Then Ling Ying and the rest expressed that they couldn't go over to play. They weren't going with them, then, they were rejected by Lin Xian. God knows what happened in Feng Empire. Lin Xian didn't dare to let them go and let them stay in Lin and City to play. So in the end, only Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan went to Feng Empire. The two got on the plane and flew to Feng Country. The flight to Feng Country took about a day, but the two booked a first-class cabin, the kind with a bed, and it was similar to a private room. Only the two of them were in an exquisite room about 20 square meters. Speaking of which, how much do you know about Feng family and Chu family? Lin Xian laid on the bed and waved at Wu Yuhan who was sitting there. Wu Yuhan knew what Lin Xian was asking about. She suspected the Feng family and Chu family who killed her Wu family back then. It wasn't just suspicion, she already investigated a lot of things. She wasn't sure about the Feng family, but she was very sure about the Chu family. Otherwise, when she saw Chu Feng and Chu He, why was she unable to control her anger? Wu Yuhan asked. I've told you that the Feng family and Chu family are famous assassins' families. That night, the Feng and Chu family are famous assassins' families. That night, from my sister's memories, and the Chu family, S. That night, the family, S. The families the Chu family are S's. As for the Feng family, Wu Yuhan said, I'm not sure. My sister said that night, there were clearly two people with very different bodily martial skills. However, she couldn't remember the second one clearly. She said it was definitely not inferior to the Chu families, and only the Feng family could compete with the Chu families. However, because she couldn't remember clearly, I can't be sure whether it was the Feng family or not. However, I'm sure it was the Chu family. However, I lack evidence. Also, I want to know why. Lin Xian sighed as he laid there. In this world, the only thing that can make people disregard their own safety and even slaughter a top-notch family is profit. So, when the time comes, I must go and investigate. I hope it's as you said, that my family left something behind at the Wu family's old site. Wu Yuhan glanced at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Yes, Lin Xian guessed like that. Of course, it was only a guess. The Wu family in Feng country wasn't on the same level as the Feng family or the Chu family. The Chu family and the Feng family were considered T2 ranked families. Because Feng country and Hua country's governance methods were different, Hua country was more restrictive. It was rare to see a family controlling a city in Hua country. If Lin Xian wasn't special, it wouldn't work if he wanted to control Lin and city in Hua country. However, in Feng country and other countries, you would see many situations where a family controlled a city. The Feng family and the Chu family weren't like this. They were two of the four major families in Feng country's imperial capital. However, these 4 major families were much stronger than Hua country's Tiandu's 8 major families. As for the Wu family, it was only a first-rate family under the 4 major families. In terms of strength, it was about the strength of Hua country's Tiandu's 8 major families. Logically speaking, this kind of family shouldn't pose any threat to the Feng family or the Chu family. However, of course, this was only a guess. They made a move against the Wu family and didn't hesitate to slaughter the Wu family. The only thing Lin Xian could think of was that something in the Wu family had been discovered. Moreover, this thing was very powerful and very important. Hence, these people didn't hesitate to do this. Let's go and take a look. Anyway, we're going over for this matter, Lin Xian said. Come. Lin Xian smiled and waved at Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan glanced at Lin Xian and ignored him. Oh ho! The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up, revealing a mischievous smile. Then, he released the power of space, and Wu Yuhan disappeared on the spot, reappearing on the bed. Lin Xian reached out and hugged her. Wu Yuhan, you beauty, the road ahead is long. Why don't we do something serious? Lin Xian then pressed her under his body. Bastard! This was a beast. However, just as Lin Xian stripped Wu Yuhan naked, there was a knock on their door. Lin Xian, Wu Yuhan hurriedly put on her clothes and tidied up her messy hair. Who is it? Lin Xian shouted. Damn it! Extremely unhappy. Sir, there's a storm ahead. Therefore, this flight has to make an emergency landing. What? Lin Xian jumped off the bed and opened the door. The beautiful flight attendant smiled at Lin Xian. Sir, there's a storm ahead. It might last for 2 to 3 days. We'll make an emergency landing in Liuzhou City and wait for the storm to pass before heading to Feng country. Lin Xian rubbed his forehead. Understood. Thank you for your understanding. Lin Xian closed the door and walked in. Not good. This isn't a smooth start. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. It's normal. During this season, there are frequent large storms at the border between Feng country and Hua country. Wu Yuhan said. What storm? Why don't I know about it? Wu Yuhan said, a storm that lasts from 1 to 2 days to a week. During the storm, there will be lightning, heavy rain, and even hail. During the storm, Liuzhou City and the nearby cities will need to activate the city's defensive barrier. Otherwise, the flood will submerge the city and the hail will destroy the city. The entire city will be destroyed. Lin Xian, there's such a thing. That's too exaggerated. A storm that submerged the entire city. Wu Yuhan nodded. I encountered it once when I returned to Feng country. It's the same as now. Look. Wu Yuhan pointed outside. Chapter 1384. Lin Xian looked in the direction that Wu Yuhan was pointing at through the window. Then, he opened his mouth wide. Fuck. The sky in front of them was already filled with dark clouds. This wasn't just a matter of the dark clouds. The dark clouds were unimaginably thick. Lin Xian had never seen such thick dark clouds in his life. It hadn't rained yet, but the clouds were already filled with lightning. The dark clouds covered an area even further than the city. And they were about to make an emergency landing. Are you sure these dark clouds aren't formed by some kind of energy? Lin Xian asked. Wu Yuhan said, it happens every year. At first, everyone thought that it might be a problem with the climate here. However, the three major forces came to investigate this matter. After all, activating the barrier that protects the entire city consumes a lot of resources. They discovered that it might be due to some kind of thunder attribute heaven and earth spirit item. A lightning-type heaven and earth spirit item. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He really wanted it. Furthermore, a lightning-type heaven and earth spirit item of this level should be an extremely powerful existence. However, we couldn't find it. Some people thought it might be underground in Liuzhou City. Some people thought it might be somewhere near Liuzhou City. However, it was strange that we couldn't find it. Logically speaking, if it's a very powerful lightning-type heaven and earth spirit item, we should be able to find it. Unless it's very deep underground. Therefore, many experts would try to find it here every year, but they would all return empty-handed. After all, the city doesn't allow some people to dig so deep. Wu Yuhan said. Let's go to Liuzhou City to take a look. Lin Xian said. If there really was a very powerful lightning-type heaven and earth spirit item, Lin Xian would be very excited. Can you find it? If there is, I can definitely find it. Lin Xian said. Don't forget that he had the Eye of Cave Spirit. The Eye of Cave Spirit could detect even the slightest fluctuation of heaven and earth spirit qi. If there really was one, it would be very easy to find it. To others, it would be unimaginably difficult. However, if there was one, it would be too easy for Lin Xian. After the plane landed in Liuzhou City, Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan walked out of the airport. The entire Liuzhou City was covered in darkness. It was only noon, but Liuzhou City was already drowsy. The citizens of Liuzhou City were already used to such scenes. How are you going to find him? Wu Yuhan looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. He found it inconceivable. So many people had come here to look for it, but they couldn't find it. However, this Lin Xian said that he could find it. Well, what he said seemed to be very credible. After all, this Lin Xian was not simple in her eyes. Lin Xian activated his Eye of Cave Spirit. I have my ways. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously at Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan did not show any expression. Follow me. What surprised Lin Xian was that the heaven and earth spiritual energy in Liuzhou City was indeed higher than normal cities, but not by much. After all, the city was so big. However, Lin Xian could see the direction of the spiritual energy. Therefore, he had to go to the place where all the spiritual energy gathered. That place should be where the heaven and earth anomaly was. Of course, that might not be the case. The thing that caused the heaven and earth anomaly might not be the thing that Lin Xian found with his Eye of Cave Spirit. However, since it was here and fate forced them to descend, it was a kind of fate for Lin Xian. After that, Lin Xian released his spatial energy and brought Wu Yuhan to that place. At this moment, Liuzhou City's extremely remote Burial Mountain welcomed all kinds of experts. Burial Mountain was one of the more famous places in Liuzhou City. Why? This place was deserted. It was located a few kilometers away from a highway with very few cars. This place was undeveloped. There was no one within a dozen kilometers. Even if it was a detour, most people would not use this highway. As its name suggested, Burial Mountain was a graveyard. And it had thousands of years of history. It was said that thousands of years ago, this was a small village. This Burial Mountain was where the villagers were buried after they died. Later on, the entire village died overnight. There were many versions of the reason, but no one could verify it. Later on, to Liuzhou City, this Burial Mountain mysteriously became a very famous burial place. They even felt that burying the dead here was a noble way of burial. Therefore, more and more people were buried here many years ago. It might not be less than 100,000, or even a few 100,000. Until now, Burial Mountain was even controlled by Liuzhou City's #1 family, the Liu family. If anyone wanted to bury the dead here, they had to first buy a piece of land. A few square meters, a few 100,000. They also had to pay the burial fee. In any case, if you wanted to bury a dead person here, it would take at least 1 million. Even so, there were still many rich people who had already bought a place to bury their dead. It was Burial Mountain. Thinking about it, it was funny. No one dared to come here because it was said that this place was very scary. Not only was it because of the dead buried here, but it was also said that anyone who entered here, of course, was an ordinary person. After they came out, they would not be clear-headed and would die within a few months. Martial artists were fine. There was no problem. Some people had come to investigate, but they could not find anything. At this moment, there were no less than 100 people gathered on Burial Mountain. These people, from their clothes to the things in their hands, were all rather strange. There were martial artists who wore normal clothes, and there seemed to be Taoists. There were also people who wore ancient robes, just like the various large sections. It could be seen that they were divided into more than 10 factions. They were all very strong. The lowest realm was probably the domain realm. Everyone. At this time, an old man in a Taoist robe took a step forward and glanced at everyone. What is the meaning of this? My Chongyun Mountain has already searched for the spirit items under Burial Mountain for decades. Only then did we lock onto Burial Mountain. In terms of effort, whether it's Liuzhou City's Liu family, Qin family, the 4 great families, or the Warlock clan Sima family, Flowing Fire Manor, etc., none of them can compare to my Chongyun Mountain. And you, a group of people, shamelessly followed my Chongyun Mountain here. What is the meaning of this? He. A man walked out with a smile and then cupped his fists. Venerable Chongyun, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. The various large families and factions did not follow Chongyun Mountain here. They were brought here by my Sima family. My Sima family has already calculated the spirit items in Liuzhou City for decades. In terms of effort, Chongyun Mountain cannot compare to my Sima family. Chapter 1385. After the man in his 20s finished speaking, the surrounding forces nodded in agreement. That's right. The Sima clan invited all of us here to help out. A woman from the Liuhua manor with fiery red hair and dressed in tight clothes said as she stepped on a stone with one foot. That's right. The Sima clan is a warlock clan and Chongyun Mountain is a Taoist faction. They're both proficient in warlocks and divination techniques. If Chongyun Mountain can divine the location of the heaven and earth spiritual energy, so can the Sima clan. Moreover, the Sima clan should be able to divine more than the seniors of Chongyun Mountain. We were all invited here by the Sima clan because they divined that although the heaven and earth spiritual energy is here, there's a great omen tonight. Someone from the Qin clan said. Patriarch Qin, are you saying that Chongyun Mountain is inferior to the Sima clan? Venerable Chongyun glanced coldly at the middle-aged man. No, that's not what I meant. The various forces and families in Liuzhou City are all very powerful. They all have their own roles and abilities. Although Chongyun Mountain is also a warlock clan, the Sima clan is more proficient in divination techniques. Naturally, Chongyun Mountain has other areas that the Sima clan and other forces can't compare to. The patriarch of the Qin clan was quite respectful. However, although he put it nicely, the smell of gunpowder was too strong. After all, there could only be one heaven and earth spiritual energy. They were indeed invited here by the Sima clan, but according to the Sima clan, it would depend on everyone's ability to obtain the heaven and earth spiritual energy. Therefore, they were relatively fair. Every force had a chance. Although they all knew in their hearts that the Sima clan was using them as tools, what harm was there in doing so? Changyun Mountain had been searching for the heaven and earth spiritual energy for decades, and the Sima clan had been searching for it for decades. They only found its exact location this year. This could only mean one thing: the grade of this spiritual item of heaven and earth had definitely reached a very exaggerated level. Divination techniques had taken so many years to lock onto its location, but they didn't know what it was. The more difficult it was, the more it proved that the heaven and earth spiritual energy was heaven-defying. Humph. Venerable Changyun snorted coldly and did not say anything else. At this time, the Lu family master smiled and said, "Everyone, please calm down. Seniors from Zhongyun Mountain, this matter concerns the life and death of the entire Liuzhou city. The reason for this terrifying storm every year is because of the spirit item of heaven and earth. Everyone, please raise your heads and take a look. Such a terrifying phenomenon, even the city has no choice but to release a powerful barrier to resist it. Let's not talk about anything else, for the sake of our city, the place where our ancestors have lived for hundreds of years. It's best for everyone to unite and work together. Patriarch Sima, please tell us the specific situation." The Sima family patriarch glanced at his son who was standing there in deep thought, and then said, "Everyone knows that my son, Sima Yan, is the top genius of the Sima family in the past 500 years. In the art of divination, he possesses the talent of the Sima family's ancestor. In the history of the Sima family, only the two of them have this level of talent. Moreover, the ancestor has already fallen 1,000 years ago. Today's matter was divined by my son. Sima Yan is an extremely handsome man. His ability. If he participated in the Heaven Martial Assembly, he would definitely be ranked 8th, or even 9th. But he did not participate. Why? Because he divined that if he went to the God's Awakening Door, the chances of him dying would reach 90%. Therefore, he did not go. The Sima family and the Zhuge family are the two greatest warlock families. Sima Yan and Zhuge Feng can be considered old rivals. Sima Yan took a step forward and swept his gaze over everyone. Everyone's gazes were focused on him. Sima Yan then said, "According to my divination, the phenomenon around Liuzhou city originates from a lightning-attributed spirit item of heaven and earth beneath our feet. It should be a type of divine lightning. Its grade is very high and it is rarely seen in the world. It might have been sealed here thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. In recent years, its power has rebelled and gradually loosened, causing this phenomenon. As for this spirit item of heaven and earth, even if I didn't divinate it, it should have been born soon. It is because it is about to be born that I was able to divinate that it is beneath disorderly burial mountain." He paused for a moment before continuing, "But these are not important. What's important is that any top-grade heaven and earth spiritual object will definitely be guarded by a powerful demonic beast or devil creature. It may even be in deep sleep with the heaven and earth spiritual object. Therefore, there should be a powerful demonic beast underground. According to my prediction, once the heaven and earth spiritual object is disturbed, other things will happen. This is also why even though my Sima clan knew about this, we did not dare to come alone and had to bring so many forces with us." "What danger will there be?" Lu family's Yagua Ji asked. Yagua Ji is also a top-grade warlock and belongs to this generation. Of course, he is slightly inferior to Sima Yan. However, if he participated in the Heaven Martial Assembly, he should be able to get into the top 15. Everyone, don't forget where this is. This is Disorderly Burial Mountain. Since ancient times, many corpses have been buried here in Liuzhou City. There is no problem with modern corpses, but many corpses have been buried here for decades, centuries, or even millennia. There is no lack of former generals, ministers, nobles, and even warriors. Sima Yan paused for a moment, then continued, and this spirit item of heaven and earth has refined these corpses for hundreds of millennia. These corpses are already extraordinary. You are saying that they will awaken. How is that possible? Even if this spirit item has been refining these corpses for many years and gives them spirit energy, it cannot give them the ability to move. At most, these corpses will not rot for many years. Someone said. Sima Yan shook his head. I don't know either, but the result of my divination is that they will awaken. It is even very dangerous. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be a demon beast that is sleeping with the spirit item underground? Flowing Fire Manor's Manor Lord said. It is possible. Demons are dozens of times more sensitive to the spirit energy of heaven and earth than humans. This kind of spirit energy should be able to attract demons. So, what is everyone's decision? More than 100 people exchanged looks. This left them trembling in fear. What's there to be afraid of? Our various family clans and factions are already here. There are no less than 40 people at the Great Void Realm. The lowest realm is at the Heavenly Venerate Realm. Could there be a Heavenly Tao Realm demon underground? Ha ha ha. Heavenly Tao Realm. It's indeed impossible. There's really no need to worry. Everyone, let's prepare to take action. Chapter 1386. The Heavenly Tao Realm was an extremely terrifying existence. Tell me, for a Heavenly Tao Realm to slumber for thousands of years. Based on what? And why? This was illogical. Furthermore, it was not easy for a Heavenly Tao Realm existence to appear. The Heavenly Tao Realm of various fey beasts and demons was much harder to grow than a human's. Due to their lifespan, the fey beasts that had the qualifications to advance to the Heavenly Venerate, Great Void, and Heavenly Tao Realm had extremely powerful bloodlines. And for such fey beasts with powerful bloodlines, they aged 1 year every 100 years. For humans, they lived 1 lifetime every 100 years. However, there were pros and cons to each. For example, a fey with a powerful bloodline might need thousands of years to reach the Heavenly Tao Realm. Look at Linglong Shui. She was also a figure from 1,000 years ago. She was only at the Heavenly Tao Realm. She had the world's top bloodline, but she still needed a very long time. Therefore, could there be a fey of that level underground? The possibility was too low. Hey, hey, hey. Slow down. Wait for me. Hold my hand. I'm afraid. Just as they were about to discuss, a voice sounded from behind. Everyone looked over. Everyone who knew about this operation was here. Naturally, this matter wouldn't be spread out. After all, although it might be dangerous, the more people there were, the more competition there would be. Yes, they seemed to be cooperating now. However, everyone knew that if the heaven and earth spiritual treasure were to come into being, every person and every force would fight. Of course, the premise was that the heaven and earth fey was worth it. But now, there was a voice coming from behind. It was very odd. No one would come to such a place. Hold my hand. Quick, quick. I want to hold your hand. Lin Xian said to Wu Yuhan with a shameless smile. Wu Yuhan was really having a headache. This Lin Xian was the embodiment of shameless scum. Ah ah ah. She was convinced. Tell me, you've already seen through it. Is there really a need to hold my hand on such a difficult path? It was already raining. Although the enchantment had isolated 80% of the rain and lightning, 20% was still considered moderate rain. This mountain was covered in soil, grass, and trees. Furthermore, it was raining. It was extremely difficult to walk, yet you still wanted to take advantage of it. She was convinced. Holy shit. Did he fucking not bury it properly or something? Why is his hand sticking out? Lin Xian was about to continue taking advantage of Wu Yuhan when he suddenly turned his head. Damn. There was a hand sticking out of a tombstone that looked quite old. Although it was only a third of a finger, wasn't it scary? What made Lin Xian feel strange was that this was really a dead person. His hand didn't rot. Then, he and Wu Yuhan looked up and saw that there were pairs of eyes staring at them. It was late at night, the light was dim, and they were in disorderly Burial Mountain. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of them. Wouldn't that be scary? Fuck. Lin Xian was shocked. To be honest, even if they were warriors, they would certainly be somewhat afraid of ghosts. Even if it was a demon beast of the Heavenly Venerable Realm or the Absolute Void Realm, they wouldn't be afraid. After all, those were existences that they knew. However, things like ghosts were illusory and the unknown always made people more afraid. You too are. Qin family patriarch Qin Tianyu looked at Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan and asked. The light was too dim and the surroundings were too noisy. There was only the sound of wind and rain, so they couldn't see each other clearly. Hearing human words, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. They weren't ghosts. However, fuck. He was here to look for treasures. Why were there so many people here? Lin Xian used his eye of cave spirit to investigate. Holy shit. They were all in the Heavenly Venerable Realm or the Absolute Void Realm. There were even many that he couldn't detect. For example, the one who spoke proved that he was at least 6 stars of the Absolute Void Realm. We're here for a vacation. Lin Xian grinned and said. The corners of their mouths twitched. Vacation. Vacation your mom. He, little brother, this is Disorderly Burial Mountain, a place where people are buried. You're here for a vacation in the middle of the night. Even if you want us to believe you, we won't believe you. Then what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Lin Xian asked. Looking at the stars. Lin Xian, wow. This was even more ridiculous than him. He, since you two are here, come on up. Qin Tianyu smiled and said. They were just 2 juniors. Even if they were here, what did it matter? On the contrary, they could be used as a fighting force. Even if they died, they could help them deal with some enemies, right? In any case, they definitely didn't have the qualifications to fight for the heaven and earth spiritual items. Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan looked at each other and walked over. When Wu Yuhan fell into their line of sight, many of the men's eyes suddenly lit up. Although it was dim, they were close enough to see Wu Yuhan's cat clearly. This woman was simply unbelievably beautiful. Sometimes, how could one prove whether a man was outstanding? In fact, the simplest way was to look at the woman beside him. The more outstanding the woman beside him was, the more outstanding the man would be. However, even if these 2 juniors were quite outstanding, so what? After all, they were just juniors. After that, they ignored Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan. The 2 of them walked to a corner. Lin Xian sat on a rock and pulled Wu Yuhan to sit on his lap. This made Wu Yuhan extremely helpless. Now, what should we do to make the heaven and earth spiritual item appear? Lahuishan Manor's owner asked Sima Yan. Lin Xian frowned. Fuck. They were indeed here to look for the heaven and earth spiritual item. However, for so many years, no one had been able to find it or confirm its location. Why did they happen to be here when he arrived? Seriously. Sima Yan said, the most important thing now is to confirm its location. Next, I'll set up a spirit gathering array. When the time comes, I'll need everyone here to release enough energy in the array. When the time comes, the spirit gathering array will condense the surrounding spiritual energy. With the help of this spiritual energy, there's a high chance that the heaven and earth spiritual item will appear. Everyone nodded. No problem. Hey, did none of you pay attention to this thing? Lin Xian pointed at a place at the back and said. That place was the grave mound where the hand had just reached out. At this moment, Lin Xian took a look. The hand that had just reached out was only 1/3 of the fingers. Now, an entire hand had silently reached out. Everyone looked over. As expected. Everyone's brows furrowed. So, everyone, please be careful. After the spirit gathering array is activated, our enemies will appear. Chapter 1387. They didn't pay attention to Lin Xian's words just now, but even now, when they saw the hand reaching out from the grave, they weren't particularly surprised. This was because they had already talked about this possibility from the beginning. Everyone, our Sima family will begin to condense the spirit gathering array. Later on, please gather the array and protect us. Sima Yan glanced at the crowd and said. Obviously, they didn't take Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan seriously. Of course, they took Wu Yuhan seriously because she was too beautiful. It was just that the two of them were too young. Even if they were top-notch geniuses, they were only at the Heavenly Venerable realm. A Heavenly Venerable was the weakest among the 100 or so people. Therefore, they didn't have the qualifications to compete for the heaven and earth spiritual item. Instead, they would help them attract the attention of many evil beings. After that, those people found a relatively flat spot and began to condense the spirit gathering array. Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan sat there and watched. To be precise, Lin Xian was sitting there, while Wu Yuhan sat on Lin Xian's lap. She didn't want to sit, but this bastard just hugged her on his lap. She was really convinced. If not, there would definitely be people coming over to hit on her. However, when those young masters saw this, they thought, this beautiful woman was actually hugged on his lap. They must be a couple. Very unhappy. Extremely unhappy. There were beauties everywhere, but such a beautiful one was really rare. However, why did it feel a little familiar? Looks like these people are also here to look for the heaven and earth spiritual item. Lin Xian touched Wu Yuhan's beautiful leg. Wu Yuhan, this was a beast. She seriously suspected that Lin Xian said he would accompany her to Feng Nation so that he could have sex with her every day during this trip. Come on. Wu Yuhan nodded, then twisted her butt, trying to get away from Lin Xian's lap. However, she couldn't break free at all. If it was Wu Yunhua, she would definitely have done so. However, Wu Yuhan couldn't let go. Really, before I came, no one discovered this place for decades. Just as I came, this place was discovered. I'm convinced. Lin Xian shook his head. Wu Yuhan nodded. It is indeed a coincidence. It seems like the Sima family has deduced it. Sima family. Lin Xian looked at the dozen or so people who were in the midst of spirit gathering. Emichim, the Sima family and Zhuge Feng's Zhuge family became the continent's two great warlock families. The two great families have been competing with each other for generations. They are proficient in the art of divination. However, it took the Sima clan so many years to deduce this place. I guess it's just like what you said. This spiritual object of heaven and earth is definitely not simple, Wu Yuhan said. What she found strange was that the Sima clan might have been able to discover this place after many years of planning, but Lin Xian had immediately found this place the moment he arrived. How did he do it? However, when she thought about how this was Lin Xian, she felt that it was normal again. She had seen too many incredible things from Lin Xian. Of course it's not simple. Even a corpse that had been dead for so many years was about to crawl out. Do you think it's simple? Lin Xian looked at the corpse in the distance that had half an arm stretched out and was secretly speechless. To be honest, it was a little scary. However, these people also saw it and did not panic. They did not seem worried at all. They were indeed not worried. What realm were they in? What kind of strength could these corpses that had been resurrected have? Not to mention that they were resurrected one by one, could they be heavenly venerables? Higher void. That was simply nonsense. These were all shrimp soldiers and crab generals. That was what they thought. Lin Xian thought so too. Lin Xian could only think of one reason why these corpses could resurrect was that the spiritual object of heaven and earth nourished them all year round. This was not the main point. The main point was that there must be a powerful demonic beast underground. No, it might not be a demonic beast. It might be an evil spirit. The main point was that the evil spirit borrowed the spiritual energy of the spiritual object of heaven and earth to resurrect the corpses here. Moreover, Lin Xian could clearly see through the eye of cave spirit that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was all gathered under their feet. However, Lin Xian did not know what exactly it was like. Since these experts were here as tools, Lin Xian would have an easy time. It was hard to say who would be the winner in the end. Then what should we do? Wu Yuhan asked Lin Xian. Compete with these people for the spiritual object of heaven and earth? That was a little difficult. Let's play it by ear. Let's go. Where to? Find a deserted lawn and have some sex. Wu Yuhan, bang, she sat on Lin Xian's lap and stomped hard on Lin Xian's foot. Ouch, Lin Xian let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, Wu Yuhan broke free from Lin Xian's grip and stood quietly at the side. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. Women. Lin Xian then turned his gaze to the other side. The spirit gathering formation had been completed. This spirit gathering array should be able to speed up the birth of the spiritual object of heaven and earth. In the next instant, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Why? Because he saw a huge wave of spiritual energy moving underground with his eye of cave spirit. Is it a demonic beast? Lin Xian frowned. Regardless of whether it was a demonic beast or not, there should not be a problem with so many experts here. Even if something went wrong, Lin Xian could still escape with Wu Yuhan using the space attribute. Even if the consequences were serious, it was not caused by Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was extremely interested in the spiritual object of heaven and earth below. A top-notch lightning attribute spiritual object of heaven and earth should be the rarest spiritual object of heaven and earth. Lightning. It was much rarer than fire, ice, and water. Moreover, its strength was definitely very powerful. If possible, Lin Xian must get it. Everyone, concentrate. Sima Yan shouted. Okay. In the next instant, more than 100 people poured their spiritual energy into the spirit gathering array. Since the two of you are here, you must be here for the spiritual object of heaven and earth. Come and help. Sima Yan, who was the current head of the Sima family and Sima Yan's father, glanced at Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan and said. Why did he ask them to come? With 2 more people, they could pour less of their spiritual energy into the array. They would have more advantages when facing possible dangers and demonic beasts, as well as fighting for the spiritual object of heaven and earth. Let's go, Lin Xian said to Wu Yuhan. They had to take action. If they did not, they would say that they did not contribute at all and that they were not qualified to fight for the spiritual object of heaven and earth. If that happened, how could Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan fight against so many people? However, the 2 of them poured their spiritual energy very little, so the consumption of spiritual energy was very low. Chapter 1388. As time passed by, not many people paid attention to Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan as they were surrounded by the surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Roar! At this moment, a low roar came from all directions. This low roar was similar to the low roar of zombies in zombie movies. Lin Xian turned his head to take a look. From the tombs, corpses that had been dead for many years crawled out one after another. Their bodies did not seem to have decomposed. On the contrary, other than the mud that was stained with water, they did not seem to be any different from normal people. Other than the death aura that surrounded their bodies and their blood-red eyes. None of these people were wearing modern clothes. The modern people did not awaken. Perhaps it was because they had been buried here for a long time. Lin Xian roughly glanced at them. What the hell? He looked at about 20 or so people. The lowest realm was Mystic Heaven. The highest realm was Lower Realm. Was it that exaggerated? Originally, Lin Xian even thought that these things did not have any realms. Now, the lowest realm was Mystic Heaven. Although Mystic Heaven was nothing in front of Heavenly Venerables and Virtuality Realm experts, this was still a bit exaggerated. Mystic Heaven had Lower Realm. Did that mean that Heavenly Venerables also had Lower Realm? Then, Lin Xian was stunned. There were more and more. According to incomplete statistics, not counting the corpses buried here in modern times, there might be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of corpses buried here 100 or even 1,000 years ago. In other words, it was very likely that these people here were considered living dead. Could it be that there were tens of thousands of them? Hundreds of thousands. Lu family head, activate the array. Sima Lian shouted. Space lock. In the next moment, Lu family head released the power of space and sealed the entire mass burial mountain. They were not fools. Although they might fight for it, they had already made other preparations. For example, they had to seal the mass burial mountain. What if these things ran into Lu State City? What if they had the ability to infect? Wouldn't the world be in chaos? Naturally, they didn't want that to happen. These undead are all existences from hundreds or even thousands of years ago. They are constantly being nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing their cultivation to be much higher than I imagined. I'm afraid that some of them are even very strong. Now, let's get rid of these undead first. Venerable Chong Yun of Mount Chongyun shouted. All right. Then, one figure after another rushed towards the undead that were crawling out. Roar! More and more undead appeared. Apart from some of their movements, which were no longer human-like, their combat power was not lower than ordinary people of the same level. This was because they seemed to be unable to feel pain. Even if their arms were chopped off, they could still continue to fight crazily. Of course, he wouldn't feel any pain if he was dead. Moreover, they were extremely crazy, which led to their normal battle prowess being very strong. Lin Xian even saw some of the undead unleashing their martial skills. What the fuck? Be careful. These undead are not simple, they can even use martial arts. Humph. The highest one could reach was the lower realm. Sima family head, why did the heaven and earth spirit object appear? Qin family head, Qin Tianyu, asked. I don't know, but everyone must be careful. These undead are being controlled by the drug underground. Humph. What can they do with their current level? Kill. Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan looked at each other. Should we attack? No need. Let's rest and conserve some spiritual energy. Lin Xian smiled. But, they've already attacked. If we don't attack, won't it be bad? Wu Yuhan asked. It's fine. All right. Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan stood in the middle and watched the experts around them slaughter the undead. Even if their levels were quite high, the experts here were even higher. Why aren't the two of you attacking? Lu Yan, the son of the Lu family, landed beside Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan and asked with a frown. We're out of spiritual energy. We didn't control it when we activated the array, so our spiritual energy is empty. Moreover, we don't have to attack now, right? Lin Xian grinned. Humph. Lu Yan glanced at Wu Yuhan and then at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with jealousy. He didn't say anything and continued to join the battle. Lin Xian scanned the surroundings. There were more and more undead. These experts could casually kill dozens of them. However, Lin Xian realized that the number of undead didn't decrease at all. Densely packed, they were running towards them from all directions of the huge disorderly burial mountain. A frenzied attack. At this moment, a scream was heard. Many people turned to look at the person who screamed. Fuck. A heavenly venerable gritted his teeth and cursed. Then, he twisted off the head of an undead and threw it aside. Are you okay? The red-haired lady from Liuhua Manor landed beside him. Her aura surged and 2 fire dragons erupted, instantly sending dozens of undead flying. I'm fine. The man in his 20s shook his head. Then, he pulled up his sleeves and frowned. Although there was only pain in that area, when he saw the state it was in, he panicked. Why? The wound was covered in green blood. There were even signs of decay around the wound. It's poisonous. Then, the red-haired lady shouted, Everyone, be careful. These undead are poisonous. Don't get hurt. The moment she finished speaking, the man's eyes turned green. He let out a low growl. Bang, his right hand pierced towards the woman. Fortunately, the lady's realm was very high. She reacted quickly and dodged instantly. Then, the man charged at her like a madman and attacked her. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Isn't the poison too strong? It mutated in just a few seconds. 1,000 flames. The Liuhua Manor's owner landed in front of him. Then, a flame enveloped him. In the next instant, he charged forward. A terrifying force controlled him and grabbed his neck. Then, he checked and his pupils shrank. He was already dead. That's right. His arm was injured. It mutated in just a few seconds. Then, in just a few seconds after the mutation, the one-star Heavenly Venerable was already dead. He could move now because of the same reason as the undead. In the next instant, the terrifying flames burned him into nothingness. Everyone, be careful. Don't get hurt. The power of these undead can mutate a Heavenly Venerable in just a few seconds. They can even kill a few seconds after the mutation. Be careful. Liuhua Manor's owner, Hui Yunfei, shouted. What? They're that strong. Many people who didn't pay attention to what was happening were shocked. Inexplicably, they had a bad feeling in their hearts. Really, it was fortunate that they had sealed the space. Otherwise, if they had barged into Liuzhou City, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 1389. Lin Xian was also shocked when he saw this scene. This was too exaggerated. In fact, they had all guessed that there would be such a possibility. Once they were injured, they might mutate, and if they mutated, they might die. However, Lin Xian was still shocked. No matter what, they were still heavenly venerables. Were heavenly venerables weak? No, heavenly venerables were already very strong. In the entire human race, heavenly venerables could be considered super strong. It was really not easy to see them. If it were not for the fact that the top warriors of their generation were very talented, there would not be so many heavenly venerables. Then, if a heavenly venerate was injured, they would be infected in a few seconds. The infected would then attack others. During the attack, the virus or corpse aura could kill the powerful heavenly venerables in a few seconds. As for how they died, it might be because their organs failed in a short period of time because of this force. God knows. In short, it was a little amazing. Even if you were to fight with someone of the same realm, you could use a powerful martial skill to attack them. Even if they did not block, they might not die in a few seconds. Be careful. Lin Xian looked at Wu Yuhan and said. A short 10 seconds could kill a person. Even if there was a way to detoxify them, it would be too late. Wu Yuhan nodded. Got it. Let's do it too. Okay. Whoosh whoosh, the two figures then rushed toward the nearest undead. Let's call them undead for the time being. Fortunately, although these undead couldn't feel pain, even if their chests were pierced and their arms were chopped off, it wouldn't affect their speed. However, the people here were at a higher realm. They could casually release a big move and kill a group of undead in an instant. Moreover, they would be completely annihilated. There was no way for them to struggle. Lin Xian rushed to a small hill far away. When Lin Xian rushed out of the hill, he saw the black mass of undead below. His mouth was wide open. Fuck. Logically speaking, this scene really gave off the feeling of being surrounded by zombies. A dense mass of zombies surrounded the entire area. Moreover, these zombies' cultivation levels were all very high. So, it was very likely that there were tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of undead. It was too fucking scary. However, after all, the vast majority of them did not have high cultivation levels. Although there were many of them, don't forget that their cultivation levels were very high. The effect of a powerful big move was very good. Spatial Blast. Lin Xian released his powerful spatial energy. Then, within his line of sight, several thousand undead instantly exploded in the space condensed by Lin Xian. Space. In fact, there were a few people who had been paying attention to Lin Xian. After all, Wu Yuhan was too beautiful. They also wanted to see what kind of person Lin Xian was. When Lin Xian rushed over and was about to make his first move, they wanted to see Lin Xian's techniques. Then, they saw Lin Xian release spatial attribute energy. Boom! The energy exploded. When the dust dissipated, there was a clear feeling. The large number of undead were all annihilated. Time passed slowly. They did not know how long they had been killing. They were all experts. Other than the first mistake, none of them were injured or died. Moreover, they were all very strong. They quickly released their energy to clear the undead army that was surging in from all directions. The main thing was that the Sky Venerable died in a few seconds. Therefore, everyone was extremely cautious in the battle. No one dared to be careless. That was why they did not suffer any losses. Wrath of Heavenly Fire. After a great virtual realm expert from Liuhua Manor cleared a large number of undead around him, his gaze landed on a figure that was charging towards him not far away. With a terrifying flame, he directly blasted over. However, what he did not expect was that the figure actually released a power that was not inferior to his in an instant. The power of the black fog directly swallowed the flame. Puff! That expert from Liuhua Manor spat out a mouthful of blood and was directly sent flying. After landing on the ground, he half knelt there. Fourth brother. Liuhua Manor's Manor Lord Hui Yunfei shouted. I'm fine. The middle-aged man stood up. His red hair fluttered and his body was wrapped in flames. He said, everyone be careful. A great virtual realm undead has come out. Although he was injured, it was only an attack. He was not like the previous person who was injured by the undead's claws and was bleeding. Therefore, he did not undergo any mutation. What? Great virtual realm. Hearing this, many people who were still fighting around looked over and revealed a shocked expression. A great virtual realm undead. This. How strong is it? Why can an undead have a great virtual realm undead? This. Could it be that the mysterious monster underground has an even higher cultivation realm? Hui Yunfei rushed over and began to fight with the great virtual realm undead. Then he shouted, it's only a great virtual realm 3-star. Although its combat power is stronger than an ordinary great virtual realm 3-star, it's not a big deal. This undead's high cultivation realm only means one thing. It has been buried here for a very long time and has been nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for a long time. In other words, its cultivation realm when it was alive was not low. This does not mean anything. Upon hearing Hui Yunfei's words, everyone found it reasonable and nodded in agreement. Another few great virtual realm undead have arrived. Everyone at the great virtual realm, do not let them approach our heavenly venerable children. Attack! All right. Following that, dozens of great virtual realm undead released their true strength. Chapter 1390. Actually, they were not too worried about Resident Evil. Why? In the movie, Resident Evil was very dangerous. It was as if the whole world was about to be destroyed. That was because everyone was an ordinary person. However, on this continent, there were so many warriors. It could only cause huge and troublesome consequences. As long as it was controlled, the experts could easily suppress it for a short period of time. However, no one hoped for such a thing to happen. However, Lin Xian was more worried about that mysterious monster. Time passed slowly. After about an hour, all the undead that they could see had been eliminated. As for how many there were a few kilometers away, they did not care. After all, the space had been sealed. Sima Yen, when will the spiritual item appear? Everyone asked Sima Yen as they rested and recovered their spiritual power. Sima Yen glanced at the spirit gathering formation and said, soon. I don't know the exact details, but it will definitely appear before dawn. Doesn't that mean we have to stay here and wait? Venerable Chang Yun snorted and said, shouldn't we wait? Let's not talk about other things first. We have to get rid of all the undead in this mountain and even that monster. If we don't get rid of it, Liuzhou City will fall into a disaster. We all know that. There must be many undead in the distance, and even existences in the virtual realm. However, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is, when will that monster appear? Sima Lian said, this is also something that cannot be analyzed. I can only say that when the heaven and earth spiritual treasure is born or before, that monster will definitely appear. Right now, since they have yet to be born, we can't be idle. I suggest that everyone methodically search Disorderly Burial Mountain according to their own family and forces, and eliminate all the undead that can be found. Ha ha ha, Hui Yunfei laughed and said, it shouldn't be a problem for us to stay here, right? Those undead should come looking for us, right? Why do we have to do this? Yes. There's no need to do this. Everyone agreed. Why did they all say that? It was a very simple logic. The Sima clan had the ability to deduce the mysteries of the heavens. What if they managed to deduce something and sent them away, and the treasure ended up in their hands? That was what they were worried about. However, Sima Lian didn't have such thoughts. His thoughts were very simple. Liuzhou City was their home that they had lived in for hundreds or even thousands of years. They had all seen how terrifying the undead were. If one of them managed to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sima Lian naturally knew what these people were thinking. He frowned and said, everyone, there are a lot of undead on this burial mountain, and they should be under control. The space is sealed, but aren't you worried about accidents? Once one enters Liuzhou City, the consequences will be unimaginable. And we are the main culprits behind all of this. He paused for a moment before continuing, before a spirit treasure is born, it will attract an extremely powerful heaven and earth phenomenon. As long as this heaven and earth phenomenon doesn't appear, we don't have to worry about the appearance of the spirit treasure. Now that we have nothing to do, what's more important is to deal with the undead. Hearing Sima Lian's words, they hesitated for a moment. That was true. Before a spirit treasure was born, it would be accompanied by a powerful heaven and earth phenomenon. This was especially true for this spirit treasure. Before it was born, the winds and clouds would definitely change, so they didn't have to worry too much. That's true. Liuzhou City is the home that our ancestors have lived in for so many years. How about this? Let's organize ourselves according to our families and factions. Let's deal with the entire burial mountain first. If a heaven and earth phenomenon appears, everyone will gather here immediately. Hui Yunfei then said. That works too. But there's one thing we have to take note of. No one knows when that monster hiding in the dark will appear. It might have already appeared, and we might even be noticed by it. If we split up, we might give it a chance to attack. Everyone, be careful. Sima Lian reminded them. That's fine. Although the burial mountain is big, it's not so big that it's unimaginable. If there's even the slightest movement, we'll be able to sense it. Venerable Changyun said. That's true. Then let's hurry up and deal with this matter first. Following that, the factions scattered in all directions. Then let's go together. Lin Xian pinched Wu Yuhan's butt. Wu Yuhan blushed and glared at Lin Xian. Then, the two of them walked in a certain direction. Do you think what everyone is worried about will happen? Wu Yuhan asked. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know, but I do know that tonight won't be peaceful. Is it because the monster is very strong? That's only one thing. On the other hand, there might be a battle between the various factions. If the heaven and earth spirit treasure is enough to cause them to fight among themselves, they'll fight until their heads bleed. So why are we still staying here? Wu Yuhan's soul asked. Hundreds of people, dozens of great void stage cultivators, and there might even be 8, 9, or 10 stars great void stage cultivators, the two of them were 10 stars heavenly venerables. Even if they survived, how could they compete with these people? That's true. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. The main thing is that it's not just one of them who has a high cultivation level. There are too many of them. We won't be able to win. Lin Xian said, let's try. What if? Wu Yuhan, you're so reliant on luck. Sometimes, you just don't believe it. Sometimes, luck is really important. Lin Xian grinned at her. Wu Yuhan was helpless. Yes, sometimes, luck was really important. It was also the so-called destiny. All right. Then what should we do? Let's fight. Wu Yuhan, give him a punch. Time passed slowly. Lin Xian's wish to fight did not come true. However, there didn't seem to be many dead souls left. Anyway, they didn't see any along the way. Moreover, there was no movement from other places. After that, Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan sat at a place to recover their spiritual power and prepare for the final battle. Suddenly, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Wu Yuhan, who was beside him, noticed Lin Xian's movement and opened her beautiful eyes to look at Lin Xian. What's wrong? Under the investigation of the Eye of Cave Spirit, a wave of spiritual power from underground disappeared from its original position. As for where it went, Lin Xian couldn't see it. There's danger. Lin Xian said with a frown. That spiritual power should be that monster. It might have gone to attack them. As for whether it was him, Lin Xian wasn't sure. Chapter 1391. Now, that force had disappeared from Lin Xian's sight. To be precise, Lin Xian could lock onto that force because the heaven and earth spiritual energy was gathered at that location. Now, because its speed was changing rapidly, Lin Xian couldn't capture it. However, Lin Xian could roughly guess the location of this demonic beast. It was just that, there might be some delay, and the delay was relatively long. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed and said, it went there. Lin Xian pointed in a direction. Wu Yuhan knew what Lin Xian was talking about. Do you know how strong it is? Lin Xian shook his head. How would I know? But it has been hiding in the dark. It probably knows the realms of all of us here like the back of its hand. It might be preparing to make a move. Now that we've been separated, we don't know what kind of demonic beast it is. Let's go over and take a look. If we need to, we have to inform the others immediately. Otherwise, if there are any accidents, it might lead to unimaginable consequences. Lin Xian said. This was because he was worried that this demonic beast might be able to silently eliminate some people in a short period of time. That would be a little scary. All right. In the next moment, Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan both released the dark attribute at the same time. In this dark night, they definitely hid themselves in the rain. This was their advantage. Why? The dark attribute was very good at hiding, especially in the dark night. Especially when their dark attribute had reached 100% purity. Ordinary people with higher realms than them would find it difficult to detect them. Now, they were in the dark and surrounded by the rain. In such an environment, it was actually harder for the demonic beast to detect them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Xian's Eye of Cave Spirit searched for the heaven and earth spiritual energy that was moving. Then, while hidden, he sped over. On the other side, the Zhang family members were searching for this location. Family head, do you think the Sima clan purposely sent us away? A man walked to the patriarch of the Zhang family and asked. I think even if it's not, there must be some other reason. It's definitely not that simple. A Zhang family member said. That's right. The Sima clan is the Warlock clan's clan head, they know a lot of things that we don't know. How could they be so benevolent? For Liuzhou City. Even if Liuzhou City was gone, couldn't they move to other cities to live? They aren't the only ones in Liuzhou City. Compared to all of this, obtaining this heaven and earth spirit treasure that hasn't appeared for decades is the most important thing. The more I think about it, the more I feel that something is wrong. The key point is, Mass Burial Mountain is huge, and it's not small either. They didn't say where exactly the spiritual item of heaven and earth would appear. They only said that they couldn't figure it out. Who knows if it's true or not? Those people discussed animatedly. Done. The Zhang family's patriarch, Zhang Kunai, said. Then, he looked at the crowd and said, no matter what, the Zhang family must fight for the heaven and earth spiritual treasure. At least we can be sure of one thing. The birth of the heaven and earth spiritual treasure must be accompanied by a powerful heaven and earth spiritual treasure and a heaven and earth vision. Although the first time is definitely the biggest advantage, it's not a big deal even if it's a few minutes later. That's true. Furthermore, even if we arrive late, there will always be people who arrive early to fight with the Sima clan. Once the fight starts, we will be able to make it in time. They discussed animatedly. Suddenly, a streak of blood appeared in the darkness. A person from the Zhang family walked and stopped. He stopped there. This streak of blood was so fast that it was unimaginable. It came from behind them, but it was very weak. In addition, it was very difficult to detect it in the storm. Third brother, when the time comes, let's fight side by side. I can also learn a lot from fighting with you. An Empyrean realm youth from the Zhang family said. Then, he didn't get a reply. Third brother. The young man turned around to take a look. With a flash of lightning, he saw the person behind him standing there. His eyes were wide open and protruding. Accompanied by this flash of lightning, it was really a little scary. Third brother. Third brother. As a martial artist, he clearly understood what a person's eyes looked like when they were dead or alive. Gurgle gurgle gurgle, his neck began to bleed at this time. Third brother. That person shouted loudly. At the same time, everyone turned back to look. The Zhang family's patriarch, Zhang Kunai, opened his eyes wide and rushed over. He was already a corpse. Alert! Alert! The other members of the Zhang family shouted. Instantly, their auras surged as they looked around vigilantly. They did not know who did it, but they knew that they did not notice at all and he died. He died just like that. This was a little too scary. At this time, another red light flashed by. Be careful. The speed was unimaginable. Then, another Empyrean realm fell into a pool of blood again. He did not struggle at all. He could not struggle at all. What? They watched helplessly as this force killed him, but there was nothing they could do. Is this a demon? They all leaned together. It's demon power. But the realm can't be distinguished. It's too fast. Patriarch, what should we do? Send the signal. However, at this time, the Zhang family's patriarch's pupils suddenly shrank. In a small forest in front, he vaguely saw a black shadow. The light was very dim. He could not see what the black shadow looked like, but he could see that it was a demon beast. It seemed to only reveal half of its body and only one eye. The blood-red eye was especially terrifying in the darkness. Shwa shwa shwa, in the next moment, a terrifying red light blasted toward them. Pull away! Zhang Kunai shouted angrily. However, they found that they could not move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, only those with higher stars in the virtualization realm could move. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying force flattened the small mountain. No! The few Great Void stage experts who had escaped roared angrily. The movement here did not attract too much attention. Either they were very far away and could only vaguely feel a little movement, or they did not suspect anything. This power did not seem to be particularly strong. Various forces were fighting in all directions, so it did not seem to be a big deal. When the dust settled, those people had become corpses. Patriarch! Patriarch! Run! Run! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then, those few virtualization realm experts quickly rushed in all directions. Their own family members were already dead. They could not do anything about it. Saving their lives was more important. Chapter 1392. In the dark, Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan had also snuck into this place. They didn't see what had just happened. When they arrived, it was already over. However, Lin Xian and the rest saw the remaining people running away. As the two of them were hiding, they weren't too worried about being discovered. Of course, there was still danger. Therefore, the two of them didn't show themselves until Lin Xian's eye of cave spirit discovered the demonic beast hiding in the dark. It was too far and too dark to see clearly. The demonic beast disappeared in an instant. Lin Xian only saw the emergence of spiritual energy. What kind of demonic beast is that? Wu Yuhan was shocked. I don't know. Its grade shouldn't be too high, but definitely not too low. If its grade was high, it wouldn't have taken care of some people in secret and directly showed itself. Lin Xian said. That's true. Now, the news should reach those people's ears soon. Lin Xian then showed himself and went to the corpses of those people. They saw the last attack. It was a power attack and couldn't see anything. However, there were two corpses that were hit by the blood-red light. Those two corpses could be examined. Lin Xian took a look and frowned. What a fierce attack. This should be a speed-type demonic beast. Lin Xian nodded. The most troublesome demonic beasts were speed-type demonic beasts. In the world of martial arts, only speed was invincible. Of course, that was unless you had time and space, which could restrain speed. However, if your realm wasn't high enough, time and space would be useless. Poison. Lin Xian looked at the wounds and realized that not only was this force fierce, it was also terrifyingly poisonous. Poison was the most troublesome force to deal with. Without any preparation, if the poison spread, how could they avoid it? At this moment, about 3 kilometers behind them, an extremely powerful force erupted. The entire ground was shaking. Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan quickly turned around. Looking at the red light. There. Let's go. Whoosh whoosh, the two of them rushed over. When they arrived, there were only a few corpses left. Lin Xian didn't know which family they were from. So, a few people landed beside them. What happened? Those people were from the Liu family. The Liu family was one of the stronger clans among these people. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know. When I arrived, I found that these people were already dead. Looks like the demonic beast has already appeared. Then, the head of the Liu family took out something and threw it into the air. Boom! Lights similar to fireworks flickered. Following that, all the clans gathered at this location. What happened? Sima Lian asked. Someone was attacked. The 6 stars of the Absolute Void stage is also dead. Liu family head said. It has appeared. Over 100 people gathered here. Then, they all took out their own spirit artifacts and prepared for the upcoming battle. 5 minutes later, they realized that more than 30 people were missing. Among them, there were more than a dozen Great Void stage experts. If they hadn't returned yet, it could only mean one thing. They were all dead. Including the few experts from the Zhang family who escaped, none of them had returned. What kind of demonic beast has such powerful strength? They were also a little flustered. It shouldn't be too strong. If it was strong enough, this demonic beast wouldn't have chosen to secretly kill us. Now that all of us are here, it definitely won't dare to appear. Unless a spiritual item of heaven and earth appears. Sima Lian said. Among them, there were a few 10 stars of the absolute void stage. Therefore, after gathering together, they weren't that flustered. At this moment, Lin Xian said, I suggest that we remove the power of the space seal and call for reinforcements. Some people looked at Lin Xian. Why? Lin Xian then said, I just checked a few corpses. They were instantly killed. The most important thing is that it's poisonous. Poisonous. Their brows furrowed. Yes, a strong demonic beast. Since it has the power to release poison, it definitely has the ability to spread the poison. If it spreads the poison on Burial Mountain, even if its realm isn't as strong as many of us here, once it fights in the poisonous environment, it will definitely not win. Lin Xian said. Of course, they knew this. Everyone, don't worry. At this moment, Sima Yen said and then took out a few jade bottles. Before coming here, our Sima family had already thought of this possibility. This is an antidote pill. After taking it, it can cure hundreds of poisons. Come, everyone, take one. The Sima family was a sorcerer family. At the same time, they also had the ability to refine some pills. And it was very famous. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and took the antidote pill. Lin Xian took the antidote pill and glanced at it. Not enough. Lin Xian then shook his head and said. What do you mean? Lin Xian said, this antidote pill isn't enough to cure the demonic beast's poison. In terms of medical skills and poisons, Lin Xian was simply unparalleled. The imperial physician Saint Technique gave him godly medical skills. He could clearly analyze whether this antidote pill could cure the poison that he had just seen. Ha! Sima Lian laughed and said, Little brother, do you know anything about poisons? Lin Xian nodded. I do. You do. How much can you know? At the very least, this old man and many of the experts here definitely know more than you do. Sima Lian then said, my Sima clan's skill in alchemy is one of the best in the entire continent. This detoxification pill can cure all the known poisons in the world that are not specially refined. Every single pill is incomparably precious. Even if it was Senior Poison Sovereign's poison, this detoxification pill can cure 80% of it. Even the poison of demonic beasts is not specially refined, so why can't it cure it? Yes, I believe in the Sima family's poison pill. Venerable Chang Yun nodded. How could they possibly believe Lin Xian's words? Other things could be judged by age, but medical skills were something that could only be reflected by age and experience. It was something that could only be accumulated over time. How could a young man in his 20s dare to boast like that? Lin Xian frowned and said, I really can't cure it. Pfft. The people chuckled. I think you're scared, aren't you? Lu Tian, the young master of the Lu family, glanced at Lin Xian and mocked him. He had such a beautiful girlfriend, yet he was so timid and still boasted. What right did he have? Since you don't believe me, please remove the spatial seal. My girlfriend and I will leave, Lin Xian said. Lin Xian then tossed the antidote pill to the Sima family. Then you can leave. No. Venerable Changyun said, we can only remove everything in the spatial seal. Who knows if any undead escaped in just a few seconds? If you're scared, you should stay far away. Idiot. Lin Xian cursed under his breath. Chapter 1393. Actually, these people weren't too wrong. Indeed, medical skills really depended on one's experience in age. In other things, age did not necessarily mean one's strength. However, medical skills were something that could be learned year after year, from place to place. What one saw and heard would be enriched. Lin Xian looked like he was in his 20s. How could these people believe what he said? That was impossible. However, they were too absolute. They didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. They didn't even think about what Lin Xian said. They just didn't believe Lin Xian. The Sima family was indeed a legendary family on the mainland. What they said and their research on elixirs and poisons were confirmed by these people. Therefore, when Sima Lian said that, they completely ignored Lin Xian. Lin Xian wasn't angry about this. In fact, he wasn't angry. He just wanted to leave because Lin Xian felt an extremely uneasy feeling. He knew that the poison was definitely very strong. This antidote definitely wouldn't be able to cure it. They would definitely die. Moreover, these people didn't remove the spatial seal. He couldn't leave either. How could he, a heavenly venerable, break the spatial seal formed by several great virtual realm cultivators? Go hide at the side. Lu Ran, the young master of the Lu family, glanced at Lin Xian. Fuck your mother. Jealousy. How could such a cowardly person have a girlfriend of this level? With this figure, he would be invincible in martial arts clothes. Wu Yuhan frowned. She was very unhappy with what these people said. She didn't know much about poisons, but she believed in Lin Xian. Lin Xian was definitely right. At least among these people, she would definitely choose to believe in Lin Xian. Let's go. Lin Xian said to Wu Yuhan. Are we leaving? Lin Xian nodded. Then, the two of them went into the shadows and released the dark attribute to conceal themselves. They concealed themselves so that the demonic beast wouldn't discover them. Then, it would first catch them and kill them. Lin Xian. What should we do now? Lin Xian muttered to himself. There are two ways. First, I have the law of creation and the law of destruction. As long as I have enough time, I can destroy this spatial seal. But actually, their worries are reasonable. If the undead manage to slip out, as long as one escapes, the entire Liuzhou city will fall. What about the second method? Wu Yuhan asked. To refine a poison pill that can cure the poison just now, although, those people really fucking pissed me off. However, they are all experts of the human race. If they die, this Yao beast and the undead here will also endanger Liuzhou city. If we act quickly, the entire continent will become a biohazard crisis, and our home will be destroyed. At the same time, the Yao race might take advantage of the situation to invade. The consequences will be unimaginable. You want to save them? Wu Yuhan asked. I don't want to, but I have to be saved. I don't have the ability to block that demonic beast, and who knows how many undead creatures there are. Moreover, if they die, if we can't escape, we will also die. I might still have a chance to get this spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. What do you think? Wu Yuhan said, no matter what, I will support you. All right. Lin Xian then rummaged through his interspatial ring and glanced at the spiritual treasures he had accumulated over the years. Then, he searched his mind for the Imperial Physician Saint technique. There is an antidote pill that should be able to cure this poison. The grade of the spiritual treasures required isn't too high, but it's missing a specter grass. Wait a minute. Lin Xian glanced at the location. This dark place is nourished by the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth all year round. There should be a lot of spiritual treasures of heaven and earth on this mass burial mountain. Lin Xian then said, let's go and look for the specter grass. 20 minutes later, Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan successfully collected 3 stalks of spectre grass. Fortunately, he had the spectre grass. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to refine the antidote pill. Should we refine it now? Wu Yuhan asked. Let's wait until they start fighting. Otherwise, we might become the target of that demon. Lin Xian said. All right. On the other side, the group of people was still there. They were extremely nervous and cautious. Sima family head, it's been 20 minutes. There's no movement. Everyone looked at Sima Lian. Sure. Sima Lian frowned and looked in a certain direction. The spiritual treasure of heaven and earth is about to be born. Is that so? Everyone raised their heads. It was still raining heavily, but the wind suddenly became stronger. Rumble, a thunderclap was so loud that it seemed to split the sky. Sizzle sizzle, everyone raised their heads. Previously, there were only occasional thunderclaps and flashes of lightning. At this moment, there were more and more thunderclaps in the sky. There's a heaven and earth anomaly. They raised their heads and looked at it excitedly. Whoosh, the surrounding wind grew stronger once again, and this wind seemed to be several times stronger than the original heaven and earth spiritual energy. This was definitely the birth of the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Putting aside the heaven and earth anomaly, the surrounding spiritual treasure of heaven and earth was rapidly increasing. It was about to be born. What a terrifying spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. I wonder what kind of spiritual treasure it is. Currently, we know that it's a lightning-attributed spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. Could it be some kind of divine lightning? Everyone, don't forget that there's still danger in the dark. Everyone became vigilant once again. At the same time, Lin Xian raised his head and looked. It's indeed a thunder-type spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. However, there should be enough time. Why? Firstly, they still had to fight with the demon clan. It would take a long time. Secondly, even if they destroyed the demon clan for some reason, and this reason might be the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth, they would still have to fight among themselves. They had to fight for the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth. As for the antidote that Lin Xian was refining, he believed that it would definitely be useful. He saw the poison very clearly. Although the poison was not strong enough to kill them in a short time, if they were poisoned and fought again, the poison would spread faster. It would definitely be useful. Little Yuhan, protect me, Lin Xian said. He believed that the demon clan would definitely not be with him at this time. It was either near that group of people or waiting for the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth to be born and then take it away. There would definitely be a battle between them. All right. Wu Yuhan nodded. Bang! Then, Lin Xian slapped the Medicine King cauldron on the ground and began refining the pill. Wu Yuhan, to be honest, she knew that Lin Xian was skilled in medicine and was very powerful. However, did he really know how to refine pills? Moreover, the pills that he refined might be even stronger than the antidote that the Sima family refined. It was very exaggerated. At the same time, Wu Yuhan raised her head and looked at the void. It's out. What kind of spiritual treasure is it? Wu Yuhan looked at the hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts above the void and the visual impact was terrifying. Chapter 1394. The dark night sky was completely illuminated by the lightning. At the same time, it attracted the attention of everyone in Liuzhou City. Even people from nearby cities saw this place. Some experts knew what was going on. They knew that a spirit item was about to be born, so they hurried over. This terrifying phenomenon, this terrifying spirit energy. It's definitely not a heaven-ranked spirit item. It must be a God-ranked spirit item. God-ranked? In the entire continent, the known God-ranked spirit items were not spirit medicines or poisons, but some kind of flame, some kind of lightning. There were no more than 5 such spirit items. Each one of them was in the hands of the most powerful existence. God-ranked, if it was a God-ranked lightning, it could at least double the lightning power of a genius thunder attribute martial artist. This was just a simple doubling. In a sense, it was more than that. Therefore, this thing could attract the experts of the entire continent to fight over it. Therefore, the people here had to ensure that the other martial artists noticed this phenomenon and came over to fight over it. Logically speaking, there was still time to make it. The fastest people to come were from Liuzhou City, and the powerful people of Liuzhou City were all here. How many people from other cities had seen it was one thing, but they definitely needed time to get here. Only space attribute experts could get here quickly, and there weren't that many space attribute experts. Especially the older generation experts, they had even fewer rare attributes. It was only in this generation that there were relatively more rare attributes. Everyone, be careful. The worldly treasure is about to be born, but be careful of that monster. That monster is either waiting beside the worldly treasure for it to release its power and snatch it away, or it is watching us. Sima Lian shouted loudly. We know. However, at this moment, most of their attention was on the heaven and earth spirit object. Before the spirit item was born, the monster could take it away, so why didn't it? There was only one reason, and that was that the monster didn't have the ability to take the spirit item away, absorb it, refine it, and make it its own. Therefore, it could only stay beside the spirit item and raise its own realm. As for heaven and earth phase, they would accumulate heaven and earth spiritual energy to a certain degree. This degree was similar to being full and would then erupt. In other words, this was the birth of a heaven and earth spirit object. The spirit item's power would reach a peak at this time, but at the same time, it was the most vulnerable time, the easiest time to absorb. Boom! At this time, in the void, where the tens of thousands of lightning gathered, all the lightning struck a certain spot on disorderly Burial Mountain. Boom! In an instant, it was like an atomic bomb, a huge force came down, causing the entire disorderly Burial Mountain to tremble. At this time, a blue light slowly rose from disorderly Burial Mountain. This blue light didn't look big, but it was more dazzling than the tens of thousands of lightning. When this power appeared, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy reached a peak that made people excited. At the same time, everyone felt the power of the lightning rushing towards them. Their scalps went numb as they revealed shocked expressions. It's out! It's out! They were pleasantly surprised as they looked at the blue lightning. Wait! This power! Only now did they realize that this might was slightly terrifying. No! Too terrifying. Sacred Level's Divine Lightning. This power belongs to the Sacred Level. Heavens! Sacred Level, there's actually a Sacred Level. This must be a spirit item from tens of thousands of years ago. No! No, it's definitely a Sacred Level, but this isn't pure divine lightning, this is. Look at this lightning, it's blue on the outside, but look carefully, it's black on the inside. This is a black divine lightning. Black divine lightning, wait, there's only one type of lightning recorded in history, and that's 10,000 demonic lightning. The pupils of the experts constricted as they looked at this divine lightning that couldn't be seen clearly. They all knew about the 10,000 demonic lightning, as the more powerful experts, there was no one who didn't know about it. Lightning was divided into colors, and colors were divided into strong and weak. Purple lightning was the most powerful lightning. However, it was many years ago that the only true black lightning had appeared in the records of this continent. It was called the 10,000 demonic lightning. And what was this 10,000 demonic lightning? The power of one of the top 3 demon gods, he had the 10,000 demonic lightning. It was also the only recorded 10,000 demonic lightning. The top 3 was because of their destructive and combat strength. The 10,000 demonic lightning was known as the most destructive power among the 12 demon gods. And Lin Xian's magic eye of void was also one of the top 3 existences. It was known as the most destructive power, or rather, the strongest offensive power. These were 2 different concepts. This is actually one of the 12 demon gods, the place where the demon god with the 10,000 demonic lightning was sealed. Then, this demon, could it be? No. Sima Lian said, according to the records, the 12 demon gods are all dead. The Radiance Association sealed the terrifying powers of the 12 demon gods. 10,000 demonic lightning. Saint-level lightning. We can't take it away. They shook their heads with wry smiles. Saint-level, and it was lightning. Their strength was insufficient. Only those at the heavenly Tao realm could take it away. That might not be the case. A great void realm 10-star looked greedily at the 10,000 demonic lightning. Even the great void realm 10-star had a chance. However, at this moment, everyone's eyes focused simultaneously as they looked into the distance. Pang, 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 the ground didn't tremble, but they felt like the ground was trembling along with the small shadow that was moving step by step in the darkness. No, it was not the ground that was trembling. It was their hearts that were trembling along with the shadow in the darkness. What kind of medicine is that? Wolf. Tiger. Lion. Leopard. The appearance of this black shadow should be similar to this kind of demon beast, and this type of demon beast, as long as its rank could reach a high level, it would be very strong. They all had one thing in common, and that was extremely fast. I only hope that it doesn't have any attributes. They were most afraid of fey beasts having attributes. No, it was not attributes. It was a domain, a law. Only top fey beasts had them. The black shadow slowly approached them. As it got closer, the black lightning in the void slowly gathered on its body. It can actually use the power of the 10,000 demonic lightning. Everyone revealed looks of horror. This means that it must have the confidence to kill everyone. But, what if he can't bear to see the natural fey being snatched away? Wu Yuhan asked. This heaven and earth spirit object has probably been here for at least 1,000 years, and it has probably been here for at least 100 years. Although it is easier to absorb and refine a heaven and earth spirit object and it is born, the power of a heaven and earth spirit object will not be low. Instead, it will be at its peak. It has been here for 100 years, but it has not absorbed and refined this heaven and earth spirit object for itself. This proves that it absolutely does not have the ability to refine it when it is born. I'm sure this demonic beast knows this as well. Then, Lin Xian continued, if you can't refine it, you'll have to guard this place in vain. Do you think that's possible? Unless it's really a stupid demonic beast. That's true. Wu Yuhan nodded. I wonder what kind of demonic beast it is. Demonic beasts are also divided into ranks. Although we have joined forces to kill a level 8 Great Void Realm demonic beast, that's really nothing in this continent. Lin Xian. Tell me, is a Heavenly Tao Realm demonic beast comparable to the Heavenly Tao Realm Linglong Shui? A normal 99. 99% demonic beast was incomparable to Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui alone could fight 1,000 demonic beasts. On the other side, when the dust settled, a gigantic crater appeared in front of everyone. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. To be honest, this might was definitely not the demonic beast's strongest strength. However, this destructive power was definitely not something they, a level 10 Great Void Realm demonic beast, could compare with. This demonic beast possessed extremely powerful destructive power. They knew that they absolutely could not compete with it in terms of strength. They had to use their wits to win. Everyone, prepare for battle. Let's finish off this demonic beast first. As for the remaining 10,000 demonic lightning bolts, we will discuss it later. How about that? Sima Lian said. The so-called discussion was actually something everyone knew in their hearts. After finishing off this demonic beast, how were they going to discuss the rest of the matter? There was no room for discussion. Strength was the absolute truth. But now, every faction and family could only take one step at a time. Now, the most important thing was to finish off the demonic beast in front of them. As for the rest, they would see. At this moment, the demonic beast broke through the darkness and completely appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Previously, the demonic beast was walking towards them in the darkness. When it condensed the demonic lightning, it was very far away. With the poor lighting and the heavy rain, the demonic lightning's light had obscured it. Therefore, they could only see the demonic beast's full appearance now. When they saw the demonic beast clearly, the pupils of the experts who recognized the demonic beast suddenly constricted. Demon-eyed fiend tiger. Some of them shouted out. At first glance, this demonic beast didn't seem to have anything special about it. It wasn't very big either. Its entire body, excluding its tail, was about 5 meters long. Its entire body was black, so black that it gave off a feeling that it was even darker than the darkness of the night. Its entire body was covered in strange, demonic blood-red patterns. Then, there were its 4 strong limbs. The thing that left the deepest impression on people was definitely the third eye on its head. Just like Erlang Shin, its third eye was currently closed. It was also because of this third eye that it was called the demon-eyed fiend tiger. Actually, even if you didn't recognize this demonic beast, when you saw the appearance of this demon-eyed fiend tiger, based on your experience, you would definitely know that this was definitely not a weak demonic beast. Not good. It's actually the demon-eyed fiend tiger. This isn't good. It's fine. Luckily, this demon-eyed fiend tiger's cultivation is only at the 8 stars of the Absolute Void stage. If it was at the 10 stars of the Absolute Void stage, then I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to escape. But it's only at the 8 stars, it's fine. It can fight. But, it can use the power of 10,000 demonic lightning. That's not a problem. Although the destructive power of this kind of power is terrifying, with our strength, as long as we are 120% vigilant, we can dodge it. We have more people. We have more laws and more domains, so we are much stronger than it. However, what makes me a little puzzled is this demon-eyed fiend tiger poisonous? Sima Yen frowned as he said this. An 8-star Great Void Stage Devil-Eyed Devil Tiger had fought more than 100 powerhouses, and it had actually killed a few and injured dozens. There was no need to doubt how strong it was. Venerable Changyun felt that it was fortunate that the Sima family had brought all of these people from Liuzhou City. Otherwise, they would have to leave their lives here. Fight! Continue to exhaust it and be careful of its third eye. After another half an hour, Lin Xian had finally refined the poison pill. On the other side, the number of people had not decreased by much. They had been fighting very vigilantly to exhaust the devil-eyed devil tiger's strength. Roar! A furious roar resounded, and the devil-eyed devil tiger charged towards Sima Lian. Sima Lian did not have time to dodge, so he released all of his strength and slashed with his sword. It did not attract 10,000 bolts of evil lightning, so since it could not dodge, it could only fight. Although it might be slightly injured, it was still better than being instantly killed, right? Hiss. The devil-eyed devil tiger's claws tore his sleeve and left a long gash on his arm. However, Sima Lian was fine. This kind of small injury was practically negligible. Healing formation. Sima Lian stomped his foot, and the formation condensed, and the healing energy quickly healed his wound. However, pooh! Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Moreover, the blood was black. Patriarch Sima. Everyone revealed shocked expressions when they saw this scene. Wasn't it just an injury to his arm? What was going on? It's poisonous. Sima Lian's pupils constricted. The devil-eyed devil tiger had never revealed its poison before, but now, he had been poisoned. After that, he directly consumed the antidote pill. However, pooh! Another mouthful of black blood sprayed out. The poison could not be cured. Chapter 1397. Of course, this poison would not kill him in a short period of time. After all, he was also a great Void Stage 10 star. How could he die so easily? However, if he could not cure this poison, he would definitely die. Moreover, the combat strength of a poisoned Great Void Stage 10 star was simply too weak. Moreover, he had to stop and circulate his spirit power to neutralize the poison. If he continued to fight, the speed at which he was poisoned to death might increase by dozens of times. However, what he did not expect was that this antidote pill really could not cure this poison. Father. Sima Yan quickly rushed to Sima Lian's side. Sima family head, what's going on? Hui Yunfei asked with a frown. This poison can't be cured. Sima Lian circulated his spirit power and said. What? Your family's antidote pill can't cure the poison. They all had shocked expressions on their faces. Sima Lian was also stunned. In other words, what that young man said was true. Venerable Chong Yun said with a frown. We should have listened to him. It was only now that they said such words. They would not turn back until they hit the wall. However, they had already hit the wall. It was too late to turn back now. Then now, it's fine, Lu family head said, it's just poison. As long as you're not injured, you'll be fine. Sima family head, when can you cure the poison? Sima Lian opened his eyes and said, it can't be cured. I have to develop an antidote pill. Then, Sima family head, rest first. Leave the rest to us. Lu family head said. He didn't want everyone to be afraid of him just because of this small matter. If that happened, he would have no chance of obtaining the heaven and earth spiritual item. However, at this moment, plop, the few heavenly venerables at the edge suddenly knelt on the ground. Their faces were black, and they were in extreme pain. Puff, in the next instant, they all spat out a mouthful of black blood. What? Everyone's pupils suddenly constricted when they saw this scene. Poison. How did you get poisoned? Venerable Chong Yun roared. Puff, a heavenly venerable spat out blood and then pointed around, only then did everyone look around. Then, they were completely shocked. The poisonous gas was spreading towards them from all directions. Wherever it went, all the plants withered and died from the poison. They quickly huddled together subconsciously, shrinking into a small circle as they looked at the poisonous fog that was creeping towards them. Evil-eyed devil tiger. Everyone stared at the demon-eyed devil tiger that was already standing in the middle of the poisonous fog. Only then did they understand, from the very beginning, they had been fighting the evil-eyed devil tiger in a war of attrition. They had thought that it was the right thing to do. However, it was only at this moment that they realized that from the very beginning, the demon-eyed devil tiger had been planning to beat them at their own game. It also knew that it was unrealistic for it to kill all of them with its own strength, so, therefore, from the very beginning, it had been secretly gathering the poisonous fog and letting it spread throughout the entire burial mountain. It wanted to borrow the power of the poisonous fog to poison them all to death. From the very beginning, this clever devil-eyed devil tiger had no intention of using its absolute strength to kill them bit by bit. Damn it! What do we do now? The Chin family head frowned. There's no other way. We can only use the spatial attribute to leave this place temporarily. Otherwise, we will all be poisoned to death here. Actually, they didn't need to worry at all. However, who knew that the Sima family's antidote pill would be ineffective, so they could only run. All right. In the next moment, a spatial martial artist directly released his spatial attribute power. Everyone was prepared to appear in another location, however, they didn't move from their original positions. What's going on? Zhao family head, why aren't you releasing it? The Zhao family head swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then his pupils constricted as he looked at the demon-eyed devil tiger in front of him. I released it, but it's useless. What? Let me do it. Then, another strong martial artist released his spatial attribute, causing him to stagger backwards. It wasn't that he was injured, but he felt that his life was going to end here. His mind instantly went blank. What's going on? Why is it like this? Everyone raised their heads to look at the three eyes of the demon-eyed devil tiger that were emitting a red light within the poisonous fog. At this moment, they all swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They had thought that the demon-eyed devil tiger was an idiot, but in reality, they were the idiots. From the very beginning, this demon-eyed devil tiger had been playing a bigger game of chess than them. When fighting with them, it had secretly released the poisonous fog from afar. Then, it had secretly used some unknown ability and method to seal their spatial energy, or perhaps it had sealed the entire space. From the very beginning, they had all fallen into this chessboard. They had all become small chess pieces. At this moment, when they looked at the demon-eyed devil tiger again, they could feel just how terrifying it was. The poisonous fog was quickly spreading, and when the poison had completely filled the area, there was only one ending for all of them. Either they would be poisoned to death, or they would be easily killed by the demon-eyed devil tiger without even being able to struggle. This demon-eyed devil tiger was also very smart. It knew that these people would definitely die, so it didn't even come out of the poisonous fog, and didn't even attack them at this time. It wanted to wait for these people to be completely poisoned before making its move. When you looked at it like this, you would feel that over 100 people were all strong martial artists, but they couldn't even compare to a demonic beast's wisdom. Actually, it wasn't a problem of wisdom, it was purely a problem of mentality. When a demonic beast faced an enemy, for example, this demon-eyed devil tiger, it could only do this to kill everyone. And because these experts had more people, they might have many methods, and they might also feel that there was no problem with them. There was another crucial point. They didn't expect the poison, and they didn't expect that the demon-eyed devil tiger would release the spatial energy from where. They knew that the demon-eyed devil tiger didn't have spatial energy, so there was no poison. Then, where did it come from? Wait. It's a law or a domain. This spatial seal is definitely the demon-eyed devil tiger's law or domain power. What about the poison? Poison. It's very likely that this demon-eyed devil tiger had once absorbed a powerful poison from heaven and earth, or it could be said that this poisonous fog had been set up in Burial Mountain a long, long time ago. Damn it. Those people gritted their teeth. If only we had listened to that young man back then. Venerable Chang Yun gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Everyone knew, but no one believed it back then. What should they do now? There was no other way. They could only let the poisonous fog corrode their area and then be poisoned. They tried to break free, but they couldn't. Chapter 1398. The evil-eyed devil tiger stood in the poisonous fog, as if it was a king looking at a group of ants slowly waiting for death. It was as if these experts were all idiots in its eyes. In fact, these people also felt that they were idiots. Release your power, block the poisonous fog. All right. In the next moment, the experts released their power, isolating the poisonous fog. Their power could easily isolate the poisonous fog, but they were just struggling at death's door. Patriarch Zhao, try to see if you can break through the seal of space and leave Mass Burial Mountain. Let me try again. From wanting to kill the evil-eyed devil tiger and take the heaven and earth spirit treasure to now, they only wanted to live. No. No way. They had released their strongest power, but they were unable to break through the seal of space. No, to be precise, this was not a seal of space, but it was a similar power. We're finished. Unless we fight it to the death. We have to get rid of it in a short time. That's not realistic. We didn't hold back before, but now, if we fight it in the poisonous fog, we'll definitely die. Then what do we do? Are we just going to watch and wait for death? Boom! The evil-eyed devil tiger released a strong power to attack the defensive power they released. The poisonous fog could not enter, but it could continuously attack. In the end, these people would not be able to block it first. Time slowly passed. They had no other way. As for the demon-eyed devil tiger, after bombarding for a while, it let out a roar. The demon-eyed devil tiger above it once again drew in a powerful force. We're finished. Everyone's pupils shrank when they saw this. We're finished. We're completely finished. 10,000 evil lightning bolts had the ability to destroy defensive power. They knew that when this power attacked, their defensive power would be completely destroyed, and at the same time, they would be poisoned, and then, they would die. Patriarch Sima, you've killed us. Those people gritted their teeth and stared at Sima Lian. If he wasn't so confident, they wouldn't have believed it. Sima Yen said angrily, everyone, now is not the time to talk about this. Didn't you all believe in my Sima family's antidote pill? If we knew, we would have listened to that young man. He should have been poisoned to death by now, sigh. Those people heaved a long sigh. Boom! A terrifying force directly blasted over. In an instant, the defensive barrier shattered. Poof! Everyone spurted out a mouthful of blood. In the next instant, the poisonous fog enveloped them all. Poof! The toxicity of the poison was extremely strong. Their faces turned black and they began to sit there and circulate their spirit energy to resist the poison. But what was the use? They were dead for sure. The evil-eyed devil tiger stood in the distance, condensed a terrifying power, and then attacked them. Sky Wasteland Bell. Boom! A huge golden bell covered them inside, resisting this powerful force. However, this could only prolong their feeble existence. 10 minutes later, boom! That spirit artifact was directly shattered. Shwa, the devil-eyed devil tiger's figure disappeared from where it stood, turning into a streak of bloody light as it charged towards them. Aw! There was a blood-curdling scream. Then, a warrior on the edge had his neck torn apart in an instant. He screamed and died. Those people opened their eyes. Everyone, let's fight to the death. Otherwise, we'll definitely die. All right. Everyone stood up. Boom! The battle was about to erupt. 5 minutes later, plop, Plop. One by one, figures knelt on the ground, black blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. They kept fighting while poisoned, which only made the poison flow faster. Now, if they did not have a way to detoxify it, they would definitely die. Some were completely sprawled on the ground, twitching all over. One had to know that this was a group of powerhouses. If they could do it again, they would definitely choose to give up on their greed and not come here. Or rather, listen to Lin Xian's words. However, there was no chance to do it again. The evil-eyed devil tiger charged over and swiped its claw onto the body of a 5th-level void stage expert, and then it stepped onto the expert's back. It was like a king that looked down upon everyone, and then it roared as if it was announcing its victory. Crack! It exerted force under its foot, and the great void stage powerhouse was directly crushed. Now, it could do whatever it wanted without any scruples. These people had been poisoned deeply enough. Foolish humans. The devil-eyed devil tiger spoke human language. It was over, poof. Black blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. The poison was about to invade their internal organs. Boom! A wave of energy blasted into the crowd, and they were directly sent flying. It was completely over. However, at this moment, a flame in the distance directly charged toward the devil-eyed devil tiger. Perhaps the devil-eyed devil tiger had also let down its guard. After all, so many powerhouses that could threaten it had all been reduced to such a state, and they were all at its mercy. Boom! The flame was red and black. That's right. Flames of darkness. This flame steadily blasted the devil-eyed devil tiger's body from the side, and directly blasted it away. It rolled on the ground very, very far away. The powerful flames of darkness, in addition to the law of creation, and the doubling of strength, although there was a difference in realm, this move definitely caused quite a bit of damage to the devil-eyed devil tiger. Swish, swish, Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan's figures landed in front of the crowd. It's him. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with a shocked expression. What shocked them the most was that he was standing in the poisonous fog, but why was he not affected at all? Chapter 1399. Once the antidote entered their bodies, they immediately felt a warm current flowing into every part of their bodies. The pain in their bodies quickly returned to normal. They could not help but reveal shocked expressions. Even the Sima family's antidote was useless. Where did this brat get the antidote from? He actually managed to cure the poison. Divine weapons were rare and there were not many of them in the entire continent. However, compared to their own lives and the lives of more than 10 people from their families, divine weapons were nothing. The most important thing now was to survive. What about you guys? Lin Xian glanced at the others. Exchange. The family heads all took out precious items to exchange for the antidote in Lin Xian's hands. The demon-eyed devil tiger had been pacing back and forth in the distance. It was very vigilant, especially after being hit by Lin Xian's dark flame. It had indeed suffered quite a bit of damage. However, it suddenly realized that something was not right. These people's auras were actually recovering quickly. In other words, these people's poison had been cured. No way. The demon-eyed devil tiger had very high intelligence. It knew that if these people were immune to its poison and recovered, it would be very dangerous. Roar! In the next moment, it roared angrily and its blood-red eyes fell on Lin Xian. Shua! With a flash of blood, it charged directly at Lin Xian. Hurry and protect me. If I die, your antidote will be gone too. Lin Xian shouted. Everyone, Shua! In the next moment, dozens of strong people who were still wrapped in poison risked their lives and rushed forward to block this terrifying attack. Wu Yuhan opened her small mouth, shameless bastard. Lin Xian wondered how he was a shameless bastard. This was the truth, all right. At the same time, some strong people had already stood up. Everyone who has recovered, attacked together. This devil-eyed devil tiger has already been drained of a lot of its physical strength and spiritual energy. It's getting anxious. Sima Lian's eyes narrowed as he shouted angrily. All right. After experiencing the despair of almost dying, they had recovered. At this time, they were not even more cowardly. Instead, they were even crazier. He was almost fucking dead just now, but now that he was back to normal, he was naturally even crazier. Then they all rushed towards the demon-eyed devil tiger. The others hurriedly traded antidote pills with Lin Xian. Soon, the scene in front of them once again became a bit like when the battle had just begun. On the other hand, Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan stood there without making a move. To be more precise, Lin Xian was very crafty. These experts had used up a lot of their physical strength and spiritual energy because they had been fighting for a long time. In addition, they had just been poisoned. They were more or less injured. If they fought another round, they would be almost done for. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was, Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the thunderbolt. Black lightning, Lin Xian felt the powerful force rushing towards him. He had a feeling that he really needed this thing. However, this was nonsense. Which thunder attribute martial artist didn't need it? Everyone else joined the battle one by one. Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan just stood there. No one said anything because they had just been saved by Lin Xian. Moreover, they knew that these two were only heavenly venerables. It was fine if they didn't join in. Lin Xian took out his phone and contacted Murong Feng. It was already very late, but Murong Feng shouldn't be resting. What's the matter? Murong Feng asked straightforwardly. What's that sound from your side? Are you fighting? Murong Feng then heard the noise from Lin Xian's side and the roars of demonic beasts. Lin Xian replied with a grunt, Uncle Murong, there's something I'd like to ask you. Speak. What kind of thunderbolt on this continent is black? Murong Feng, he suddenly paused. Black lightning. 10,000 demonic thunderbolts. 10,000 demonic thunderbolts. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He felt that this name was very powerful. You found 10,000 demonic thunderbolts? Murong Feng asked in surprise. Then it should be. It's of a very high grade in Liuzhou City. Liuzhou City. Could it be that the thunderstorms in Liuzhou City all these years are because of 10,000 demonic thunderbolts? Murong Feng suddenly understood. Then he said, 10,000 demonic thunderbolts are sage-level thunderbolts. Lin Xian, sage-level. Lin Xian opened his mouth. The highest grade. Yes, and you're also very familiar with it. 10,000 demonic thunderbolts are one of the 12 demonic gods' powers. It has the ability to ignore defense and has a destructive power that surpasses purple lightning. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Ignore defense. His current dark flames could ignore defense. If he added lightning to it, and it had a power that surpassed purple lightning, one of the 12 demonic gods' powers. He must have this thing. Okay, then I'll hang up first. Be careful. Lin Xian nodded and hung up. He looked at the 10,000 demonic thunderbolts. This is one of the 12 demonic gods' powers. Lin Xian said to Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan, wouldn't it be too strong? Wu Yuhan asked. Yes. But I should have no problem. Lin Xian said. Why? Because he had the system. When ordinary people absorbed the thunderbolts, other than resisting the impact of the terrifying power, they also had to have enough power to absorb the entire terrifying thunderbolt. Lin Xian should have no problem with the latter because he had refined the rainbow's sacred scale. When he had awakened the space, including the thunder attribute, he had absorbed a large amount of energy. Lin Xian didn't feel that he couldn't absorb much of it. But now, with his current level, he shouldn't have to worry about the latter. What he had to worry about was the former, the terrifying thunderbolt impact. But Lin Xian had to try. At this moment, the devil-eyed devil tiger was defeated by the combined efforts of everyone. After fighting for so long, the devil-eyed devil tiger's physical strength was indeed exhausted. Quick! Kill it! Sima Lian shouted loudly. At the same time, Lin Xian's lips curled up. Amplification of the law of creation, law of destruction. Lin Xian released the law of destruction on the devil-eyed devil tiger. In the next moment, the devil-eyed devil tiger that had just gotten up fell to the ground. Lin Xian's experience points were soaring, but it was still very difficult for him to advance to the virtuality stage. Everyone revealed a puzzled expression. How did the devil-eyed devil tiger die? But no matter how it died, it was fine as long as it was dead. Phew! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and the surrounding poisonous fog dispersed. Plop! Many people collapsed to the ground and quickly recovered their physical strength and strength. At this moment, Sima Lian and the rest walked toward Lin Xian and cupped their fists at Lin Xian. Little brother, thank you very much. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid all of us would have died here. Sima Lian looked at Lin Xian and said. Yes. Yes. Everyone nodded. How do you want to thank me? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 1400. Lin Xian's words stunned them for a moment. You don't know how to speak at all. You're so unpredictable. Can't you tell that it's just a compliment? How are you going to thank me? However, it did seem like they had to thank him. Otherwise, they would be heartless. However, of course we have to thank you. I hope you can come visit the Sima family after this. That's your thanks. Lin Xian smiled. Little brother, you did save our lives. However, we used other things to exchange for the antidote pills. The Sima family even used a divine weapon to exchange for it. We're even now, right? Sima Lian said with a smile. Whatever. Lin Xian shrugged. May I know who you are, little friend? Why are there so many detoxification pills that can cure this poison? Venerable Chongyun asked. I just refined them. What? They were shocked when they heard Lin Xian's words. You didn't refine them just after you left, did you? Otherwise, why would I take out more than 100 pills at once? Why would I carry more than 100 of these antidote pills with me? Everyone was shocked. That seemed to be the case. This kid has such powerful medical skills at such a young age. He can even refine antidote pills that the Sima family can't refine. It's unimaginable. However, that wasn't important now. What was important was the 10,000 demonic lightning in the sky. Everyone had various plans and schemes in their minds. After a long time, everyone, the demon-eyed devil tiger is dead and the poisonous fog has dispersed. What's left is the ownership of the 10,000 demonic lightning. The Sima family contributed the most this time. At the same time, the 10,000 demonic lightning was discovered by the Sima family. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem for the 10,000 demonic lightning to fall into the hands of the Sima family, right? Sima Lian glanced at the crowd and said. The Sima family was definitely in the top 3 among the dozens of forces here. He had the right to say that. Lin Xian stood there and watched the show. They were fighting side by side a second ago, but they were turning against each other in the next second. It couldn't be helped. The 10,000 demonic lightning was too tempting. Moreover, that was human nature. He, Venerable Changyun smiled and said, Patriarch Sima, don't you think that's a little inappropriate? My Changyun mountain has long since discovered this myriad demonic lightning. According to what you're saying, shouldn't my Long Cloud Mountain take the 10,000 bolts of demonic lightning? Venerable Changyun, our Sima clan is definitely much better at discovering the demonic lightning than the Changyun mountain. Moreover, if it weren't for the many experts we brought, you probably would have died here already, right? Hui Yunfei laughed and said, Sima family head, then according to what you said, if you didn't bring us here, you would also die here, right? Then we have contributed quite a bit as well, right? Without us, would the demon-eyed devil tiger die? That's right. Everyone began to talk like crazy. In fact, everyone was thinking of a way to recover their physical strength and spiritual energy at this time because they knew that the war was about to begin. This is human nature. Lin Xian said with a smile. I'm used to it. Wu Yuhan said indifferently. I'm going to play too. Lin Xian walked over and said, Everyone, according to what you said, without my antidote pill, you would be dead by now, let alone fighting for the divine lightning. So, if that's the case, the divine lightning should have fallen into my hands, right? Everyone looked at Lin Xian. He, little brother, you want to fight for it too? Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Although his medical skills seemed to be very powerful, his realm was still there. What could he do in the heavenly venerable realm? Could he win against them? You guys fight. Lin Xian said and walked away. No one paid any more attention to Lin Xian. Speak, Sima family head, what do you want to do? Sima Lian snorted and said, It seems like everyone doesn't want to let go either. Of course. Who would be willing to let go of the 10,000 bolts of demonic lightning? Then let's fight. The winner will get the 10,000 bolts of demonic lightning. Hui Yunfei's body burned with flames. I like Manor Lord Hui's temper. Then let's fight. Ha! In the next moment, over 100 people started fighting. There was no order, and they fought whoever they could. There was almost no so-called camp. However, there were a few who had a good relationship with each other. It couldn't be said that they were fighting the same faction, but they didn't fight each other. Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan stood in the distance. Lin Xian smiled evilly. When the sandpiper and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. They knew about the existence of Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan, but they didn't care about them. Will they die? Wu Yuhan asked. I don't think many will die. At most, they will be seriously injured and lose the ability to fight again. The person who wins in the end will get the 10,000 bolts of demonic lightning. But what's the point? Lin Xian said, even if he wins, he won't be able to refine the 10,000 bolts of demonic lightning. He won't be able to take it away, and his condition will be very bad. When he recovers, the third faction will probably come. That's true. They have already been blinded by the benefits. Then Lin Xian smiled and said, Wait. When they win in the end, we will take action. You want to refine the 10,000 bolts of demonic lightning directly? Lin Xian raised his head and nodded, yes, but we have to wait until they are seriously injured. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous for me during the refining process. If they put a little pressure on me, I might die. Then you must be careful. This is the lightning of the Sage Realm. Don't worry. Time passed slowly. One by one, figures fell to the ground and vomited blood. However, they rarely died. Most of them were seriously injured and lost the ability to move and fight. In the end, the Sima family stood at the end. Sima Lian was covered in blood. Sima Yan was half kneeling on the ground. The others had already lost the ability to move. Rest for a while. Go refine the 10,000 bolts of demonic lightning. Sima Lian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced at the surrounding people. Some of them had fainted, some were lying there, and some were sitting there recovering from their injuries. Yes, father. Sima Yan nodded. It's finally over. Lin Xian stretched and walked over. Little brother, you want to snatch it? Sima Yan's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lin Xian. Chi, he sneered. I am a virtuous realm 10 stars. What right do you have to snatch it? Lin Xian smiled and said, Sima family head, it doesn't feel good to take it head on, right? How much spiritual energy do you have now? Stamina. Plus your injuries. After saying that, Lin Xian condensed a flame and then smirked, I'm afraid you can't take this move, right? Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xian directly attacked. Chapter 1401. That's right. Even if he was at the Great Void stage, he wouldn't be able to withstand Lin Xian's attack. Why? It was very simple. Firstly, Lin Xian's attack wasn't weak to begin with. It was the flames of darkness, which had doubled his strength and released the law of creation. Secondly, they had been fighting for a very long time since the beginning. They were injured and poisoned midway. Although the poison had been cured, there were still some lingering effects on their bodies. After that, they fought and killed the demon-eyed devil tiger. In the end, they fought each other until they were like this. How much spiritual energy did he have left? How much physical strength did he have left? He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It was the same for Sima Yan. Although there was a huge gap between Lin Xian's realm and his, Lin Xian's flames of darkness could ignore defense. He also had so many special powers. How could he block it? Bang! In the next instant, Sima Lian spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He lay on the ground. Father! Sima Yan opened his eyes and stared angrily at Lin Xian. What are you looking at? The law of destruction. Puff! Sima Yan spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground. Many people in the surroundings didn't faint. They were only injured, and their injuries weren't light. They all saw this scene. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Venerable Chang Yun laughed loudly with his teeth stained with blood. Clan leader Sima, oh clan leader Sima, have you ever thought that the final winner would be a junior at the heavenly venerable realm that you didn't take seriously before? Serves you right, ahaha. Venerable Chang Yun laughed gloatingly. His injuries were very serious, and so were everyone who had lost. It was so serious that they no longer wanted to fight for the 10,000 bolts of demon lightning. They couldn't fight for it. The other people were also gloating over their misfortune. They had lost, but Sima Lian hadn't won either. That was good. Moreover, they knew that it definitely wouldn't fall into Lin Xian's hands because he was only at the heavenly venerable realm. How could a heavenly venerable realm cultivator take away the 10,000 bolts of demon lightning? You're dreaming. Therefore, everyone here, including Lin Xian, who seemed to have won, were losers. Everything they had was given to someone else. Cough, cough, cough. Sima Lian and Sima Yan trembled as they stood up. What? You still want to fight? Lin Xian smirked as he looked at them. Good boy. You win. Cough cough, but I want to see just how you're going to take away the 10,000 bolts of evil lightning. Even he had no way of taking away the 10,000 demonic lightning. He had to let his son experience danger before he could take it away, and this danger could very well be fatal. Now, how could he take it away? Lin Xian smirked. Spatial lock. In the next instant, the power of space was released, sealing all of these powerhouses inside. Law of destruction. Poof! In an instant, over 100 people spat out blood again. The injuries that they had recovered with great difficulty were once again seriously injured. Lin Xian couldn't let them recover. Otherwise, he might be in danger. You! Some of them were leaning on the ground, while others were lying on the ground. Lin Xian laughed and walked out of the spatial lock with Wu Yuhan. You stay here and watch. If there's any danger, just run away. Nothing can happen to you. I'll protect you. Wu Yuhan said. He, a heavenly venerable, wanted to refine the 10,000 bolts of evil lightning. However, he had too many miracles, so Wu Yuhan chose to believe him. Run if there's any danger. I'm fine. Lin Xian said. Wu Yuhan nodded. Then, Lin Xian gathered energy on his body. What is he doing? Cough, cough. He's trying to refine the 10,000 bolts of evil lightning. Cough, cough. He's courting death. He's simply courting death. We, the 10 stars of the virtuous stage, don't even dare to refine the 10,000 bolts of evil lightning. He, a heavenly venerable, wants to refine it. Go to hell. Cough, cough, he's definitely going to die. Even a heavenly venerable would be in great danger when facing a heavenly venerable. It's even more difficult for a divine venerable. Now that he's a sage, he's definitely going to die. They all spoke with difficulty. Whoosh! Lin Xian charged toward the 10,000 bolts of evil lightning in the sky without hesitation. Before Lin Xian came into contact with it, the black lightning wrapped around Lin Xian like countless tentacles. Lin Xian could no longer be seen by those people. Wu Yuhan frowned and stared at him. He'll be fine. He's courting death. He's probably turned into ashes. Those experts could not see, so they did not bother looking. Recovering from their injuries was the most important thing. At that moment, Lin Xian did not know where he was. He only knew that the terrifying black lightning in front of him was the 10,000 bolts of evil lightning. Around him, the powerful lightning kept attacking Lin Xian's body. Although the black lightning might be stronger, the purple lightning was definitely not weak. Furthermore, Lin Xian had the law of creation, the earth attribute, and the metal attribute, which doubled his defense. In fact, he should be fine in his current position. If the 10,000 bolts of evil lightning were to be compared to a circle, the center of the circle should be the true 10,000 bolts of evil lightning. Everything around him was just sputtering lightning. The closer to the center, the stronger the lightning. Lin Xian walked forward step by step. As he got closer, his expression became worse. This was because the lightning was also getting stronger. Ugh, Lin Xian's clothes were torn to shreds. This was because he realized that when he first entered, the lightning was actually the lightning of heavenly punishment from the void. That kind of lightning was nothing to the current Lin Xian. However, when he got closer, it was the genuine 10,000 bolts of evil lightning. What would that lead to? It made his defense useless. Fortunately, the double defense and Lin Xian's law of creation strengthened his physical defense. That was not defensive power, but the strength of his own body. It was different from the defensive power condensed from spiritual power. One was one's own, and the other was released externally. This kind of defense ignoring only meant that it ignored the spiritual power defense released by you. Cough cough, as Lin Xian walked forward, blood began to drip from the corner of his mouth. However, he knew that it was nothing. Soon, Lin Xian walked to the front of the 10,000 bolts of evil lightning with great difficulty. Plop, Lin Xian immediately knelt on the ground because the impact of the surrounding lightning was too strong. Throughout the entire process, he was equivalent to a martial artist, and a martial artist of a very high rank, releasing martial arts skills to bombard Lin Xian. How could he possibly remain unharmed? Now, it was a test of Lin Xian's willpower. To refine the 10,000 bolts of evil lightning while enduring such a terrifying impact, if he could withstand the stronger ones, he would succeed. If he could not, he would be struck to death. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.